It's your boy Nizzy, and welcome to the Spring High School League Championship, Spring 2022 here at St. Francis University. I am super excited. Like I said, my name is Nizzy, Director of Content Creation here at the Esports Company. And along beside me, I got your boy Brian.
What's up? On camera. Usually off camera, but I'm on camera for this time here. So excited to be here. Chris, I know we have a lot of things here going on here today. So if you want to go ahead and introduce the stream here a little bit more, and we can get right into it.
Yeah, like I said, we got some very competitive matchups coming up here. So I'm really excited to get into it. We're going to start with Rocket League D2 to start off. But before we get into some of the schedule and some of the brackets and stuff, I just wanted to say a couple of thank yous to the coaching staffs of all these schools for being there, supporting your students and your players throughout the school year. Thank you to the staff and the faculty of all these schools of being just flexible with maybe letting your students out early, out of class early to go to practices and games. We super appreciate it here. And last but not least, thank you to the parents of all these students. You guys are really the heroes, the true heroes here, especially driving out here. Some of you came a long way, some of you maybe not so much, but either way, you guys are here. You guys are supporting your students. So thank you to everyone, and of course the students here to show up and give us a show. So yeah, thank you guys so much, and of course the staff behind the scenes with TEC. We'll do some of that later at the end, but yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about the brackets as we get ready. We have the Esports lab behind us, as you guys saw a little bit ago. But for this first matchup, Brian, what are you seeing here for this bracket?
For this bracket here for Rocket League, we take 8 teams here to playoffs. Playoffs is single elimination, so there's really no room for error for any of these teams. They fought hard through the 6 weeks, plus these other 2 weeks here to make it here to St. Francis to be competing behind us. We do have Winburn and Forest Hills in the arena behind us, already warming up, logging in their computers, and getting ready for the first match. For this year matchup here, again, you're on the first seed Winburn versus the 3rd seed Forest Hills. So it's not your traditional first seed versus your second seed. We're going to see some tough competition in this one.
Yeah, it was surprising to see Hollidaysburg go down like we did, but I mean that was a very competitive series. If you guys caught that during the regular season, or I guess I should say during the semis. But I love seeing that graphic because it kind of shows how much the league has grown. We saw 3 new schools, Gateway, Hollidaysburg, and of course today Winburn we're going to see in person. So the first time showing up here in person, that's pretty exciting to me.
Yeah, again, it's just you join the league here. You get to have the opportunity to come to a LAN event here at St. Francis, compete. As Chris said here, it's a brand new school, so the opportunity there is out for anyone. You don't have to have too much experience into it, just getting into it or anything like that. Just a great opportunity for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of experience, it's just LAN. We say this every championship. LANs are so much different than online, and so some of these schools are a little more experienced in the live setting. But Winburn, they're maybe they've done LANs before, but not here. So I'm pretty excited to see how the LAN kind of shakes up things. Let's talk a little bit about some players to watch. Obviously, starting off with D2 Rocket League. Let's go ahead and play this video. Yeah, so you got Random here is going to be the player to watch for Winburn. Very flashy player. It was kind of tough. I was between 2 of them to pick, but Random seems to be the player. He's very good at juggling, very good at aerials and stuff, dribbling, and just a very good solo player. I think he is pretty good with his team, but I mean you see there, no boost, no problem. He can get it done. Putting up big numbers. I mean, that's pretty crazy. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I know some of these things they are outskill my level here, and they're still in high school, so there's plenty of opportunity for them. Now we're moving on here to Vaco from Forest Hills. As you can see, the stats were just on the screen here for a second. Vaco has the same similar play style, as you can see, straight off the wall, has boost for the aerials, and he can make those clutch plays when needed.
Yeah, Vaco's one of those very versatile players. I think he plays for the Valorant team. I know he also plays for the Overwatch team, but this is his Rocket League skills. So, like I said, very versatile. He knows how to control the ball. Just like Random, I think they're very 2 similar players. So I think he's going to be able to get the job done. I mean, he's got good help behind him. Mega Blaziken and giving you hail, but yeah, these are the two player to watch. And I'm gonna be interested to see how they compete against each other, like in the air, for aerials and stuff like that.
Yeah, it'd be an awesome gameplay here. As you've seen the schedules there, we just covered about a minute ago. So it's going to be exciting to see these two go head to head, as well as the two teams here, the nerves and everything else here in the same arena, into the actual environment of being next to everyone.
Yeah, and we saw the player to watch for the Rocket League D2. We'll see some more player to watches for the rest of the matchups today, but that'll be later on. We've got D1 Rocket League after this, and then we'll break for lunch. Then we got Overwatch and Valorant to finish it off. But before we get into all that, the rest of that for the rest of the day, we're going to talk a little bit about our picks. Brian, who are you thinking for this first matchup?
For this Rocket League Division 2 matchup here, I'm going to go with Winber. Winber has been that dominant team all season. It's been exciting to watch their play style, how they compete, and everything like that. So I have to go with them for this first game.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree. I'm going to go with Forest Hills on this one. I think they're the more experienced team. Like I said, they have been here for the championship before. I think their coach Ben has got a good squad behind them. I mean, Winber is the 1 seed. You probably might be right, but I'm going to go the underdog pick here. So we did do a fan vote on Twitter, and you guys voted that Winber would take it home. So
yep.
I mean, I don't know. Votes are 2-1, Brian, but I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna pull for Forest Hills here. So,
you're gonna against the community or against me. We'll see how this turns out.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen every game this season, so I do got a little watching experience here. But we are just about ready to go into the game. We're gonna talk about a little bit about Division 1 actually for Rocket League first. Let's take a look at that bracket here if we could pull that up. For Division 1 Rocket League, you see some of the paths that these teams have gotten here, but here at the championship today, it's going to be Penn Trafford, the 1 seed versus Somerset, the 2 seed, who almost squeaked in last season. They didn't quite make it, but this season they're here, Somerset, that is. And like we said earlier, some of the new teams are also did pretty well in the playoffs, but this is what we came up with for today. What do you think?
Yeah, like I said, you have the first seed here, Penn Trafford, versus the second seed for Somerset here. There's 7 teams in total for this one here for competing in Division 1. So not quite as many teams there for Division 2 in competition-wise, but it's a lot faster gameplay, a lot different styles here that are coming out here for Division 1. There is a difference between the two. You'll see them here pretty shortly as soon as we get done with this pregame show, and we'll jump right into the Division 2 game.
Yeah, and like Brian said, it's very, Division 1 very competitive. You're going to see a lot more aerials. You're going to see a lot more, better ball control in the air. But let's talk a little bit about the specific matchup and the player to watch video for Penn Trafford and Somerset. We're going to start off looking at the player by the name of PK Dill. He was the player to watch last season as well. He's back at it, making plays. There's no surprise here that he's the player to watch for this one. You can just take a look at some of these air. I mean, look at the ceiling shot. It's just absolute control. I mean, no shot to save that. That one actually against Forest Hills, a very good team.
Wow.
This one, he's coming off the wall, no problem handling that ball. Look at this air dribble. Gets the flip reset. It's just disgusting. What do you see, Brian?
This is very tough competition here. I mean, as you can see from the first one, or the second goal, sorry, that he scored there. If it's anywhere near the net, far away from that, doesn't matter. He's always in the air. He has great control of the ball. He'll do any kind of flips he needs to do in order to keep control of it and take it into the back of the net.
And he's not bad on, awareness, getting back for that rotation. You saw a little bit earlier a save that he made, a goal line save against Gateway. So he's not only a threat on offense, but as well as a threat on defense. Speaking of a threat, we've got Ethan for our player to watch for Somerset. Take a look at that ceiling shot. Just disgusting. I mean, we saw this last season. I was very surprised to see that Somerset didn't make it to the championship with the skills that Ethan has. I mean, look at that goal line save. So another equally matched in skill player. Ethan's going to be giving PK Dill a hard time. And I mean, like I said, for PK Dill, this guy knows how to get back, and make that goal line save if he needs to. But these just some of his highlights. I mean, look at that, another ceiling shot, pinch the ball against the ground. I think he does this twice in the same game, which is just wild.
And what's
So
unique too here is Ethan and PK Deal have been here before. They have competed, so they are aware of everything that's going on around them here and have experienced this once before already.
yeah, I believe we saw Somerset in the spring 2021
Correct. Yes. Yep.
championship. So some of both of these teams are experienced. They have been here. They are experienced with the land setting. But we're going to transition into who we think is going to win. I mean, take that or leave it. It's just a couple of amateurs here. Maybe
Just for our fun, mainly.
some bronze, a couple of bronze players making some picks. Who cares? But we're going to give it to you anyways. So for this Rocket League D1 matchup between Penn Trafford and Somerset, Brian, who do you think? Who do you think is going to win?
I'm really excited to see Ethan and Carson out there. They were dominant again previously. Like I said, they've been here before. So my pick is with Somerset here for this one.
We're going to go Penn Trafford. I think PK Dill is just going to carry. There's not much more to say. I know Ethan's going to, help out his team with Somerset, but I think PK Dill is a little bit more just experienced and, he's going to make the big plays and the flashy plays that Penn Trafford needs. And they are a powerhouse, school. They're not just for Rocket League, but I mean, they've got a good Valorant team, everything. They're very well-rounded, well-coached. So I think Penn Trafford is going to take this victory. And Twitter agrees with me, Brian. So sorry about
it's
it.
1-1 on Twitter for community votes.
That's right. Love Twitter. So we're gonna actually talk a little bit about Overwatch now.
Overwatch.
And we're gonna pull up a bracket here. Another competitive matchup between Forest Hills, the 1 seed.
This is your realm, isn't it? Overwatch.
This is my realm. I am known as Nizzy OW on Twitch. If you've seen me in the chat. The OW stands for Overwatch Parents. That's what that is. And here we're going to have Forest Hills, the number 1 seed, going up against Winber, who upsetted Bishop Carroll in the semis, the 2 seed. Winber's actually going to be coming in as a 3 seed. Brian, what do you see here as these two teams, their paths to the championship?
Well, what I see here is Forest Hills, again, is the returning champs here. They've been here before. I think there are actually 2. They're in 2 times here, I think, already for the championships for Overwatch. And Winber upset against the Bishop Carroll game. That was an awesome game to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone really predicted it. So it was a great turnout. They have the ability to fight back. They have the ability to win on their comps and push anything they need to for the payload side of things.
Yeah, that upset kind of reminded me of the previous season, or the fall 2021 season, I should say. The upset that Greater Johnstown had. They came in as a 3 seed and totally surprised everyone made it to the championship. But you see in that graphic, they were a 5 seed and they got knocked out first round. So, I mean, if you're a Greater Johnstown fan, you hate to see it. But if you're a fan of the sport and a fan of competition, you love to see it, because that just means competition is ramping up every single season. You're not having the same team dominate every time. We got a whole new, matchup here with Winber, untested in the land environment, like we've been saying. So not only does our Rocket League D2 team have a powerhouse team that's going to be one to compete with, but also, Overwatch.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to talk a little bit specifically about Forest Hills and Winber going into this matchup, or I guess we could go into the players to watch, I should say. Starting off, we're going to talk a little bit about Flip Stingray of Forest Hills. It was a tough pick between Flip Stingray and Kaide. Kaide, both of them very versatile players, but last season it was Kaide. He still definitely is a player to watch, but this season I went with Flip Stingray because he's just got to be noted as one of the best Overwatch League players in this high school league. I mean, you see him here on the Genji, but don't let him fool you with that. He's not a one-trick Genji, because you see him here on the Zen taking out people left and right. He's got no problem. He's a very flanky DPS Zenyatta here, and
wow,
you've seen support. You've seen support. You've seen DPS. Here's how he does on tank on the Reinhardt. I mean, and that was, I think, a window by Kaide with the fire strike, with that combo. They meld so well together, and that's going to be a powerhouse. But Flip Stingray is going to be a player to beat. Moving over to Winber. Got WASD Esports 6 on a lot of Junkrat plays you're going to see here. But
yeah, what I noticed from him too here for at least WASD Esports 6 is mainly a DPS role. He always enjoys the Junkrat. It's one of
Mm.
his most main characters he plays on the game. There's a few others he will see probably in this clip as well. But he always is that like back end flank, maybe the offset DPS to kind of trick and fool anyone else on the opposing team.
And we're seeing soldier gameplay. You know, a hit scan character. For those of you that don't know him, hit scan is typically the who you're gonna use to take out aerial like Farah and stuff. But we saw earlier a clip of him as Junkrat taking out a Farah in midair. So not only
Yes,
can he hit
yes.
scan on soldier, but apparently he can hit scan on Junkrat, one of the hardest players to hit scan on because Junkrat, you're just shooting grenades. It's a grenade
Yep.
launcher. So very not just good with the rip tires. He's got very sneaky rip tires, which are dangerous, but also, I mean, you saw him hit scan the Farah, so I'm a little scared to see how he's gonna how dangerous his Junkrat's gonna be today, and I think we are going to see a lot of his Junkrat
I
today.
think so too. Yes.
Let's move on to our picks here. We'll see what Twitter has to say, but before Twitter, we're gonna get to Brian's pick. Who do you think, Brian, between Forest Hills and Winber for Overwatch? Who do you think is gonna take it?
I'm going with the returning champions, Forest Hills. They are a powerhouse right now. They've been in the previous as well. They have a feeling of maybe a rebuild coming here very soon. I think there are a lot of seniors on the team, but I'm going to get them here for one last win for today.
I think. I mean, I appreciate your pick and everything, and I think you probably could be right. Very experienced, a lot of seniors on that squad too. But Winber, I think, as coming in as the underdog, they have so much momentum from that huge upset win
Mhm.
in the semis. So they're not coming in cold; they're coming in hot. I'm going to go with Winber, just because I think they're going to be able to pull out that upset victory, and continue on their momentous path, I should say, to victory. Untested. I think this is I mean, obviously, this is their first time in the league. I think they're just an underrated team.
Yeah, they have the ear to win. They have the will to do it. I think they
Yeah,
can get it.
yeah, that's right. But Twitter disagrees with me again, so I'm 1-2. Twitter says Forest Hills, and I don't blame them. But I'm pulling for the underdog this one. So that's Overwatch. And last but not least, we have Valorant. Valorant's going to be the last series of the day. It's going to be a best of three. And here's kind of how things shook up in the playoffs. It was hard fought, but it came out as the 1 and 2 seeds coming out on top. Greater Johnstown taking on Penn Trafford. What do you see, Brian?
I mean, I'm going to see really high level gameplay here between Greater Johnstown and Penn Trafford here. I know Penn Trafford was here last season for the championships against, I think it was Conrad Weiser. So we've seen them compete here in person. They did walk home with a championship there. Greater Johnstown kind of surprised me this time here. They came out of the gates the regular season, just defying all odds here. They were out there battling, winning. And as you can see here, they continue their streak here into the playoffs. And I do believe they're undefeated here currently in Valorant.
Yeah, it's you love to see it because I don't even think they were in the championship last season. So to go from that to undefeated with more teams being added, you saw Garnet Valley in there, you saw Hollidaysburg, you also saw Winburn there. I mean, competition's heating up, but so far in the Valorant playoffs, the higher seed has always won. So if that's true today, Greater Johnstown might pull up the victory. But I mean, we'll get to our picks later. But before we get to that, let's take a look at some of the players to watch for these two Valorant teams, these two powerhouse teams. First off, we're going to start with the Greater Johnstown player to watch, which is Zivaru. I was between a couple here for Greater Johnstown, but I ended up picking up Zivaru just because this is a player that gets things done. They know how to clutch up, and you see there they pulled out the ace, which is a very difficult thing to do in Valorant. You see them here picking up 3. I mean, they don't even need a powerful weapon. I mean, yeah, Brian, you see here with the pistol, picking up three eliminations on that flank. They didn't even know that he was there, and gets the 4th. I mean, just an unstoppable force that we have in Zivaru. But I mean, what do you see from Zivaru before we get to Doodle?
I'm not really too much familiar with Valorant here, but again, like I said, they're undefeated here. They're high-paced gameplay, as you see in the previous video there with the pistol going around the corners, getting their 4-piece on that end. So some really high gameplay here. But we're gonna move on to, is this Doodle?
Yeah, I think last season I was calling them Dude Lev, but I think it's Doodle. But there's a V at the end, maybe. I don't know. But you see how just patient of a player Doodle is. You saw there, they know where the the entire team is, and you see here in this clip as well. They don't just rush in though. They take their time. They're probably getting some comms check from their teammates on where the players are, and they're a very patient player, and I think it pays off. I just can see in those clips, just being able to creep around and getting the shots in when necessary. So I think Doodles between Doodle and Zivaru, I don't know. It's gonna be a competitive matchup. We saw Doodle here, last for the last championship, putting on a highlight reel. So I think that we were against Conrad Weiser then, right?
Correct. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So two very high level picks there for the players to watch. And speaking of picks, we're gonna get right into our caster picks, I guess you could say. I'll start off with this one. As far as between Greater Johnstown and Penn Trafford, I'm going to have to go with Penn Trafford. They're just, they've, like I said, the experienced team. They beat Conrad Weiser in a dominant fashion last season. I think they're out here to prove something. I know you said Greater Johnstown is undefeated, though, right? So
Correct. Yes.
I'm going to assume that your pick is probably opposite of mine.
My pick is Greater Johnstown. As for one reason here is because they were undefeated here, but as you just pointed out just a second ago, they are the more fast-paced, quicker, dominating team here. That's more the play style I like to watch and see into a team. Comms are great. That's also another good strategy to have. So it's going to be a great battle between the two. But I personally like to see some action, some quick gameplay, and see how fast they get the job done.
If you've never seen Valorant gameplay at home, it is one of the more dependent games on like pace and pacing of the game, and like Brian said, Greater Johnstown, very aggressive team, whereas you have Penn Trafford, a little bit more of a patient team. Both are very, good play styles, but that we'll see how that shakes up. But Twitter has a fan vote for us, and they actually went with Greater Johnstown. So I guess I'm 1 for 3.
I got 3 for the community here.
Yeah, well, you got the predictions correct with the community 3-1, but we'll see how things
we'll see how it
shake
turns
up
out.
here.
Yep, we'll see.
Things out. Land, like I said, land environments, totally different game, totally different ballpark. You're in person. You've got your teammates next to you. Whereas maybe some of these schools don't practice with their teams. Maybe a lot of their practices happen online at home. But here today, they're beside all of their teammates. We've got a partition in between the two teams. We've, by the way, beautiful esports lab here at St. Francis University, right behind us. You see Forest Hills getting ready for this first matchup, but I think there's something like 16 computers in there, all state-of-the-art gaming computers.
I believe so.
Give me some details about the esports lab.
I believe there's 16 PCs. If not, there's way more than 12, so I can tell you that. They also have in there, they have some monitors on the screen. They also have 2 stations for switches. They do compete in a few things like that within their college. And what else they have in there? They have this nice little community area in the middle for chairs, the student gatherings, anything they want to do for the community event wise. So it's a really great experience. They have great decals. It's just I guess a next step in a learning curve here that most schools or anyone else who are interested in the esports should come down, visit, see the opportunity that's here, and for the students in the future.
Certainly a great experience for the players. I'm a little jealous. In high school, we didn't have this kind of thing. I'm trying to run a boo-boo game on my mom's computer, in 2008 or whatever. But I mean, here we are, 2022. I mean, these, like Brian said, just a very lucky experience, I guess I could say, for a lot of these students to be able to compete with this in this environment. You're going to see how hyped they get. We have cameras set up in the esports lab as well. So as you're going to be watching the games, you're going to have a couple of boxes on the bottom of the screen to kind of see the player reactions to a goal scored or a big clutch they pull out in Valorant or something like that, or a big payload win or something like that in Overwatch. So I love seeing the reactions. That's my favorite part about these LANs is the player reactions to the games.
He has a whole nother experience here. Like I said, Nizzy, just stay tuned in here, watch the cameras, get a visual of their lab. Feel free to stop in if you're close here today. If not, schedule a time here with Ethan or someone at St. Francis here to take a look at their lab.
All right. Yeah. Before we get into this Rocket League Division 2 matchup here, we are going to take a brief intermission. Don't go away because we're going to come back with the casters. They're going to talk a little bit about the games, and then we'll get right into the games. So don't go away. We've got some Rocket League Division 2 coming right up after this intermission.
morning, everybody, and I can say that right now proudly, even in Australia. We've just passed that midnight mark, so it's 12:05 in the morning, just like it is across the pond here for the Esports Company Spring Season Finals, Division 2 Rocket League, about to come at you. My name is Max Formal. Joining me, it's Foof. Finally coming down to my level, finally dropping down a couple ranks, getting ready for some Div 2. However, with the way how these teams are playing, you can make an argument they may have been in Div 1.
Well, I gotta say, Max, the most important thing is apparently it was so nice when you got to come up and I was catching you up. We decided to do it twice, and now I'm coming down. You're gonna be the one helping catch me up to all the action and excitement that we've had here down in this D2 division. And as you talked about, it has been a bloodbath. These teams have battled throughout this long season, and now we have the number 1 and number 3 seeds in this grand finals, and that was a bit surprising because it was a 3-2, the full run of that best of 5 for an upset to make this odd match happen. Odd as in 1-3, not odd as in like dysfunction.
But if you watch their matches during the season as well, it wasn't the biggest upset shock in the world. Forest Hills kind of always has been looking strong throughout, and them dropping to that number 3 seed was a little bit of a surprise. I believe it happened because they actually had to forfeit a match at one stage, so things got a little bit wonky with their schedule. So to see them make that run, not the biggest surprise in Royal. In fact, I think we can bring up our sort of bracket right now so you can kind of get that picture on how both these teams got here. Because Forest Hills, yeah, they had to do it a little bit of the harder way, but there was kind of no denying who the number 1 seed has been. It's been Winber. They've been dominant from start to essentially finish, only dropping one game, not one match, one game during the season. Granted, though, it was against Forest Hills.
That is the fun asterisk that I had at the bottom of my notes. And we talked about it a little bit in this pre-production meeting this morning. But yeah, the only blemish on a 15-1 record coming against this Forest Hills team that forced Winburn Ramblers to go to game 4. And no matter what happens, Max, we are going to a game 4 because it's a best of 7. So, they'll be the only team to do it twice in a season.
That's true. That is true, and I also love how this is turning into a rivalry. It almost feels like between these two teams as well, because these two schools, I should say, because this isn't the only finals they're against each other in as well. They're also going to be going at it in the Overwatch, which is going to be fun, especially considering that Forest Hills, they're the defending champs in the Overwatch, where Winburn is kind of more the defending champs here. It's a weird dichotomy that's kind of being established right now. Let's take a look at the lineup. So let's actually see who is playing, starting with that Winburn side. This is going to be a fun one. It's that same squad that's been quite dominant, although with a little bit of a name change coming through. So you will be seeing Nikki, you will be seeing Random, but instead of WASD Sports, they've actually changed their name to PRT and Xenon. Same player, though, just a new name.
A rose by any other name, Max, is just as sweet. You can have all the bells and whistles, all the car changes, all the name changes, but all that matters is, yes, it is the Winborn Ramblers. It is a undefeated team heading in to a grand finals, trying to live up to that hype and put a beautiful bow tie on the end of what could be almost an exactly perfect season.
But the team that's going to be taking them on, and I'm honestly tempted to pick them to win this game. It's going to be the Forest Hill side, and I only say that because of familiarity. I don't know. Something about this team, they just always pop up on stream. Every time we were casting, I think they were the most streamed team out of anyone in Division 2. Vaco, the Mega Blaziken, who might have the best name in the entirety of Division 2. It's amazing. And CVG Hotshot. Look, as amazing as the name is, though, I'm sorry, Foof, the player to watch out for on this lineup, it's going to be Vaco. Vaco is a mechanical beast.
The thing is, I've actually seen all 3 of these players play up in D1 at times, if I remember correctly. And so all of these names are familiar to me, and I'm excited to see what this unit can do as a whole, where I've seen all of these guys step up, and they weren't just there to fill a spot in D1. They played very strong roles in very poignant games. And so now I want to see, this Forest Hills team at full strength, now looking to knock on this door and rattle the cage of a team that looks to try and, like I said, finish this season off.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting series. I'm definitely hoping Forest Hills can bring that fight. But before we get into it, we're going to have a little chat with a friend of ours, TEC Nizzy, I believe, has some things to say about this upcoming matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
I do have a couple things to say about this matchup. Right behind us is the Esports Lab where teams are getting prepared, as well as a little tour group going by for everyone wave for the tour group for doing the St. Francis University, a beautiful campus here, beautiful Esports Lab right behind us where the teams are getting set up. I did talk a little bit with the coaches. So I did get a little bit of the inside scoop before we get into this game. I talked to Ben, head coach of the Forest Hills. He said their squad is much more mixed up this season, much more changed up, I should say, for the better. They have more seniors, but they did graduate Pig Beast to Division One. I should say, transitioned Pig Beast to Division One. That powerhouse D2 player that we saw last season, they no longer have him, so they're going to have to rely on, like the catcher said, Vaco is their new guy. And speaking of Vaco, he's got very good comms. He's been keeping his team together throughout practices, getting prepared for this event. So that's what Ben had to say. On the other side of things, Winber, head coach, I talked to Tim. He said they've watched a little bit of game film on Forest Hills to prepare for this event. And speaking of this event, it is their first LAN, so they will be the untested team to beat. In contrast with the Forest Hills Rangers, who have been here before, they are a little bit more experienced with the land. So I do like seeing that little stat. And last but not least, he did say that their captain has a game plan. He would not tell me the game plan. That's totally fine. But their captain does have a game plan to shut down Vaco and the Forest Hills Rangers. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Nizzy. I'm
Secret
excited.
plan.
I'm excited to see what this secret plan is because I've seen some secret plans in action recently, RLCS and OCE. I doubt you were following it, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here. Physicists got their first ever top 4, and they did it by having one designated player just go full demo, just full demo. He was popping like 6, 7, 8 demos a game. They beat Power in the winner's bracket. A team that has never made top 4 beat Power in the winner's bracket, which, if you don't know, is the new Ground Zero lineup. So, Torsos, Amphis, Express. Yeah, they beat them by running, demo strats. So I want to see that here. I want to see if that's going to be the play right now.
Well, I mean, it is the ingenuity is usually what ends up winning throughout a series, but it's how well you can hold on to that identity as a team, Max, because there are reasons that both of these squads are here. And on the side of this Ramblers, so I mean, it is honestly, this team is offense. They shoot incredibly well. They score insane amounts of goals, averaging 15 goals in only 3 game series. They're averaging 5 a game, if you're a mathematician out there. And so that is a scary number. But when both of these teams met in that one-time meeting, almost a month removed, both of the teams had the lowest shooting and scoring that both sides had the entire season. So I'm wondering, as we start to delve into this first of a best of 7, who's going to be able to step forward and kind of wrestle control?
Yeah, well, at the moment, out the gates, it is Forest Hills. And I'm going to be that guy real quick on you. Your math was close. But to be quite honest, it'd be more like they would be averaging, 4.9 goals a game or something along those lines because of that one extra game that they played when they lost to Forest Hills. They played 16
But it was over
games.
15-6.
Oh, yeah.
So,
all right. So
yeah.
that direction. There we go. I'm also bad at math. Either way, interesting, though. I think the reason why you saw a lower scored game when these two teams played before, though, is because they're going to be a bit more controlled than most of their other opponents in this league. That's something I've noticed from both these sides. Cleaner rotations, usually keeping 1 or 2 defenders back, and that's made all the difference in a division that has had frequent unforced errors and frequent double commits. Speaking of unforced errors, first one right there, Vaco goes right over the ball, tried to turn it into a fake. However, immediately we can see Winbird. They're putting the pressure on. First shooting attempt, it's going to come from Nikki, and it's a 1-0 game.
Just a quick power play. You talk about a little bit of an overstep by the defensive end, and now you see all 3 players for Forest Hills stuck in this corner, just scrambling back to the ball, unable to find the connection. So a minute and 14 in, it's 1-0 Winbird.
And that started off from the Vaco whiff. Unfortunately, as soon as Vaco missed the ball, hold the thought, kickoff goes in. Winber, I mean, that's a pretty good goal.
It is a big-time win. Hotshot trying to stall the kickoff and stalled it a bit too well. And at the point with the follow-up coming through, Nikki able to get another one onto the board and only 4 more seconds, and it's a 2-goal lead.
And once again, it was Vaco who actually, I'm going to have to give it a credit to an unforced error right there. Just on the cheat, didn't have the read. And if this is the player who we're going to be looking to carry right now, I hate to say it, but nerves seem to be playing in effect. That's an own goal, I believe. No, not quite. It just missed it, but still. I thought it was for a second. It wasn't. I thought it bounced off Vaco from underneath, and then I was really going to go in. But we're fortunate, no own goals yet.
Well, I gotta say right now, Formal, as this kickoff is kind of breaking into it, that is a lot of threes on the scoreboard. And you know what? Now there's a one going on as Mega Blaziken got a free kickoff.
We're not allowed to hit talking points. It's a grand final. It's all goals, all action. No talking points allowed.
I feel like that was inaction more than action because one team forgot the kickoff. Like, that was Mega Blaziken, like, even tentatively was like, wait, I get to, okay, I'll score. And then just goes in. And so Forest Hills taking full advantage of it. Mega Blaziken trying to get a second, but unable to find it. And Xenon goes under it. An awkward positioning here, but a big save by Vaco on the back end.
Yeah, Vaco needed that save. I also think Vaco needs to get a good shot in about now because I'm a little bit worried about the nerves coming from the Forest Hill side, especially out of Vaco. Again, player that they're looking to rely on. Shaky start off to this series. Fortunately, it is a best of 7, so there's a lot of time to bounce back. However, I'm even kind of watching the back rotations right now, and, you know, you're seeing more Forest Hill defenders bumping into each other, more Forest Hills player kind of out of position right now, whereas the team that I expected to see the nerves from, you know, the first time ever land coming out there from Winber, they're looking cool, calm, and collected.
Well, collected and in control is very important places to be in. That mental set could be huge. And right now, Nikki has been leading this team as that front runner and trying to do so again. But tough sledding as you go right into the teeth of that defense as Forest Hill is poised to try and make an offensive push once again.
I like that setup right now. They were hoping that Random would have a little bit of a mistouch and just put it slightly behind them. However, Random keeping it in front, actually got 2 attackers to bite, and eventually that's going to lead to the clear right here. Nikki gets it past Blaziken, shot, target, save on the line. Odd shot comes up big, counterattack, and again, Forest Hills, get in each other's way. And unfortunately, that costs them the counterattacking goal.
Yep, 2 for 1 there, and there's no one back at home, so you have to retreat immediately. So now, on the offensive third, for the first time in probably a good 40 seconds or so consistently, but immediately back the other way, and, you know, tennis game breaking out as we're running back and forth up and down the field. Neither team able to really hold on to that possession right now, as there are touches, the balls are hitting the car, and it's just not having too much of an idea what you want to do afterward. They're just panic touches right now.
Yeah, there are, especially, again, not to be a little bit too critical of one side, but they're more so coming from the Forest Hills side. They're really tightening their spaces, and the end result is a lot of sort of awkward double commits right now, whereas Winber, they're able to play defenders a little bit further back. The double commits are causing weaker touches, and that's how come when things get a little bit pinball-y, it slowly rolls its way over to the Forest Hills side of the pitch right now. At this stage of the game, Forest Hills, they need to calm down. They need to spread themselves out a bit, get that communication back online, and play it like they did in the first minute of this game.
Well, now you look at this offensive setup coming from Forest Hills. They almost had a straight line of cars at that midfield line. And so if you look at traditional Rocket League, I hate saying that word with Rocket League. It's not an old enough game to be traditional.
Still looks good.
It does, but I don't want you to be that close. You want to have some spreading out. As Blaziken's just been given free real estate.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. This looks really good right now because the problem is, look at the boost meters on the replay. There was nothing there. Unfortunately, the pressure from Forest Hills, they were stealing the boost away on the rotations back, so Winber actually had nothing in the tank, and that's how come they were able to park themselves up close. That's how come they were able to find that shot. Now we're 30 seconds left in game number 1. Boof, we could see the comeback.
It was the old flying V, steal the boost formation. I just wasn't prepared for it. But Mega Blaziken has both of the goals for Forest Hills, down only 1, and you're wondering if we can see a third, a hat trick possibly coming out and equalizing this one with less than 20 to play. I love the clear from Nikki, not very far out, but Random just with a huge touch. That could be an open net, but unable to follow it up, just killing more of that time. Vaco in the air, trying to pass it down. Hotshot can't find it now. It is almost all up to Mega Blaziken, who gets there. He keeps it alive. It's going to bounce back down. Hotshot needs to get to it, but can't. Random cleared out to midfield. Nikki just going to put this one all the way back. And the Ramblers hold on with a 3-goal lead as it slowly evaporates to finish at a 3-2 finish.
Yeah, that said, though, I think the biggest takeaway I'm having from the end of that game, yes, Winber got the win, but Forest Hills got their confidence back. And I think we saw that really come into play during the final, minute in that one, when Forest
Yep.
Hills was able to get some offensive rotation in, they stole the boost away. They got Winbur's defense off balance, and then they were just allowed to park that ball in front of the goal and put it through. Even on those final 30 seconds, even though they didn't get the goal, the clean rotations were back. Players weren't getting in each other's way. Even in a high-pressure situation of that 0-second play, there was no unforced errors at the end from Forest Hills. So their confidence is back. It was a shaky start. Winber, they get game one, a couple free goals, particularly straight up the middle on that kickoff.
Yeah.
But now I think we're going to get a proper series moving forwards.
I think the biggest thing here is it's the old adage, Max. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And so obviously Forest Hills isn't happy with the finish of this game, but they're happy with the way that they finished and hopefully are looking to carry that on into the next game as we move on to game number 2. The Ramblers now up 1-0, improving themselves to a 16-1 overall record as they keep ever closer and closer to a possible 20-win season.
I mean, they're going to be short, though. They can't get 20 wins.
Yes.
The most they could get is 19.
Listen, I understand that we knew the math, but you can try and draw it out for more than game 2 of the broadcast, Max. Come on.
Maybe. Well, hold on. Are you including playoffs in that 15? Because if we include the playoffs, there's another 6 wins there. So
they didn't.
Oh, they got a forfeit win, so they're only at 18. So now they're at 19. So
19.
Technically, they're at 19-1.
Math.
We're getting close. We're getting close to the 21-1. We're getting
Yeah.
close to 21-1, which is a pretty infamous scoreline right there. That has some cause of concern. Actually, you know what? Wait, this is Pennsylvania, right? You guys should be celebrating that, like as every other state that's not Massachusetts. Either way, though, we're kicking off. It's game number 2 now underway
And trying to get an early goal is Hotshot, looking for that hot shot, just shipping it from midfield, but it's turned away quickly by that Rambler defense. Random handed it back, but it was an immediate discombobulation from the 2 blue cars, just having to back off here into their own defensive third. Vaco is just waiting to wonder what Mickey might be doing as that air drill makes it all the way to midfield.
I think I've figured out what's causing the confusion when it comes to the Forest Hills rotation, and it's actually the boost control. When they group up, when they start to get that really tight spacing and things start to go wrong, it's when they're low on boost and they're all going for the same full boost. That's the aspect of their gameplay that's actually starting to fall apart for them. And we're not seeing those same mistakes happening on the Winber side. Winber, again, they like playing spread out. They like relying on their mechanics. They like, a lot of open field for them. And something that Forest Hills is doing quite well is shortening that field. As soon as Forest Hills can manage sort of who goes for what boost a little bit better, they're going to have more success.
Now you kind of have to settle and wonder who can take control, not of these big pads, but the small pads littered throughout this field. These very 3 distinct lines, and you'll realize the best players know how to run those lines consistently to stay at medium to high levels of boost and do a lot of things. As Mega Blaziken stepping in front of his teammate there, another double commit on this side with the green cars as Forest Hills back on the defensive third. Nikki ending up just letting this one fall and hoping that Random can get their hot shot, though. Just setting up Xenon, and now a double on the other side as Random has to kind of like pick up the pieces as an offensive attack fell apart.
Yeah, the offensive attack fell apart, but it didn't have to. Winber actually played cautious, and instead of sending one player forward for any bumps or demos, they pulled both attackers back when they were in front of the ball. Shot from Blaziken, top left corner. It's a 1-0 lead.
Well, we've seen Blaziken score from right in front of the net twice. This time, though, just outside of that goalie's box area on the right side. Random trying all he could, but that Fennec just a bit too short. And now a 1-goal lead here for Forest Hills.
And eyes may have been on Vaco coming into this game, but Blaziken has been stepping up. I mean, very aggressive style. Like we commented on before, cutting off teammates, trying to get every touch. But, hey, if you're putting the shots in, right, you can't complain. It's all about the goals. Breakaway for Random, though. We're going to have a tie game.
It's a tie game immediately, and when you see all 3 cars in the air, a double commit in front of the net, there is nobody home, and Random doing the right thing, not trying to go for anything too stylish, because nothing's more stylish than a tie game after you tie it up.
Yeah, and I mean, Winber really hasn't been having to do much to kind of keep themselves in this game. It's just sort of wait for Forest Hills to make that mistake and capitalize on it. They're playing super far back. They're giving up a lot of field possession, yes, even though they have performed historically better with that space. But all you need is one whiff like that, and all of a sudden, there's the space, there's the pass.
Ooh.
It might not be needed. It was almost a shot instead. Either way, just a little bit wide.
I'm a little bit confused at why I didn't follow it up. Maybe Nikki didn't have the boost. I'll have to go back and watch that. But that was a beautiful 2v2 play that looked like it was for sure going to end in the back of the net. But now once again, you look at this side of Windbirds. They just look to... I feel like I'm watching an anaconda on the offensive end as they slowly move forward and try to just have that pressure and choke out Forest Hills. And they have not been able to build that offensive third.
That said, that's okay though, because the pressure still seems to be choking out Forest Hills at time. Like, it is such a contrasting style right now between these teams. That's the own goal! I sensed it before. It was just a game early. I knew it was coming though.
Well, you know, we'll call it calculated from random because obviously he called bank and then off of an opponent, off of another opponent into the net, obviously. But no, it's just an unfortunate, unforced error that opens the door for the Ramblers to get back out in front.
But it goes back to this idea that Forest Hills seems to be panicking with so many of their touches when they don't realistically need to be. If they can calm this down with the space that's being given to them, they should be able to create attacking opportunities. Instead, Nikki just will drive it straight down the throat, and Forest Hills is down by 2.
Well, I'm going to say there was a ton of patience here by Nikki, not using the boost until he gets the ball, or they get the ball right on top of that Octane. Not wanting to take a shot, but instead of daring for that player to jump up, which opens the door back post, makes it now a 2-goal lead, and adding a little bit of salt into that goal with a demo afterwards as well.
Yeah, that demo looked intentional. Like, he jumped into the demo. And you know what? When your opponents are flustered, that demo could go a long way. Like, I'm not writing that off. Like, it really feels like Winber, with their more passive style, has gotten into the heads of Forest Hills, unfortunately, and that's where the unforced errors are coming from. And we can't be too critical of the team succumbing to nerves in this type of environment. Like, it's a LAN. It's the grand final series. You're the underdog as well, so I'm not blaming them per se, but if you're not going to be able to make shots like that, Foof, your chances of winning this series, it starts to go down.
Well, it's still only game number 2 and still have 62 seconds left to play. Hotshot now banging it off of that cross once again. That right wall has just been abused as what should have been a golden opportunity to bite into that lead is turned away by the lack of accuracy and mistouches. Now behind just playing aggressively. It's a nuisance in front of this net. And Forest Hills, no boost in the tank for Hotshot. It's up to Mega Blaziken, who now has single digits of his own. A little bit of an attempt of a wave dash to try and pressure this ball. And this has gone so far with such a lack of just resources.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Forest Hills, that shot really had to go in. Instead, Random will get a dunk. Did he dunk on 2? I think that was a double dunk.
It was a dunk over 1, and then the unfortunate.
It came off for a second. Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted the double dunk. I wanted the double dunk. I wanted it bad.
It would have even bested a double doink at the end of the day, but unfortunately, right now, all we can say is that this lead is continuing to grow. Now 3 goals. This is a 4-1 scoreline, and it's looking like it's going to be a 2-0 scoreline in the series as the Ramblers getting back to their offensive ways that we have seen them so heavily do. And the big thing that I want to point out is that all 4 goals are assisted, and they average around half, 1 for every 2 goals being assisted on the season, and they have now stepped it up to having 4 for 4 in this game.
That's an interesting one, though, because, like, one of those goals, you have to give the 2 assists over to Forest Hills.
But it's still on the scoreboard. But it's still on the scoreboard.
I think I don't mean to be that guy, but I feel like that assist stat is a little bit deceptive in this situation, because even if you look back at how Winbor were scoring most of their goals, it was sort of solo breakaways. But that one player moving forward sometimes is able to create enough pressure that the second player who comes through will be the one who gets that goal in. But at the end of the day, Winbor's identity, specifically in this series, it's been that defensive strategy, and I think that was their secret play. It's give the space to Forest Hills. Let's stay back. Let's play defensive. Let's let them come to us, and when they overcommit, we just drive it straight back into the opposite net, and it's working for them. It's how they're scoring a majority of their points, and for Forest Hills right now, they have to recognize with that space that's given to them, they can slow the pace down. They can play a little bit more patient. They don't need to panic every time the ball is on their side of the pitch.
That is a big thing. You don't want to have panic. You don't want to overcommit, waste boost, get too excited and double commit because any mistake will be magnified, especially on a grand finals, and then even more so in a land feeling because it is actually competing for this final idea. You win and you are the winners. You lose and you go home and you end up finishing second. And so it is a lot of pressure that is now mounted on all six of these players. And you want to make sure that you are working not only to be your best player yourself, but the best teammate that you can be, because the best team, I think, today will be the one that walks away victorious. And right now it has been this Ramblers from Winburn as they continue to dominate.
Yeah, case in point. Once again, solo breakaway. This time looking for the bump. Nikki couldn't quite find it. Nikki has been the most aggressive in looking for bumps and demos on the Winburn side. We haven't really spoken too much about the Winburn offense right now just because they've been so passive on the attack and just sort of whoever happens to be in that right spot. But Nikki, more often than not, will look to get physical with it. Case in point, another big bump on Bako this time. So keep your eyes on Nikki. If we're going to see that demo play, that's what I expect to see it come from. Shot from Bako, saved on the line.
Nikki just able to get to that one. And yes, what a save in chat already being handed out. I mean, it was a beautiful diving play. Now going back the other day, Random looking for that angle. Vaco returning in kind with a save of their own. Hot shot can't get to it, and so now it's up to Blaziken to set up a defensive reset as he gets it just past the midfield, but not a lot cooking after that.
Oh, Nikki missed on the pass. That said, still found the demo, but hesitation once more for Winburn. They don't want to push in. They don't want to be too aggressive. They're waiting to see if Hotshot would make a misstep. Hotshot, who's been kind of quiet so far, actually kept control this time, but look at the line of scrimmage set up. Winburn actually might be exposed right here. They were too far forward, and now Blaziken's back to Bako. Shot, goal, and that's Forest Hills with a lead.
So here you're going to see a small issue on Winburn, and this is something I haven't seen much of, but this is a near post rotation, not only from Random, but I believe Xenon as well. And so with no one going far post, Nikki is the last person back, and that opens the door for Forest Hills to get the first goal.
Yep, and the reason why they have felt like they had to go near post, too far forward. The first time they overcommit forwards, they get punished for it. And now we're starting to understand why Winburn has kind of come into this game with that strategy. They're more comfortable on defense. They're okay if that ball stays in front of them. But the second they get a little bit too eager, yeah, that rotation back was definitely sketchy. And now another goal. This time it says Hotshot making a play out of nothing.
Well, Nikki tried to dribble it up onto the ceiling, and it just gets a bit too far away. And then trying to get creative with the clear, reading the entire way, Hotshot just calculated pinches it through, making it a 2-0 lead.
That goal was actually a lot sicker on replay than we first saw.
Yes, sir.
Right there. That was Hotshot just scored a goal that should hopefully fire this Forest Hills team up. They need that momentum. They need that confidence right now. That's it. Random almost cleared it right back the opposite way. Hotshot gets a demo, though. I don't think Forest Hills are done. Bako designated to commit it forward. Blaziken, third member, does make contact. Random's there. Wanted to see a bang into the corner. Instead, though, they try to slow it down, and as a result, they lose the space. Hotshot with a chance. Hotshot with a shot. Saved from behind out of Random.
Unfortunately, catching it with the tires there, that aerial not high enough into the air to get turned back down and use the nose means it's a slow touch on the shot. A very poignant and timely save by this Winburn defense because this is starting to be dangerous as Winburn finds himself down 2, and if they can't get back to form, this clock will be continuing to go down.
Their spacing was too tight once again on that attack, though. They weren't prepared to get that challenge. And that's an own goal the other way. All right, we're even now.
I mean, it works. Vaco this time, you've been calling his name, finally gets one to go, but it goes off of Xenon, and that one still snuck past all 3 defenders, so it still would have been something cooking in the middle of the field, but it ends up being a goal as now Nikki wins the dunk of the century on the kickoff. Okay.
I'm going to watch this one again, because I don't know if that was... that's a good kickoff. That's good. I don't know if that's good as Hotshot's one. I think it's close. I think we got to like start, getting those scorecards up for the dunk contest right now because we are definitely going back and forth at the moment. I suppose Forest Hills has the lead, not just because of what Hotshot pulled off, but the 2 extra goals as well. A lot of time left in game number 3, and I hate to say this, but this is must win for Forest Hills. I think a reverse sweep against the way how Winber has been playing, I don't know if you come back from that. So Forest Hills really needs to lock this blue team down.
Well, it's just still only game number 3. We'll have a fourth no matter
that's
what. As
in.
Nikki sees the open field, aims down, and has it sighted in, going the length of the field, biting into that lead. It's 2-3.
And it's a similar pitfall. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here. 3 players forward. Hot Shot was the third member, but didn't need to play it forward. Could have stayed back. Could have been the safe third member, but instead, so desperate to add to that lead, winds up costing them a goal. Forest Hills, they still have one more cushion point to play with, but with the positioning right now, it doesn't look like Winber wants it to last for long. Random, a little bit too wide.
Blaziken now has that ball on their nose. Got to pass the Hot Shot. Hot Shot off the sidewall here. That's going to be going back to the midfield, but I believe that's a rotation all the way to back boost for Vako. And now Vako says he wants the ball as that ball is just bouncing around. And so Forest Hills still up and in front, just need to kind of take a deep breath, get back into communicating, whereas you have this side of Winber. They need to get creative on that offensive end. 2 goals on Nikki, but they still need one more.
Mega Blaziken had demoed Random instead of going for the ball. That would have been a goal. That would have been the game. Still, Winber has a chance right now. Ball up for grabs. Random has the boost. We'll take it over the top. One defender's back. Good demo on the opposite end of the pitch. That sets up Nikki, who puts it high. And there's no follow-up across the middle. Xenon was playing defense. Xenon was playing back. Not wanting to make the same mistake as before may have cost the last shooting opportunity for Winber.
Still 20 seconds, though, here, Max, and that opens the door. Xenon, though, pulling the trigger, but a bit misguided. It falls down to the left. A quarter of a minute left. Vako flipping into it late. Hot Shot putting the pressure into the corner. 10 seconds now left on this clock. And in game number 3, Hot Shot dunking it, but it's not going on. Xenon bump Random, waiting for it to fall down, and Blaziken wanting to put it into this one, but now it's up to Nikki. You have to go the length of the field. You did it once, but can you do it again? The ball bouncing down. Hot Shot keeps it away, and Forest Hills, by a score of 3-2, able to make it a 2-1 series.
Yep, they needed to get that win. Fist bumps all around at the end of that one as well. Well done for the Forest Hills side, and for the first time in this series, we saw Winber making the critical positional mistakes. We saw Winber press too far forward, too slow on those back rotations, so we kind of saw those awkward post plays as you saw out of that. And although Vako got 2 goals in this one, I still think Hot Shot's dunk from the ceiling had to be the goal of the series thus far, and that just, I don't know, you don't lose games where you pull that off, Foof. Like, you're just not allowed.
Rarely. Like, it's equivalent to the best thing I can equate it to is American football, a big hit. It is a tone setter. It opens the door not only for the team to be like, hey, we can not only do this, but we can score against this team, but we can do it in fashionable and very fun ways. It is just the pop. It's the moment. But immediate answer there coming from Nikki on the kickoff, I think gets that momentum back more in the middle. And so we're going to see a true tug of war in the first minute and a half in this next game.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're going to see. And it's going to be critical. I feel like these kickoffs have not really been going Forest Hills' way. Like, Winber has gotten a few kickoff goals right now. Their cheat has been more consistent, a lot more effective, especially when Nikki seems to be the one looking for that next touch or that next shot. So my eyes are going to be on Nikki coming into these kickoffs right here.
I think it's a little bit scary because Nikki was so far ahead on that kickoff. I'm wondering if Forest Hills has an answer to catch up in that speed. Whereas if you don't, you have to be adjustable and make sure that you don't land too far away from the ball, because that is what ended up happening. I don't remember what player it was, but they ended up on the right-hand side of the ball where Nikki was in that middle shaded to their right as well. And so it kept it on the straight line, which opens that easy net. But then on the flip side, we have seen Winburn go for a couple of fake kickoffs. One of them resulted in an immediate Mega Blaziken goal, and the other resulted in an early pass attempt. And so it's a chess match at the midfield when we have this true open set.
Here we go. What's going to happen this time? It was Random versus Hot Shot. Hot Shot got the ball. Random got the demo. That should have been possession for the team in blue, but it's an unforced error out of Nikki, and this could open the doorway for Forest Hills to strike force for the 3rd game in a row. Vako will get possession, tries to corner it, doesn't get the boost, leaves it for Random, and that's clear.
dangerous positioning that was Nikki jumped for it as well. But I mean, with no pressure, Nikki just got to continue walking this ball up. Vaco a bit too excited, can't find it. Hot shot now passing up on the sidewall. Vaco trying again. So strike number 2 for that man in the green
Big
and yellow
bump.
Octane.
Ooh, wrong player. Bumped Zenon, but then Random got the clear. I like the attempt, though, and I like to see Forest Hill starting to mix up some of their attacks right now, as we do see Blaziken looking for a pass down to Hot Shot. They bridged the gap, but wasn't able to find the ball. Another attempt, though, could come from this Vaco, looking for Blaziken. It's another miss in front of the net. Both of those goals were open.
Now it is up to Nikki. Has it on top of this Octane, but jumping early on the flick. I think Nikki was looking for the shot, but when you opt for a shot that early and you don't find a touch, that ball just slowly rolls towards the net, and that's exactly what happened. Now Hot Shot again with another opportunity, this time credited with a shot, but saved by Random. And so Winber, I think they are very fortunate right now, as there has been at least 4 good opportunities for this green and gold team to have made a splash play, and we still stand at a 0-0 scoreline.
Yeah, and, this defense that was, so strong before, starting to struggle a little bit. That's a good 51 by Nikki, and that's a better touch by Random, just to give Winber some time to kind of recoup themselves and get going. But someone's got to go for the ball move. They left it open, and Vaco capitalizes.
It was so Random falling back down, a miscommunication as Nikki also stepped forward from that far post spot. They rotate back around because there's a breakdown in communications, and Vaco sees the blue sea split, making a 1-0 lead here for the green and gold.
They're rattled. I think Winber is starting to get a little bit rattled after dropping that last game. We're starting to see Forest Hills come back alive, because that mistake doesn't happen in game 1 and 2. I would even argue a mistake that bad didn't even happen in game number 3. That was the most egregious unforced error yet, and credit to Vaco to having the wherewithal to immediately capitalize on it. That was a heads-up play. There's a chance for another, but this time doesn't quite find the shot. Blaziken, though, could go high with it. Tried to fake it low. Nikki has the read. Vaco has the follow-up. Random keeps it off the post. Blaziken again, just a little bit too slow. Double commit out of the box, but the 50 is won by the team in blue. Now they get a shot. Vaco pushes it away.
So the big thing there is Blaziken had the right idea in mind, wanted to go back post, but did not find the right touch. And Nikki wanted to go high, but jumped early, and it was keeping that ball on the ground. An easy save by Hot Shot and this defense for Forest Hills. But now, only a 1-goal lead as Nikki goes near post. Vaco Blaziken just waiting for it, but having to get that one out. So Vaco and company starting to race and look for another offensive opportunity.
That said, 1-0 right now. This has been our lowest scoring game yet. This has been our lowest shooting game yet as well for Winber. Only 1 shot through the first 3 minutes right now. They have been pinned down on their own side of pitch for a majority of this game. Now they're starting to creep forward. Now they're playing more midfield. They're not playing their own back half anymore, and that space that was given to Forest Hills is gone. Granted, when we saw them try this in game 3, it was immediately punished, so I'm going to be curious to watch out for that. Blaziken gets it past 2. Zenon, through traffic from their own team, is able to get it back forward into the corner. Now we're seeing a bit more space again. It's not as tight as it could be, not as snug as you might want it necessarily, but at least it's a position where Winber does seem more comfortable.
Random with a touch there. Hot shot near post opportunity, but Nikki diving to dissuade that one. 70 seconds left in this game number 4.
That should be a
in
goal.
the series. No, sir. You had Blaziken sitting near post, just waiting for it to happen. Not a lot of boost in that Octane, but in the perfect position. 1 high, 1 low. And the series
Random,
beginning to hang. Possibly
if Random had made contact,
balance.
that would have gone in. I stand by that. If Random had hit the ball, Blaziken was beat. That should have gone in. That's unfortunate. Either way, 45 seconds remaining. Like, I'm with you, right? The positioning was correct, but sometimes you just get beat. Oh, Vaco! Don't do that to my heart!
Well, right now, getting beat is only physics. As physics allows Random to find the fanatical touch that you were looking for, and Random was going across the crossbar, goes, wait a minute, it's coming back, and I feel like I was watching someone jump for a rebound at that point as the Finnick just went straight in the air.
Yeah, see, so you just take that and you put that with that other shot. Everything is right in the world right now. It was Random over Blaziken. It's a tie game. 30 seconds remaining. We're on a crash course for our first overtime at this stage. I am noticing a trend. awkward touches from Vaco on defense lead to goals for Winber, and now they're going to end it in regulation.
What a
Random
save!
beat Blaziken, but
Xenon!
Xenon is there, and that's a 2-1 lead.
Goal 1 for this player, and I don't know if there's been a more important time. Vaco diving to make a save, but Xenon poised in the perfect position. Go ahead, coach, clap your hands, because that was a huge play by the third man on this Winver side.
2 goals in the final 35 seconds to get Winber back in the lead, and it looks like they might hold on. 5 seconds for Forest Hills. They want this goal. They need this goal, but Xenon's taking it the other way.
Popping
Peach
off.
gets it to the backboard. Ball kept alive, but Vaco hits it too hard, and it's match, no tournament point for Winber.
It is not only match tournament, it's season point. This is everything and more. Winber 1 win away, ladies and gentlemen. A 3-1 scoreline right now. It is a race to 4 on the back of Nikki having 2 Herculean saves to keep this game only at a 1-goal deficit in times, and then keep it tied on the back of Random and Xenon. But Random and Xenon both having a cycle to their names. That is the reason why Winber was able to survive and then come back and overcome this Forest Hills side.
I mean, yeah, that was a very, very clutch comeback in the end right there to get those last 2 goals. And what they showed me in that game was what was lacking in game 3 in particular. When they pressed forward, they stayed calm this time. They didn't go too far forward. It was kind of one person, I would say 2/3 up, the other 2 kind of sitting just behind that midfield line. So yeah, Forest Hills was given some space, but Winber were giving themselves enough time to react. And from what we've seen from Forest Hills, they don't really bang the ball that hard. They don't go for those deep clears. They have been going for more slower approaches. So when you have that little bit of time to react, that ensuing challenge is sometimes a dribbler, and that's when you get that quick follow-up from the player just behind that midfield line. Winber was doing that very well, particularly in the final minute and a half of that game, and it paid off with 2 goals. So really well done from Winber. They're now 1 game away.
I think the biggest thing is that Winber was able to start following up their pressure. And you talk about with both those players sitting back and following the dribbles, it's they were able to do it in a communicated and planned method instead of just attacking, just, oh, we're ahead now. As Vaco and company, I mean, that was the golden seed for them. That could have put the series at a 2-2 and been the true resetter.
Oh,
but
no.
now they stand, wait, I mean, hot shot scoring, okay.
And you can't even blame Boost for this one. The tanks were full. They had the boost. They had the positioning. It doesn't matter. 3 strikes, you're out. Point 1 goes to hot shot.
I mean, it just goes up into the air, the soft touch, and drops it down.
No.
And now, I mean, the world would never be right if it wasn't an immediate kickoff goal being followed up by Winber. And it is just random doing random things. 19 seconds in, and we're tied up.
Yeah, so you want to know what the difference between a speed flip and a side flip is? That right there. That one was the correct speed flip from Random, and that got the goal. And then Random misses a chance on this next kickoff. So I guess, you know, we're slowly writing this world as much as possible.
Law of
Either
statistics.
way, yeah, all calculus. That's all what's happening right now. Hot shot, backboard, Vaco there, but pushes it to the corner instead.
Got a bit too excited there, looking too far near post instead of in the middle, in the meat of that net. If Vaco just stays in the middle of that field, that one's going to open up for them. But now looking near post again, almost caught the defense slipping. Nikki with an epic save to their name, and we stand still. At a 1-1 game, it's going to be a 1-2 game if we're not careful. And Nikki again just standing as the bullets whiz by. They bounce off of this Octane, and it is still 1-1.
The fastest bullet came from Random. That's not what you want to see. Either way, though, this is actually pretty good for Nikki. Has a chance.
Double?
Double? The first double of the tournament gives what could be Winber a tournament, nay, championship winning point.
That is one for the highlight books, as Nikki had it set up all the way from midfield, was hoping it would fall to them, and it does so. Now finding their stride and finding the upper right corner and getting a lead 2-1 here with 3.5 left.
What I like, too, is just looking at those player cams, cool, calm, and collected from the Winber side. They're not popping off just yet. They're staying as controlled as possible. Random
pass.
could be an open net. Blaziken was underneath and kept it high. Keeping it high keeps it away from Nikki. Allows you to go on the counter. Offensive shot from Vaco. Followed through by Hotshot, and we're tied once more.
That begins, I believe, with a bump. I'm trying to get my eyes around to Hotshot, and that just pushes Xenon onto an awkward side. Now he's stuck between the ball and that net. Diving towards it opens the door, and Hotshot taking full advantage of it. 2v2 the right way. A lot of twos on this scoreboard now as we're tied 2 apiece.
And I also love the complete opposite. You know, Windbird, they're silent, they're calm, they're kind of playing together. When you look at the Forest Hill side, that goal gets scored, you know, there's other students there, other teammates cheering them on, the fist bumps all around. 2 very different approaches from 2 very different teams. Nikki in front of the net just retook that lead.
Well, Hotshot finding an errant touch, and Vaco cannot get this clear, just ends up pushing it straight down, and Nikki just waits for it and gets the old putter out and knocks it through, making it 3-2.
3-2, 3 minutes left. We just went from our lowest scoring game to possibly our highest scoring game back to back. That's kind of how it goes. Another chance for Random. Doesn't quite get there in time.
Well, the last time these teams met, it was more of a defensive showcase, and now it is seeing who has that high-powered offense to try and finish off, possibly, the other squad, as Winber 1 game away, 2 minutes and 35 seconds away from a possible HSL championship in this D2 league as Vaco. I like the idea. Caught them all slipping. You said it. A triple here, but Random just in control and walking it across.
Yeah, time ticking down. Hotshot.
There's no one
Had
there.
a chance. The thing is, and I'm noticing this from Forest Hills right now, they're trying to increase the tempo of this game, and it's a little faster than they're used to, and they're starting to make those silly mistakes again. Case in point, Hotshot posted, but Blaziken puts it through, and we're tied once more.
With bated breath, I was wondering if this one was going to be gone again, because that was just so much time for Blaziken to have to follow up and catch up to that ball, but it does not matter. 3-3 with 126 seconds left in regulation.
Yeah, this is getting very tense very quickly right now, especially for that Forest Hill side. Vaco side flips. Nikki goes over the top.
Well, once again, Windburn just winning a kickoff. I've seen this one before, but this is just an angle and a half coming from Nikki on that right-hand side. Just absolutely deadly over there.
Kickoffs are something that it's becoming more and more
Please
prevalent,
nerf
I feel
Psyonix.
like, across all metas right now. Again, every time Windbur has taken the lead, though, Foof, we've seen an answer. Case in point, Vaco gonna answer.
It's just a step up there by Nikki with no one back at home. Hotshot with a beautiful pass off the corner. Unfortunately, Xenon, no boost in the tank, can't catch up to it. And so Vaco nodding it up, and now 8 goals have been scored, and there's still 110 seconds left.
So much time left on the clock. Hotshot now a chance for a kickoff goal. Got it past the defenders. Blaziken, pass back to Vaco, but it's too far in front of them. That could have been the go-ahead goal. Instead, we go the other way. Nikki has Xenon over the middle. Random just behind in the middle of the pitch. Slows it down past one defender. Not past the second. Clear attempt. Taken away. Vaco wants to go solo. Vaco wants to go into the sky. Vaco wants to do it themselves. Random puts it back, but it's off the post and not in.
Just enough of a touch to make it and keep it away from that net. I mean, it was truly splitting pixels on whether or not that was a save or an own goal, and we still stand at 4-4. 8 goals still scored. One team looking to try and step up. If it's going to be this Winver squad, the series ends here. If it is this Forest Hills team, the series will be looking to move on, but it is only less than a minute left in regulation.
Yeah, we're almost in that golden goal situation right now. Regulation or overtime. Next goal probably wins this game. And at the moment, Winber was the one hunting for it. Instead, fake from Blaziken, finds Hotshot, attempting to cross up the defense. Centered. Blaziken chance, beats Random. Ball still on the backboard. Vaco's trying to reposition, has to go against Nikki. Wound up missing the ball, but got the bump. That allows Hotshot to play it forward. Vaco again, waiting middle of the field, but Random will keep it in the corner. Random will keep it themselves as well. Past the second defender. Vaco able to get to an untouched clear. Double commit. Nikki's the only one back. Doesn't have the boost. Shot. Corner. Goal. And Forest Hills, they retake the lead.
I mean, Vaco does it all, has a demo teammate in front of him, but there's only a one-man left back, and Nikki with no boost, going for an upper 90 read as well. Vaco, the man you've been calling, stepping up to answer that call, and now it's a miscue on the kickoff. Xenon's free.
We've seen so many of these kickoffs go awry for Forest Hills. This time, though, Winberg won't be able to get the quick goal. They're going to have to do it in the dying seconds instead, and off their own backboard as well. Ball rolling
Hot
towards
shot.
the net. Hot shot secures the game. Forest Hills are taking us to game 6.
6-4 is the score line now, and I'm not going to say it's over with, but it is going to be difficult for this Winford team to come back 2 in 3 seconds. We have kickoff goals. Don't say it. It can't happen.
I'm saying it. I'm calling it. Yeah, see, look at that. It's hit 0. It's done. It's gone. Nah. 3 seconds, 2 goals. I don't know. That seems a bit much to me. Either way, Forest Hills, they're going to be happy with that one. They secure themselves that win. They keep themselves in this. Claps all around following that victory. But they still got to do that 2 more times. And you see how hard it is to beat this Winberg team, right? Like, they don't give away wins easy.
I mean, it was not giving at all, Max. It was straight up taking. It was a fist fight for scraps at the dinner table, and Forest Hills is now standing holding the fork, but there is still, like you said, at least one more game to be played. Forest Hills has to put it together not only once, but twice in a row to finish this series. Now, remember, they only need one more win. They need it right one time, and they check it off.
So, compare Vaco's play from the start of this series to what we saw at the end of this one. He looked like a completely different player out there on the pitch. It was a complete, just like turn of fortune right there. It was that confidence that has finally come back. And now I'm looking at Winberg, who was going to step up, who was going to kind of match this all of a sudden pressure out there. And my eyes, they're leaning towards Nikki. Nikki has been the most consistent, I feel like, on that Winberg side, via kickoff, via the more aggressive positioning as compared to the teammates. Nikki seems to be the one most willing to take those risks. So if I'm Winberg, I'm keeping Nikki forward. I'm keeping Nikki as that first man, but someone has to play with. They looked at their best when they were communicating, when they were confident on the follow-up. That follow-up needs to come back, or we might see a game 7.
I think the biggest thing that's going to need to happen is we're going to need to see the guy who stepped up with a goal and almost another one in the last 5 seconds. I believe it was game 4 to put it 3-1. If Xenon can have another performance like that, this is going to be even more difficult for this team of Forest Hills, because I mean, the Xenon has been that man sitting back as like a free safety-esque. And so when they allow Xenon to step forward and he can get some comfortable touches, it finally works. But it's just about getting his comfort levels right and making sure everything is right. And the Ducks are all in a row, but there is 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 6, a season, a championship, a team hangs in the balance. And we're going to see who is going to be standing over the top after this one.
Strong safety has always been more fun than free safety, right? So play it forward, go for some blitzes, get some sacks, do what you have to do. I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, Xenon having 0 shots in the last game definitely was a little bit telling. But I don't want to discredit Random as well. I mean, yes, they're driving a Merc, and, you know, okay, not everyone's perfect. But that's not the touch you need. I blame the Merc.
Blame the Merc. Is that? Yeah, that is an interesting touch going back across your net.
Doesn't happen if you're in a real car.
Well, no, if you push across your net, that does happen.
No, not in a Dominus. In a Dominus, that would have been a
real
whiff.
cars too, dang it.
Dominus is the only real car, and had that been there, that would have been a whiff.
Pancake.
Forest Hill up 1-0, though. This is good for them because they're about to get a second goal as well. And now Forest Hill, they're in control of game 6. I know we're still 4 minutes, 9 seconds away, but it feels like they're knocking on that door for game 7.
I mean, it was an interesting mental strategy by Random here to break out of that Merc, as Mega Blazing and company have now found themselves on the receiving end of getting a 2-goal lead in the first minute of this game number 6. And they are probably feeling very confident and very calm and in control.
Yeah, I think well, I don't think calm is a word I would use to describe Forest Hills, but they're definitely looking more confident. That is for sure. I mean, 2 players playing in the box, the pace at a snail's rate, and they're still finding the goals over the top.
And it's just a soft touch to bury it up and over the defense. And if we aren't careful, this could go one way very quickly. And we'll be looking at a 7-game, true 7-game series as Vaco now goes into the meat and the potatoes of the net. Vaco doesn't go for the corner, he scores.
And I can't help but feel like right now, Forest Hills, yes, the players are playing amazing, but where did this confidence come from? Look at the camera. Look at the live feed right now. They have all the support, it feels like, of all the students who are going to be playing here today, kind of surrounding them, cheering them on. As soon as that support started to come through, I've started to notice the improvement in their play as well.
Blaziken!
Blaziken's just going to keep adding to this right now. It's become the same old story right now. A ball slowly rolls through the corner in front of the net. Someone's there to bang it in. Again and again and again. Schoolmates putting up their fellow classmates, cheering them on. The support is there right now for Forest Hill, and they are just riding that momentum into what looks to be a Game 7.
Well, it's 5-0, and it's only been 90 seconds, but don't put it past Nikki and Cruz. They know how to score, and score a bunch. Like we said, during the regular season, averaged 5 goals a game, and so this is not above or beyond what they normally can do. It's just now they only have 3 minutes to do so, and you're wondering if they can find an answer as Blaziken wins a 50 and takes it back the other way.
This is a team, a Winber team.
It is a team
that lost 1 game during the entirety of the season. They are now down 6-0. This is unprecedented with how dominant they've been, and I'm going to be that guy again. They're running into their problems as soon as they hit that 21 win mark.
Well, I'm just going to say that it's not the Merc. We're never going to blame the Merc, okay? Other things have caused...
Never blame a Merc when you can blame Tom Brady.
Okay. But right now, Vaco going near post random. Getting the bicycle save. Blaziken in the air. Finds a soft touch. Xenon waiting here underneath of it. Random pinching it. Nikki out in front, but ends up pushing it instead of catching it. So it's an awkward position here for this Windburn defense as they had just overstepped again. Blaziken given free real estate, but could not find the net.
At this stage right now, if you're Windburn, this game's a write-off. You're going to Game 7, and the sooner you come to accept that, I kind of feel like the better off. But you need that one play. You need that one goal. You need something to build momentum off of right now because the floodgates have been opened, and Forest Hills, they're just driving through again and again and again. You have to quell the bleeding now before it carries over into our deciding match.
Well, I mean, I'm just, I'm slack-jawed right now. I mean, this was unexpected. I expected a little bit more of a fist fight, and it felt like someone just landed a haymaker. And this team in blue has been rocked ever since, and the pressure just relentless on the side of this Forest Hills green and gold squad as they are out in front huge in Game 6.
Yeah, this has just been massive right now for them as we're seeing more pressure coming from the team in green, just taking shot after shot. What are rotations? How about you just have it right outside the opponent's goal? Now they are sending players a bit further back, though. Now they are starting to give a little bit of space again. And this could be an opportunity again for Windber. They just need to get one goal. They just need something to build off of. I can't think of a world where getting shut out is at all, you know, not necessarily, well, obviously it's not beneficial, but like I don't see how you can get shut out in this game and then turn it around to a win in Game 7. They need that 1 point.
Oh, I mean, it's just how good are you at mentally resetting? How well of a cohesive unit is this team, and what is that communication like? You talk about a very emotive team on the side of Forest Hills, and that's a good and bad thing at times. If it's going good, it's going great. If it's going bad, it can be going horrible because that emotion is there. And so if this is a team that is very emotionally stable on the side of Windburn, maybe they're able to take this loss in stride and realize, hey, we still got one more. We just have to put it together one time and get everything out in front of us. But right now, the only thing in front of them is Vaco, and they just continue to pour more pressure on.
And you bring up a good point because you can't burn yourself out either. And I have seen that at the top level of play where a team will dominate Game 6 and then just completely disappear at Game 7 because they're just riding too much of that high and everything starts to fizzle away. So it's staying focused on what your end goal actually is, and that can be a challenge when you go up 8-0 in a game right now. It's going to be a challenge for both these teams, I believe, going into Game 7, but we wouldn't really want it any other way, would we, Foof? We wanted a Game 7 at the start of this broadcast. We're going to get it in about half a minute's time. 5 minutes to determine our Division B champions.
Well, it is half a minute left in Game 6, and I mean, there is no way that they are going to be coming back, because now it could be a 9-goal lead. A backflip coming out from Blaziken, and Nikki trying to return it. It has a beautiful
They need
dribble.
that goal. There it is.
8-1 though. It's not a trip down, but it's 8-1.
But it's what they needed, right? You needed that solo play, and it comes from Nikki. This is something you can build off of. Just a reminder, hey, we can still score on these guys. And look at how they did it as well. It's the same way how they won games 1 and 2. Counterattack, straight down the middle, beat out the one defender. That strategy is still effective. So guess what? I don't think we're going to get an 8-1 Game 7. I think it's going to be a lot closer affair. You don't keep Winber down. You don't keep this juggernaut of a team down. They're going to come back swinging. Forest Hills, are you up for the challenge? Can you make it a 3-game comeback? We're going to find out as soon as this ball hits the ground.
Oh, a dunk coming through there. Random able to get that second goal. And this is interesting, is now you see 2 goals on this side of Winburn. Obviously, it's just kind of painting a pig at this point on this game, but it gets that momentum to head into the final Game 7. The epic of this entire division falling down to 1 game, 1 moment, possibly 1 goal, Max.
Yeah, so this is why we always love Game 7s, right? Every touch matters in these types of situations. And if these players weren't nervous, if they weren't feeling the pressure before, look, I expect they're at least feeling a little bit of something now. This is going to be an interesting matchup for sure, and I do feel like consistency is something that cannot be overlooked. Under pressure before Forest Hills, sometimes they get a little overeager. Sometimes they get a little double committee. They cannot afford that. Winber, they know what their strategy should be again. I think they're going to start to play further backwards more. They're going to look for those straight up the middle counterattacks, win that 1v1. The thing is, don't cheat so far forward with it that you get punished and all of a sudden that ball winds up behind you in case something goes awry. Have that plan B ready because you might need that as well. This is such an interesting matchup. 2 very different teams, and it comes down to 1 more game.
It was a 4-game race, Max. And at one point in time, it looked like one team was just going to run and cross that finish line without a sweat drop on their brow. But now we stand at the precipice, both teams equal parts away from the finish line, both of them streaking towards an inevitable end, and we don't know who is going to cross first. Game 7, Forest Hills, Winber, who wins? Who is able to walk away?
And the crazy thing is, this is even the first time these 2 schools are going at it again. It's going to happen in the Overwatch final as well. Nikki, breakaway! Goal number 1 is off the post and not in the net!
Unfortunately, that is only shot number 1 instead of goal number 1, and Nikki wanting that one back, as that could have been a tone setter, and now the door has been swung open. Going back the other way is Forest Hills. Xenon and Random on the same side. Random and then Octane now looking to switch back to more of a quote-unquote meta car, and hopefully for a different... Go ahead.
I don't like what Forest Hills is doing right now. They're playing a lot further back. They're playing a lot more conservative. We're not seeing that aggression that was running up the scoreline in games 5 and 6. They're rotating super deep right now, and they're giving space to a team that wants to force one-on-ones. This could be bad. I hope that goal line defense for Forest Lake has improved. I hope that confidence is there in it again, because that was their Achilles heel before. That said, if they get an early goal, not quite. Xenon finds the save underneath.
Oh, I like this idea from Xenon. He needs to get back underneath of it, though. And bouncing on top of it and pushing it back down is not really the way you do it.
That's a good pass.
Going for a beautiful setup, and Hot Shot sees it the whole way. The old razzle and dazzle 1-goal lead.
Oh, that was such a good pass as well. The height was perfect just to make things awkward for that defensive Winber. I maybe would have liked it a little further back, but the thing is, had that been further back, the shot would have been lower and the save would have been made. so well done from Forest Hills. They have their lead. Still a lot of time left on the clock.
3.5 here. 90 seconds gone, and Winburn obviously not happy being down 1, but it's a lot better being down 8. Is this ball rolling back the other way? Almost an own goal. Hot shot. Able to say or get a shot, and it's saved in front of him. I know. I had to get the brain back wrapped around. I'm used to it being the other way. As Random and company just still on this defensive side. Nikki credited with that one. There's nobody home, but Nikki races back to get that clear.
Yeah, the mistakes are starting to come out from both teams right now. Unforced errors on both sides, and that's the pressure of a Game 7 for a tournament-winning event. This could have been a goal. Hot shot goes a little bit too high. Random can't get it past Vaco. Missing out on a breakaway opportunity. Instead, it could be a passing opportunity. Hot shot shut down by Nikki, yet Blaziken's waiting. Backward setup. Here comes Vaco. Doesn't take the shot. Instead, goes to the corner. Blaziken consider it once again. Vaco's waiting. Doesn't want to commit. A little bit too tight this time around, however. For Winburn, they're not finding those offensive rotational mistakes. Now they're going to have to push forward. Now they're going to have to force it. There's the demo. Pass back for Random, who is too far forward, and we get another defensive clear.
Well, hot shot in control, though, trying to turn defense into offense. I think led into gold, perhaps, as that ball rolling up and down that side wall. Nikki trying to hand off.
No.
That's going to be a misplay, and that opens the door. One man's mistake is another man's open net, and Blaziken doubling the lead here for Forest Hills.
That is a disaster for the Winburn side. Fist bumps all around, obviously, for Forest Hills at the end of that one, but we've seen Winburn get 2 quick goals multiple times in this series already. We know they have it in them still. 2 minutes remaining, 2 goals on the clock against them, and more unforced errors coming from the team in blue.
Well, it is a lot of pressure that's certainly starting to be felt on this side, and the double trouble that is Nikki and Xenon this time. It works, sorta, as they win the 50. The ball now resting on this backboard. Vaco trying to clear it out. Random. That is all 3 blue cars on that same sidewall. You need to be careful here. Now Blaziken going down the pitch. A shot set up, and no real follow-up as it just goes off the backboard and chills out.
Yeah, Vaco and Blaziken each went too far forward and just kind of had their timing a little bit off. They were looking for it, but they didn't get that goal. Now it's Vaco alone on defense. Random hasn't beat Nikki. Needs this goal. Takes the shot. Hot shot. Can't find the save. And with 1:23 remaining, Winburn, they're back in it.
Back into it. And Nikki, you said this is something you wanted to see not only from this team, but this player. Able to bite into that lead and break it in half, Max. We are not away from a series yet.
It's 1:20, 80 seconds. Forest Hills. This could be such an amazing comeback. They put back that lead to 2. Vaco with authority. Finally, a kickoff goes their way.
And that is Mega Blaziken setting it up. Vaco knocking it through, and it's a 2-goal lead once again.
All right, look, again, go back to, I believe it was game number 5. 2 goals, 35 seconds. Winburn has done it before. They're going to be looking to do it again. Leading the charge. No, they back away. Miscommunication between Xenon and Random leads to a delayed pass, and Blaziken is able to rotate around and clear it.
And now Mega Blaziken rolling, trying to find some control here. Hot shot, 50ing Random hard there. Random and company still need to find 2. Nikki in a perfect position, poised to make something happen, but a mistouch. Random trying to follow up a shot. It's now up all to Xenon. 50ing. No, it's just a fake. Nikki up the sidewall has 100 boost, and Blaziken doesn't have anything, just positioning annoyingly to continue to help this clock milk down.
And with the goal right here, it could do it, but the ball comes off the post. That said, double demo stops the counterattack. 25 seconds remaining. Desperation hours for Winburn. They need to get the ball on the green side of the pitch. They need to get that ball in the goal. But the touch from Hotshot, who has been so annoying all series long, may have just won the game. The pass is off the post, but the time is against them. Another save from the back line. Counterattack has to go in. It's wide. And with 5 seconds remaining, there is not enough time. Forest Hills win 3 in a row to take Division 2, to take the tournament, to win the ESC HSL.
riding on the back of the two players you see at number 1 and number 2. Hotshot, of course, having the Herculean touch to stop what was a golden 2v1 opportunity. But Mega Blaziken and Vako continuing to shine on the offensive end, only shooting with that 1 goal apiece, but they're able to finish it out. You said it, on the back of 3 big wins. And I gotta say, holy cow, Max.
Oh, what a series. Whenever you go to game sevens, things get spicy, things get interesting, but I have to give an assist to the entirety of that Forest Hills school, right? You can see all the support right there on camera right now. Everyone just kind of coming through, hugs, congratulations. It was a hard fought comeback for this team. They were challenged, they were pressured, they came in nervous, and they had to flip that fortune around. And that's something that even pros will struggle with. So the fact that they were able to pull it off here today, hats off to them.
I mean, it is just an incredible showing of, you talk about the support that they had around them, but of mental fortitude on this side of Forest Hills. They were able to withstand what looked to be a beatdown in the early stages of this series, and they're able to bounce back, stay excited, stay engrossed, and stay with each other as a unit. And that, at the end of the day, is why they ended up prevailing.
Yeah, and not just that too, but at the same time, I do have to give some credit as well to Winver for
without
even
a
putting
doubt.
themselves in the position they were in. I mean, the individual performances from Nikki in that series were fantastic. Nikki definitely was the one keeping them most in it. However, as soon as the field kind of shrunk against them, as soon as, Forest Hills were able to play forward confidently, especially from a player like Random, who just not Random, Hotshot, who always felt like was getting that first defensive touch on the offensive side of the pitch, if you know what I mean, shutting down the clears, shutting down the defensive passes, just being annoying all the time. That seemed to get in their head, and they were just never able to bounce back, not in game 6 and 7 at least. And those obviously ended the series, the most critical games. It was just an unfortunate time for them to kind of fall apart a little bit.
I think it was my turning point of this series has to go back to your pivotal goal, Max, the one you talk about, the dunk in front of the net on the failed flip reset clear. Yeah. That point was one where Forest Hills was never down or out of it emotionally, but it was at that moment where I think it clicked, where they were like, wait a minute, we can challenge them at literally any point and answer it and possibly score. And then you watch that confidence just shoot up.
And, I think it was a mix of that. It was a mix of the support starting to rally around them, sort of behind the screens as well, because that's when I noticed the other Forest Hills players start to sneak up. And then Vako was the one who felt it the most. And as soon as Vako started playing confidently and was kind of being that first man charging the ball down the field, that's when they were able to find that win. Just fantastic from top to bottom, really, from the Forest Hills team, but really fantastic from all the Division 2 teams. Obviously, Division 2, it was a little bit messy at times. We had a wide range of experience in terms of the players playing in this event, and some series were a little bit more one-sided than others. But the important thing is, and you can even see it in this grand final, everyone I feel like grew. There was improvement from top to bottom. So to all the teams who participated in Division 2, a heartfelt thank you, and we do hope to see you again next season. Who knows? Maybe some of these players will be competing up there in Division 1.
I would say, yeah, it certainly is GG Wells played, and it's kind of, I like to think of the playoffs in the D2 as kind of like a showing off of what they could be next season, and it's kind of that open door of saying, hey, this is what you have to be looking forward to possibly seeing on that next stage. And obviously the one you want to harken back to is of that Forest Hills team of Pig Beast stepping up and moving on.
And we want to focus on one player in particular, Foof, let's focus a little bit on Vako, because I believe we have him right now for an interview. So can you hear us, Vako? Are you actually here?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Hey!
There you are. First of all, congratulations on your victory. Obviously, well fought. Crazy comeback. I have to admit, the first thing I noticed from your play in particular, started the series, things were looking just a little bit shaky. Ended the series, that confidence was there. Was there a turning point for you in particular where you started to feel like things were coming together?
We won that first game, started the series, my heart was racing. The only time I've been here was with Overwatch, and we have enough confidence there. I don't really have to do anything. With Rocket League, we lost that first game. We lost those first 2, and then we got the third one, started to go up. We lost the third. I lost a lot of hope, but then our coach just kind of brought our spirits up, and we were able to pull it back. It was great feeling.
So now I have to kind of think of it, and let's harken back to Game 6, where it is you guys are full steam ahead, having a great time. At the beginning of Game 7, how do you mentally reset from a game like that and prepare yourself for what is the pivotal moment in a series?
All we really did was we just kind of like had to communicate a little bit about how we were going to play the game. We just kind of kept calm. We just had to keep the momentum going. We knew we were in their heads because we started to get a little bit louder. We started to get a little bit more excited. That feel our spirits were basically up after we got that second win. We thought we could come back. Then we got Game 6, tied at 3-3. We had complete confidence we could win the series. Our spirits were up. We were feeling great, and we just kind of carried the momentum from there into that seventh game.
That was something that I kind of noticed as well. As the series progressed, I noticed more and more Forest Hill students kind of seen on camera cheering you guys on. The pop-offs were starting to come through. How important was that for you guys in sort of maintaining that momentum? How much could you feel the support of like your fellow classmates, especially when the series started to come down to the line?
Having everybody there really just kind of helped because they're all just supporting us. They're all giving us like just compliments, helping us out, keeping our spirits up if we made any mistakes, making sure we all knew what we were doing. Kind of just like we had Jegward in there. He was helping us out a lot. He was just kind of keeping our spirits up. He was just telling us what we needed to change a little bit, even though he doesn't play a whole lot of Rocket League. He knows it enough, and it was great.
Well, I have a little bit of a two-part question here. Obviously, my favorite question to ask any tournament winner is, at what point during this series or a game did you realize that, holy crap, we're about to be TEC champions?
I didn't really realize it until about that last 10 seconds when we were up 3-1. I saw the timer come up because I didn't realize how much time was left. You don't really focus on the time. You just focus on playing and trying to score more goals. So once I saw that last 10 seconds, then it just started counting down. We had to stay in their face because that was really what helped us the most. But we stayed in their face. We just kept the ball in their end. And as soon as I saw that last second drop and that ball dropped, I was so excited to just win it finally.
Well, I got to finally ask you, any shout outs you want to make last in here before?
Yeah, I got two. I got Jegward, who's over to my right, and so is our coach Grove. But they won't come over here because they're afraid.
Fair enough. Look, well, maybe you can drag him over there after the Overwatch as well. So small time to celebrate, and then if I'm not mistaken, you're going to be playing in the Overwatch match then as well?
I've got that at 1 o'clock, I believe, is when that starts. So that should be a fun one.
All right. We'll let you go. Get ready again to prepare for that match with the team right now. And one last time, congratulations and enjoy your victory.
Thank you very much, Foof and Formal. Love having you guys cast as well. It was great.
Oh, remembered our names. I'm touched.
I know, right? I know. Oh, my heart. But I gotta say, Formal, it is always a blast getting to hang out with you. And then we got to watch Rocket League on top of it. Like, what a day so far. But Formal, I don't think that's it.
No, this is only the beginning, right? This is only the start because there's going to be so much more esports coming your way, starting, of course, with the Division 1 finals. That's going to be right around the corner. So do stay with us. !mark socials in that chat to follow the TEC HSL socials, !mark casters, to kind of get our details as well if you want to follow
that man.
us for whatever
Follow
reason.
that man.
Yeah, follow me so you can learn about Oceanic Rocket League. Foof, that's going to be the next challenge. I'm going to drag you over for like some Oceania stuff, and you're going to be like, why ever anything ever again? That's what's going to happen. But on behalf of myself, on behalf of Foof for right now, a big thank you for tuning in. And again, there's going to be more Rocket League after this next short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Division 1 Finals. We've had a fantastic start to the day so far with a best of 7 Division 2, a fantastic comeback by Forest Hills that this person over here in the booth with me, Foof, got to experience it firsthand.
Gotta say, I had to go out and run a few laps to calm myself down. I'm already taking a shower, wipe the sweat off of that one, and am ready to delve into. Now, Rocket League once again, but this time stepping up to Division 1. We have a lot of familiar faces that exist in this bracket, but neither of these teams were present in that last one. But we have the number 1 seeded Penn Trafford Warriors going up against the number 2 seeded Somerset Golden Eagles. I almost said Summerfield. That would have been absolutely wrong.
Yeah, just slightly bit. And of course, we've seen early on that Penn Trafford just ousted Holiday's break to get here, and then Somerset beating out Forest Hills with that legendary player Pig B. So both these teams, the number 1 and the number 2 seed, really a big shocker there. Well, for Penn Trafford, not so much. Somerset, they've proven that they can get here. So knowing that, Foof, let's just go ahead and jump into the rosters for this team, starting with Penn Trafford.
Rocking in the side for Penn Trafford, we have PK, we have Rye, and then you have Tizzy, who rocks the in-game name of Ford 35092 now, because you know what? They just keep adding numbers to it, because why not?
I mean, why not? You know, if the Ford 350 wasn't good enough, let's just add a few more. I don't think it exists, but, you know, maybe he's going to make it at some point, right? Right, we'll go along with that. But, hey, let's not forget over about Somerset either. This team on the other side, the number 2 seed right behind them, is going to be Carson, Ethan, and XK-Bone. Just as stylish as a team, an offensive-powered team as Penn Trafford. So, today should be just as exciting as the first series, but knowing that, Foof, we have something else here special for the fine people viewing at home.
Yep, we're going to toss to our good friend here, Tech Nizzy. Tech, what you got for us?
What's going on, guys? Thank you so much. Right behind me, like we said, is the Esports Lab here, where they are competing for Rocket League Division 1. I got the inside scoop, talked with the coaches and team managers of these teams. So starting off with Penn Trafford, I talked to John Carlisle. What he said was that they did prepare for today with by looking at VODs, not only of their own VODs, but obviously of Somerset's for a little preparation, but also what they worked on the past couple weeks was better defending and better rotations. They've got to be able to get back on rotations and communicate so that they can make those defensive plays. And last but not least, you know, they were here a year ago. They are experienced. Maybe a year ago, there were a little bit of nerves. You know, they were just excited to be here. He said this time, there's no nerves. They want to win. They have come to win. Moving over to Somerset's side, I talked to Luann, the team manager of Somerset. She said they also watched some VODs, but also a little bit of YouTube, you know, to catch some, some higher level play by maybe some MLG Rocket League players to help better their game in preparation for this, but also map awareness of where PK Dill is going to be on the field at all times, knowing where that player is going to be, because that is the threat of Penn Trafford. Back to you guys.
Fantastic stuff there on the interview. Couldn't be more enthusiastic about the things that we just heard there. And I want to touch on that, what he said. They were here a year ago. Penn Trafford won last season's championship. They have that LAN experience. All of the other games that we've seen so far this season have been online. That LAN difference, the nerves, the fear, all of that, the anxiety, that's going to come into play huge. It could be your biggest downfall, and it could be your biggest buff. So, those nerves, it's going to be interesting to see how these players can handle it.
Well, I think the usual thing that you look at is when you have a team that or we have a season that kind of plays round robin where everyone plays everybody. You want to harken back to when the last time these two teams faced. They technically didn't play this past season. There was a forfeit that went to Penn Trafford, and so we have not seen these two teams square off wholeheartedly until now. And oh my goodness, game number 1 already out to a quick start, and XK-Bone knocking down that door early.
Off to a quick start, and about the best start that you could hope for in this situation. Just a basic bottom shot here. PK not able to get that one off the backboard. So something we normally would see would be a completely easy clear off of the sidewall. Turns out to be a goal early on for Somerset.
Well, a big start here by Somerset. And I gotta say, I'm gonna call them championship uniforms because I love the black and gold. That is such a clean look for this squad, and they're rocking it well, feeling good, looking good, playing good, but a big time save coming out from PK as he's able to stall it.
Able to get that one, redemption for the last one, but still Somerset getting so many chances on offense in the first 30 seconds of this game. K-Bone off of the corner, looking past himself. That's a great bump by PK. Teak that out. Ethan looking for demos with backside. Carson, great speed. This is something, too, that I think is really important for Somerset, is being able to match the speed of Pin Trafford, keeping that pace of play the same, because a team this fast, a team that loves offense, if you could shut that down, your chances for the series look very well.
Well, right now you have this squad looking to try and find their way back down one early, but still so much time. Is now it's another shot coming on, another save, and this one going to be going off the post. It's Rye now fast break, no one in front of him, but Carson just waiting on that goal line. Now a little bit of a wave, that's your shot coming through, but there's that man again in the very long, the Ford name, keeping it stalled all the way. A shot attempt coming from PK, but Carson once again with a save.
Flurry of shots by both teams now. A few good saves, so it will stay 1-0 so far. Ethan down in the midfield. K-Bone didn't expect a second touch. Makes it a little bit awkward. Another double commit. That's a very high arcing ball. Rye up early, taking control. Actually, a pass over to PK. A great pass attempt by PK, which is a little farther back. That's an open net, but Ethan rushed it just a little bit too much, unable to get the angle. So both teams still hanging on after a little bit of shaky rotations.
Well, Ethan credited with another shot here. That one going high. K-Bone wanting to just wait at midfield and not force too hard here. Tizzy sent off of the ball for his trouble. Now it's just up to K-Bone. There's no one in front of him and no one behind him, but unfortunately can't drop it underneath of that crossbar. And right now it has been all a Somerset, all offense, as they almost have 9 shots in this first half of the game.
Phenomenal effort right now by Somerset trying to keep this pressure going. Pin Trafford has been stuck in their half so long right now. They've held on, but how long can you hold on until you give up one? That's a dangerous ball. PK again, though, making the lunging save. That's several times where he's had to dive to get one. K-Bone, another shot. That'll get easily denied by Rye. Great demo in the backfield by K-Bone, just clearing up so much space. That ball gets swifted away by Carson, but look, Ethan's right there for the follow. All of these touches back and forth, a little bit of ping pong going on. It doesn't matter because they're controlling the pitch on the field.
Right now, Somerset has just put all of the pressure on. That went in? I was checking a scoreboard and just kind of looking around, but just an awkward positioning, a soft touch from K-Bone sneaks it into the net.
Something you really got to be careful on if you're on that back post line. Not shooting out too close, just expecting your teammate to win that 50. Even playing that neutral 50, you got to be careful because that can easily sail right back over your head, as we just saw there. So 2-0, 1 minute 55 to go on the clock. That's a great infield pass. You see the team plays going on by Somerset. They're looking for each other. They're getting shots on. I mean, my goodness, they've got 10 shots already. How many more do they need? That was a great chance. Just a little bit off, but still. Somerset not letting go of the gas pedal.
Right now, Carson was caught in an awkward spot, but just so much speed coming out of that car, but ends up paying for a lot of boos as he's just left it in front of his net. PK off the backboard, now 50'd hard by K-Bone to keep it away. And it has just been a very strange point for Pin Trafford, as the Warriors are usually so good at staying in control and making big plays. As there's PK able to strike and get there first.
Well, you might be getting outshot, but this shot was all that mattered for PK. Nice place there. Carson almost gets the save. So close on that, but that's the type of shots that you're going to see from PK. Those are the type of plays that Pin Trafford, when they get a little bit more warm, when they calm down a little bit, they're going to start getting more of. It's going to happen. That's the team that they are. But if you're Somerset on the other side of things, keep this going. The speed, Ethan beats out one, rolls off the post. K-Bone the back pass to Carson. The team play is on point right now for this team. They just got to be careful not to overdo it. They still have a lead with a minute to go.
Just under that 60-second mark left in game number 1, and K-Bone and the Somerset Golden Eagles still out in front right now. But their lead has been cut in half. They are not invulnerable, and it is anyone's game with so much game left to be played, especially in the entire series. 40 ticks now left here, Sis, and you're wondering if Somerset can hold on or Pin Trafford can find an equalizer.
So a quick volley to the backboard, easily denied by Carson. Another shot. That one still a pretty easy clear for Somerset. They're looking good right now. They're getting great quality touches, making Pin Trafford have to work so hard for everything. And, well, they don't have to work hard for that because no one's home. Carson puts another one in. That one makes this lead that much more dangerous if you're a Pin Trafford fan.
Well, just that near post is wide open. PK ready for that far post play, but Unfortunately for the Warriors, it is now a 2-goal deficit once again, and only 20 ticks left to try and find an equalizer in game 1.
Ford looking to set up something, a 50 off the corner. No one's there for the follow. PK finally there to the backboard. A very light touch, though. You're not really able to get too much going. Right, keeping it in. You got to get something going now. The time is not on your side. It doesn't matter if they score at this point. Somerset's going to take the victory in a commanding game number 1 performance.
Well, they just were able to wrestle control early away from this Warriors team and then out shooting them 13-5. That is hardly a winning. And I have been cursed in this league by saying this, but I'm going to say it again because it's true. It's not a winning record when you give up that many more shots than you can take yourself. And Penn Trafford, unfortunately, stuck a bit too much and a bit too long on their own side.
And of course, no offense to Penn Trafford, they're a fantastic team, but I don't care what team you are. If you're playing that much defense, you're going to break. And we saw it there.
No.
They got one good quality shot on that win in, a few other shots that were saved away, but it was really just Somerset. So many passing attempts, so many shots, just keeping that ball in. And it paid off. It showed. But hey, it's only game number 1. If anything in Rocket League has taught me, it doesn't really always matter because a team like Penn Trafford, while they may have kind of got beat in this first game, don't count them out because they are that good at recovering.
Well, it really kind of all boils down to resetting for both of these squads because it is a best of 7. It's a race to forces. And so just because one tick is on the scoreboard doesn't mean a lot. So you're having to wonder if you are on the side of Penn Trafford, can you kind of wrestle that momentum back and try and get a goal early? Whereas on that other side, rocking with the wind, Somerset getting that lead, now having that momentum rocking with them, can you hold on to it now snowball this series and try to get further ahead?
Of course, too, something that I really saw in the last series was the emotion, was the hype with Forest Hills when they were getting hyped by their teammates. That's something that could be so crucial, is being aware, getting that energy going on. But you gotta be careful because if you play too much on it, you're gonna get situations like this.
Well, it's just K-Bone tries to find a touch, but is unable to get to it, and the near post still wide open. And PK, you do not want to give him shots like that because he takes full advantage of it. Now 4:55 on the clock, but it's 1-goal lead.
1-goal lead, Penn Trafford. Great start. We saw Somerset with the 1-goal lead early on in the last game, so the flip has been switched. PK, quick shot on, easily controlled by Ethan. Oh, that's dangerous, though. You gotta be careful controlling that in your net because the situation is gonna erupt like that, and just like that, in a blink of an eye, Penn Trafford up 2-0.
And now it's Penn Trafford's turn to have the kind of slapstick lead as Rye gets enough of a touch past that defense, and not even 30 seconds in, it's their turn before the 1-minute mark of the 2-goal lead.
Somerset really need to recuperate here. It's not really a 2-goal lead is ever something you want to give up against Penn Trafford. That's a dangerous ball. PK, though, will clearly launch that over to the side. Carson, a rare miss. K-Bone has to take the 50. Ethan, last man back, just playing a lot of time. Good setup, a quick shot, and playing time, but also playing the net. Ethan, do it all yourself.
This is the opportunity that Ethan needed, seeing both players on that left-hand side. He just pulls the trigger and makes them halt just for a little bit more, thinking it was a pass, but instead it's a shot and making it 2-1.
Good awareness, good speed by Ethan. That's the play you want to watch out for the Somerset team, an offensive powerhouse. That's a double commit. Rye, very awkward, almost snuck by him, but good recovery to get that out. 4:13 on the clock. Already 3 goals have been scored, and we're not even a minute in. So it's anything that shows how this game is going to go. I don't know what will. Carson off the backboard, a great pinch, but Ford is right there. The quick shot. K-Bone easily denied, but still the pressure mounting. Ethan, good lunging save to clear that out to the side. Rye, pinch out to the midfield. PK getting dusted by Ethan to the backboard. K-Bone's there trying to get the back pass a little too far. So Carson will also roll this one back. Good control, good possession awareness by the Somerset team. They did it a lot the last game. But those back passes sometimes, if Penn Trafford starts to get awareness on them, can be very dangerous.
It's about being aware of not only where you are and where your teammates are, but where the ball and where all of those cogs are going to be going. Because now you look at Tizzy trying to set up midfield, but Ethan quick to dissuade it. Still a 1-goal advantage for Penn Trafford as they are rocking and rolling, trying to hold on in game number 2.
Rocking and rolling. Trying to get a pass middle. This is a good setup. Cable beats out one. A double commit PK. Always that backboard rock gets the save out. Coach in the midfield. Carson up fast looking for the double down to Ethan. Ethan, there's no one home. And look at the speed and the awareness. Just like we mentioned earlier, Somerset strike another one.
And Carson's trying to set it all up and ends up finding a teammate straight below an Ethan, who now, I believe that is goal. Yes, goal number 2 coming off an assist from both players. Carson and Kevin having an assist and making it 2-2.
Somerset wanted to see how they would respond when they were down early on in this game, and I think they've delivered. Trying to set up another one. Carson to the backboard, another double down to Ethan. Ethan, a quick shot denied by PK, but still, the offense starting to heat up for the Somerset team. They're out shooting Pin Trafford again in this game. We can get something going as we are approaching that halftime mark. Carson in the air, just doing it all himself with a mechanical display. Pin Trafford giving so much time on the ball right now. I think they've been taken aback by how fast the Somerset team is, and right now they are on a back foot trying to get something as we're at halftime.
Riding around at midway point, like you said, tied to a piece. Deuces wild, but not for long as Rye sees an open net and bangs it off the crossbar.
About what you want to see from Rye. Haven't had too much so far to start on early on this series, but that's a great way to get on. A nice shot. Was an open net, but great placement nonetheless. So Pin Trafford strike right back to go on the goal. 3-2, 2:24 to go on the clock. Dangerous kickoff, Ethan. Good speed. Get that one over to the side, staying on this. A lot of back and forth now, starting to erupt. Demos going on, physical plays. Ethan is chasing PK, trying to get him out of the play, and that's something too that we heard about in that pregame interview, is that this team really always wants to be where PK is. That's kind of the star player that they're trying to get rid of. So how better to be aware of them than to get him out of the play?
Well, it's just, you know where they are. Not on the field, right? You don't have to be aware. That's how aware you are. As PK with a soft touch there. Carson quick to touch that and get it away. Rye off the backward. Wants to get creative here, but Ethan and company poised on a beautiful defensive rotation to kind of slow this whole thing down. But now they are in shambles as they rode into the net, and PK takes full advantage of it.
There's a little bit of chaos erupting on the back line for this team. No one went to challenge that ball. Everyone was waiting, and that, and just the simplest of touches by PK pops it up. Everyone jumps. Carson almost makes the save, but PK 50s it in. So now Pin Trafford had to stave off a comeback. They've got a 2-goal lead of their own. Somerset, you've got time to get something. A rare miss on the back side, but of course it's always PK to clean it up.
Now, beautiful touch coming from PK at the shot. Technically, Carson has gotten another save to his name. K-Bone in the air, but unable to catch up to it. A ball off the backboard. Carson wanted to follow it up. A shot coming through, but Tizzy is there. So a flurry of blows, and none of them connect. And once again, Somerset trying to build an offensive pressure, but this time they're down 2 goals.
Down 2 goals, and the time is not their friend right now. 59 seconds to go. Carson over to K-Bone. Has a little bit of time on this ball. Looking to go to the ceiling. Beats out PK to the backboard. Looking for the double. Can't connect. Ethan is there. Dangerous ball. Where's the follow-up? Anyone try to jump? Carson's going to be there with PK. The in and out save to keep that one out. Still dangerous. K-Bone down in the midfield, but everyone was going back for boost. So momentary pause in that offensive power here. Carson trying to get the read, but just so far away for that. Another infield pass. K-Bone trying to get there is just too late. 30 seconds to go, and that's going to waste a lot of time.
Now you kind of sit back and have to wonder. 20 seconds left. Do they have any left in the tank to try and find it? As Carson taking out Dex K-Bone. And, I guess that's a way to try and build that morale back as PK takes full advantage of it. It's 5-2.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate there on the backside of thing, bumping your teammate on the way back. PK, beautiful shot on the back. Saw what Carson was on the backboard, said, I'm just going to bounce it. And that one might just secure this game number 2 for Pin Trafford.
I hope
5-2,
so.
12 seconds. I've seen comebacks, but that's really hard to do.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'd hope so. You don't see a 3-goal comeback in less than 15. I mean, that's just heartbreaking, and something has gone horribly wrong. Controllers disconnected, computers turning off, scorched earth, but it will not come to fruition as Pin Trafford able to take one back, and we now stand at a 1-1 series once this ball hits the ground.
1-1, and something I expected to see, and I got it delivered to me. Pin Trafford, always fighting back when they're down. Something they're not really accustomed to, but Dominant performance. So both teams have had their fair share of what you could say very commanding victories, 1-1 in a best of 7. Now you think it's going to start to get a little bit tighter, a little bit more fundamental. Both these teams realize what the stakes are. So, I mean, Foof, 1-1. Can't really say I'm too surprised here. The fallout period's gone. What happens now?
Well, I think the most important thing is when you look at both of these squads, they're winning in very familiar and very consistent ways. It's just which team can be consistent more often. And Somerset, it was the offensive pressure. And at times during this game, they begin to got it. And that's where Ethan had those 2 goals early on. It's just, it slowly turns back. And Penn Trafford has the answer. They know when to 50. They build that foundation of an attack very well, start to finish. And when you do that enough times, you get too big of a lead. And that's where Somerset could not overcome.
And that's something you've really got to be careful. Somerset was still matching that pace, matching that offensive style, getting shots on, but they weren't near the same as that first game. It felt more like just kind of lunges towards the net. They had a few good setups, but once you start to get Penn Trafford more time on the ball and you start to get awkward in those defensive rotations, they're going to make you punish for it. So the defense really needs to clean up for Somerset now. It was Penn Trafford the first game. Now it's Somerset. Both teams know what they have to do. So game number 3 underway here as we're about to start.
I gotta say, that was the longest pause when all 6 cars on the field I've ever seen. I was like, oh no, are we about to experience some more Psionics magic? But nope, 5 minutes on the clock, tied right now in the game 0-0, obviously, but tied in the series at 1 apiece as this race to 4 is still on.
Quick shot by Ethan Ford, almost got caught lacking in the backfield picking daisies, but good save to get back to that. Now we go down all the way to the other side, trying to get something going here. PK off the corner, looking for a bump too. He's done so much on the ball for his team. That's a great double from Carson, though. Straight down the corner, Rye pinches it back. Carson, good read. This is a little bit too much behind, so Ford will chase this, trying to beat out K-Bone, unable to do so. PK leaving it for Rye, wise to do so. Down to Ford. Ford securing the corner boost, elects to fake, but Ethan reading that play well. Down to the sideball. PK's just waiting. Straight back down. Ethan chasing Demos in the backfield. Looked for the second one. A dangerous touch from Ford. Maybe a shot, but no.
Oh.
Just demo chasing from Carson, trying to clear out that defender.
Well, if Carson does land even the bump, that opens up the door a lot more with no follow-up touch. There just really is just a car going into the net. Nothing much really coming out of it. XK Bone and company on it. They're back in, trying to defend that back wall. Tizzy waiting for it, but Carson with a quick clear, putting it over Rye, who ends up setting up Ethan. Ethan pulling the trigger off of that dime of a pass, but it ends up being saved by PK. So we're still at a 0-0 stalemate 90 seconds into this one.
The first 2, they mentioned in the interview, well, hold on, they didn't mention this in the interview, but PK doing PK things in the Fennec just out-muscles this 50 into the net, and this is just not the space you want to give this player on the ball.
Well, it's Tizzy setting up a bump, making it what seemed to be a 2v3 into a 1v2, where that far post was just wide open. And so I retract my statement, now 90 seconds off. It's 1-0 as XK-Bone trying to tie, almost caught Rye sleeping.
They mentioned that Somerset paid attention and looked at higher level gameplay, those YouTube videos. And of course, if they're looking at North American gameplay, teams like Space Station, V1 are very aggressive in terms of bumps and demos. And I've seen that come out from Somerset. They're chasing, they're looking to clear out those plays. It's a very viable strategy, especially in today's Rocket League, they're trying to do. Speaking of, K-Bone, demo in the backfield, sets up Carson, double flip reset. PK, though, obviously reads that one, but still, the mechanical display from Carson so far in the series has been pretty notable, I feel like.
Now you kind of have to wonder if Somerset can have an answer, because they had 2 early on in last game, but then kind of lost momentum. And then eventually just fell too far behind to make much ground. And that's a double commit coming through as Carson was looking for maybe a pass. Rye wanting to set up here, but just calm and patient. Know they have a lead and don't have to rush.
Don't have to rush, but still trying to keep something going because this ball has been in their half for a little bit now. Rye to himself. K-Bone's going to dive, but again, the 50s really been leaning in the favor of Penn Trafford so far. Slightly getting the edge. Rye high to the ceiling. Never mind. Carson gets the read out. Red me there. K-Bone off to the side. Gets the corner boost. An accidental bump at the backfield. Chaos erupting for Somerset, but Ethan. Good recovery to get that out. A lot of back and forth between these two teams. Not crazy amount of possession for either side. They're just getting a few shots. Then a boomer ball comes out, low boost. Carson takes a quick shot. That one's going to be way too wide. A dunk from their own teammate, though, and Tizzy sets this to be a little awkward. Ethan's going to take a shot, but everyone just waiting on the defense for Ben Trafford.
Carson with a big clear back to his teammate, trying to find XK into the midfield, and I just feel like it's just disjointed attack right now from Somerset as they're just grabbing at straws. Another 50 attempt. Tizzy giving a shot here. That's a miss. PK could have had one that doubles this lead, but could not get that angle right. So now just under 90 seconds left in this game, and it's still just standing in a 1-0 score.
I think Somerset too, in these situations where they have that offense, that's very dangerous. The infield pass is a nice save from Ethan. When they're in these situations of offense, they see Ben Trafford playing so patient on the defense, they gotta stop just shooting on it towards the net, a quick volley. They're going to be watching that. They're going to be saving that. Look for more infield passes. Look for more bumps.
I mean,
Ryan gets bumped into saving that one. Not really what I meant, but hey, it keeps the ball out of your net.
Well, it works. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. But, you know, right now you need to find a goal. Defense is great. Saves by using your opponent is amazing. But you still need to not bump your teammates. As now there's another car getting sent out to midfield. This time, though, it's Somerset on Somerset violence as there's 40 seconds left here, Sizz. And you got to wonder, can Somerset kind of reach into that bag of tricks and find something creative?
Definitely want to find something other than bumping your teammates. I think that would be preferable. Carson almost gets the double. Great attempt, but PK again reading that play out. Ethan, a very awkward last man. Good save, good awareness, but you really need a goal. Those saves got to get trimmed down. A good demo, but that's going towards your net. Carson taking control over to the corner. Not sure how much boost you have, and forward doesn't matter. Just getting that dunk. K-Bone down to Ethan. A redirect by PK, but Rye is just waiting so patiently. Volleys that one back down. Carson to the midfield. Has to get something here, but both players are pre-jumping. Tizzy bumps out Rye for that one. Didn't matter. It was going down anyways. And Ben Trafford hold on again for a 2-1 lead.
Able to take game 3 with the lone goal resting on PK's nose, and that is just enough to eke out over this Golden Eagle squad, who, I'll be honest, both teams have kind of settled into respectable spots where they're trying to play offense, but they're trading blows now instead of one team having this run of momentum, and then it's a trade back as we almost have like fast break basketball or a track meet.
And that's something that, if you're Somerset, I don't know if you want to be trying to match that pace with Ben Trafford. They're such a fast team. They're so capable of good ball control. They're so good at this that just going blow for blow, I don't really know if that's going to work for you. And Ben Trafford has really adapted on the defensive side of things. They've read Somerset's offensive plays now. Now you got to change. You've watched the videos, you've watched the VODs, you know the type of play that Ben Trafford has. So now the adjustments have to come in, because going down 3-1 in the best of 7, it's not easy.
Well, I mean, we saw something very similar in the last series, so, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. The 3-1 is never in the NBO position, especially in game 1. It looks like this was going to be kind of a statement series for possibly the Somerset squad. Is now it's up to them to kind of pick up the pieces and find their ways back. And it was only a 1-goal game last time, but still a scoreless game never feels good to come out of.
Never does. And I expected that game to get a little bit tighter, but you still want to get some goals on the board. Carson, low boost to the midfield, a good air carry, but can't get too much going anymore. Ethan, neutral 50 out to the side. Rye taking a quick shot. Never mind. Carson, great cut to get that out, and another beat. Get something going. Ethan just going to go for the corner boost. That's a big play too. Just securing the boost on the field. The map control, the map awareness. Got to be careful on the overcommit, though, because that's an open net for Tizzy to shoot on. And as I'm complimenting Somerset, they give up a goal.
Well, it's just an open chance, and Rye setting up Tizzy, who sees this just meat of the net, the middle of it wide open, taking full advantage of it. 50 seconds gone, and it's already a 1-goal advantage.
It's not a position you want to be if you're Somerset. You were held scoreless last game, and then you give up a quick one in this game number 4. But plenty of time for you to get one back on the board. PK from the own corner, looking for the double, can't get it, but a recovery demo on Ethan is going to clear up so much space. A double commit again. I think that's something I really have seen a lot, Foof. We didn't see that a lot that game number 1, but ever since then, so many double commits on the backside for Somerset. I'm not sure if it's nerves, if they're panicking, a lack of trust, but right now, Ben Trafford will happily see those double commits all day long.
I Yeah, they're just going to take full advantage of it. If you see it, it just gives you possession, it gives you time, and it gives you space. And you know your opponents are possibly just reaching too far forward or trying a bit too hard. Just make sure that you are communicating. Let your team know what you're doing. This is another one on the back end here. And Somerset needs to just kind of slow it down, not the pace, but their ideas, and make sure they communicate.
The fact you're on a LAN, obviously, you know, you're right next to your teammates, but you're not on the same wavelength. You can't read their minds. You've got to talk to each other. That was so dangerous, but they do clear it out. 3 minutes, 4 seconds ago. Carson, a rare time on the ball with a lot of speed. Trying to get the flick, unable to do so. Ethan, a quick shot.
What a
no one's in
shot.
net. Beautiful shot from Ethan. Great placement. That's what you want to see if you're Somerset.
I mean, Carson sets it all up right, trying to find the clear, but it's such a dangerous ball when you throw it off of the sidewall back into the middle of the field. There's just way too much room and way too many cars. And that is what ends up being the bugaboo, is it now tied up at 1 apiece.
Somerset trying to get one more to get just a little bit of a cushion of a lead. It's never really a safe lead against Penn Trafford, but a lead is a lead nonetheless. Ethan on the backside getting demo chased. That one's towards the net, but no one was there to follow. Great pinch off the sidewall, but Tizzy's just waiting. Pops that one straight towards it. Wait a second, where's the follow? Carson was going for a squishy save. Cable was waiting for the touch. Those are those situations. You gotta start cleaning up. PK demo on the backside, getting pre-jumped by Rye. Carson beats him out, but Tizzy's waiting just to pop this back down the other side. The same rotation we're seeing from Somerset. They're taking a lot of the same boost pass, and when you do that, there's just no one in net.
Well, you talk about it's just an awkward position here. Ethan and K-Bone both turning towards that ball. Ethan gets the boost. You said it, no one in net, so there's not even a Somerset Golden Eagle in that picture, as Penn Trafford now up by 1.
Not the position you want to be in. Somerset, costly mistakes, and against a team like this, you're going to get punished for those mistakes. Ethan pops it over 1. Trying to get something going here. Another infield pass, but there's no follow. Carson was too far back. It gets launched down. K-Bone waiting to clear it back down. Carson, a full take a boost. Launches that towards the net. Wait a second. Rye, very dangerous. PK bails him out, though. No one home on the net. Those going to be shot. No, the miss came in by K-Bone. A great look. Just unable to push it through. So, only 1 goal for Somerset here.
You've got to wonder what Somerset can do, because they've had shots, they've had opportunities, and it's just being saved at the last possible moments right now. And I'm really kind of trying to think of what's the best way that they can get themselves involved. And always, my mind will always harken to pass plays, and it starts on their own end. You need to get the ball in your possession as fast as you can and be in control, but not just slam it down the field and hope to chase it, as that ball just sat in front of the net. And the clock continuing to move now with 80 seconds left and still a goal to overcome for the Golden Eagles.
Some of the greatest Rocket League you can see is when a team is so on point that they're hitting so many passing plays. It's such a hard thing to defend, so I couldn't agree with you more. But right now, the passing plays haven't been very active so far for this team. Lots of solo plays, trying to get it going. And while it's good looks, gotta start switching it up a bit. Maybe look for those infields, especially when there's 2 people on the backboard like that, just waiting for the boom to their own side. And right now, Penn Trafford has the number, but this is a good setup. Ethan, a 1v1 situation. Trying to bait out forward, looking for the bomb. Gets it. Such an awkward position. Ethan, beautiful 1v1 play.
Big time touch there, is just Ethan had the flick and just doesn't even need to take it. Just gets the ball, just carries it, and then puts himself in front of it, clearing the goalkeeper, making it 2-2.
Not sure if Ethan plays ones, but that was definitely a ones main play, so good awareness, good speed from Ethan. Nonetheless, you need another one. 45 seconds ago, Rye completely ego challenging that off the ceilings. What you love to see, the confidence from the players starting to show, but you gotta be careful because the bomb comes out, and every time, Poof, I feel like we're in the same situation over and over again. Somerset gets a great goal, and then this happens.
And it is huge. I mean, that is just how Somerset seems to start to get the momentum back, and it's a pendulum. It's swinging back away from them just time and time again. And Penn Trafford, punch, counterpunch, staying just at arm's reach.
I feel like that goal should never go in. It's just an accidental bump on the goal line. Both players following the same rotation path again. Something you really got to clean up, because now you're down 3-2. That's a great bump. Cable very awkward, though. That's not the greatest touch. Rye's going to launch it to the net. There's
Tizzy's
no one
there.
home. Tizzy, wait a second. You didn't get it through 13 seconds ago. There's still a chance here for Somerset.
That should have been the nail in the coffin, but now it's an opportunity for Somerset. They need to find one. They need it now. Tizzy off the backboard, maybe a double to seal the deal, but Carson and the team able to keep it away. It's up in the air. It's now, can you find one final touch? But that is going to be dropped down by that man who could not put it away. Tizzy, the MVP of that game, and now we sit at a 3-1 scoreline on the back of a 10-3 shooting expo.
10-3, my goodness. And Tizzy, you're on the top of the scoreboard, so we can forgive the open net miss there. But nonetheless, even with it, 3-1. 3-1. It's not a situation that you want to see if you're Somerset. I was afraid of this happening. Now that it's happened, watching this whole series long, I just feel like it's their defense. It's the constant. They strike right back. They get something going, and then they make a careless mistake.
It's overcommitted on the side of Somerset because I think they had such a strong game one and they had such a strong offensive presence. They're trying to answer it and catch back up to it, you know? And when you aren't able to get to where you think you should be or where you need to be, you'll overstep, you'll over-rotate, you'll overplay. And that's where I feel like we're at right now. You need to see Somerset settle back down, play exactly how they got here, especially play more like he did in game one, and find a way back, because you said it's a 3-1 right now, and it is one game away from being that series and tournament point as Rye scores another.
And this is something you'll hear a lot of coaches talk about at the higher level, is sometimes teams get in this kind of, it feels like a panic mode. It's not panic, but they get so caught up in trying, like you said, to match what they had. They get caught up in trying to go back to what they do, and they end up giving up goals like that. A simple launch from the midfield, nothing really dangerous, and just finds the back of the net. So now, 15 seconds into this game, and Somerset is already down a goal again. Make it 2. Why not? Make it 2.
Oh my goodness. Just make it 2, why don't you? The old wedge out and just chipped it over. Defense in awkward spots, and it is a dunk for the ages as PK setting them up.
Something too, your mental, it's got to be low if you're Somerset. It's got to be taking a hit, but you've got to realize there's still plenty of time in this game. You can't give up another one though. K-Bone makes a lunging save, but right now you're down, you're aggravated, you're angry. You've given up a 3-1 series now, but don't make it 4-1. Plenty of time left to go in this game, and Ethan is the player to get it going for you. Want to dunk there, but it's just a little too high for the follow.
Now the ball bouncing back around XK Bone. You need to see something. We need something from this Golden Eagles squad, but still, so much of this game left to be played, but it's a 2-goal advantage before the first minute is even gone, and the Eagles Golden Eagles have been unable to find that pay dirt time and time again. Now it's an awkward spot. Carson denied by the diving Rye. And so even in pandemonium, the Warriors are able to hang on.
Not a good look if you're Somerset. You really wanted that to go in, but it's not over yet. Carson, a great pass from Ethan. Ethan turning on that. It was a nice 1-2-3 play, but good save. K-Bone high off the ceiling. Carson's going to actually fake out one, but Rye doesn't take the bait. Tizzy off the sidewall. Rye and PK both next to each other. K-Bone's going to take a quick shot. PK will get it, but no boost. Somerset getting a lot of time on the ball here, trying to starve out. Where's the follow, though? He went back for the boost, so it's going to set up Tizzy just to clear this down to the side to give his team time to get boost.
Now the ball resting on that kind of sidewall spot. And Rye was backing up to kind of wait and collect it. And then immediately it's sent back by XK-Bone. Ethan 50'd hard there in midfield. PK wanting to hold on to this one. Ethan steals it, going back to his own side. So it's the old adage from soccer and rugby, you know, going backwards to go forwards.
Going backwards to go forwards, going left to go right. Everything is just a little bit off right now for Somerset.
Turn left to go right.
Infield pass to Ethan. Ethan popping it high. Carson with a pre-jump out the sidewall, but couldn't get the touch. But again, Penn Trafford is just, I've been seeing the player cams for a while now. They're just sitting back and watching. It's like, yeah, you guys can do whatever you want in the air until it goes towards our net. We don't care. And it's just been working. The patient play on defense has been working all series long after they recovered from game number 1. It shows no signs of failing.
Ethan off his own backboard. And to be careful there as Rye was waiting at midfield, but I think he was a lone Warrior player. And you said they have been sitting back, but I'd be more preferred to see just a normal offensive pressure to just continue trying to extend this lead, because you do have a team that can score in bunches. But, you know, if it works, it works at the end of the day, but almost a double commit coming near post as Rye credited with a save, his Savior medal being awarded, as this has shown more of a defensive side of this Warriors team. And now it's up to Tizzy in a 1v1. Carson waiting late, but able to get the save.
These are situations that Penn Trafford will happily fall on. They just take a few shots. They have a little bit of time in the offense, just poking and prodding. And they play more defense, but Ryan, that's a great dim on the backfield. Ethan,
what a save
from Tizzy to get that out. I for sure thought that was going in. So now Somerset has been robbed of a goal. A minute 35 to go. It's not over yet. Ethan, a quick shot, a double commit on the backside. Where's the follow? Carson's there, but Tizzy gets another one.
And able to keep his momentum, stole the boost, and he is in the catbird seat waiting for this one to drop, just being a nuisance on the offensive end, on the defensive end, now creating a rule 1. So 2v2 gameplay as it's now up to Carson and XK, but nope, never mind. PK just decides to demo and fix the rule 1.
Not sure if that's the situation you want to be in anyway. So Somerset wants their third player back. They get it back. Minute to go, just about. The infield pass, PK launches that one back down. Somerset really is in their do or die time now. They've got to get one here. Rye just completely dusts them out to waste even more time on the clock. Tizzy bumps out Ethan, trying to cover another bump, just being a complete nuisance on the side. 5 seconds to go. The time is kicking down, and Penn Trafford has full control right now.
Well, that's an opportunity arising, but Ford, old Tizzy could not find probably the exclamation point on this series. XK-Bone leading it forward, trying to find something, but all he finds is the backboard. Half a minute left, possibly in this entire league, as this is the game and match and tournament point, as it's 2-0 here, Sis.
2-0, and time is just about done. Ethan, a dim on the backfield, but Carson missed the ball. You're stuck in your half. You have 9 seconds to go. You've got to get something, because mathematically it's becoming impossible to win this game. A quick 50 is going off the sidewall. Carson's going to keep it in. It doesn't matter. Penn Trafford are your back-to-back champions.
Penn Trafford able to just kind of withstand that first game that was an offensive explosion from this Somerset team. And then here again, once we see this strange phenomenon of only shooting 5 times and allowing 11 shots against you, but saving 7 of them, and that was just enough to have a 2-0 victory.
And you see the jubilation on the players, the coach getting hyped for his team. The team, they realized they won. The fist bumps came out. The handshakes came out. And Penn Trafford, look at that. We had so many questions going to wonder if they could go back-to-back. And Foof, I think they more than delivered for this one.
Well, I gotta... I don't know if that is getting picked up, but I love what's happening. I know we're technically on a bit of a delay looking at on our end, but I love to see it. That is amazing. And obviously having a great time there, fixing the hair. My hands were in my head like the whole time, missed shots, big opportunities, but big time players make big time plays in big time games. And I don't think there's any bigger games, especially than the ones that we just saw, but it's a 4-1, Sis.
It's a 4-1, and unfortunately, if you're Somerset, your season ended in probably not the fashion you wanted, but hey, props to them. They made it all the way to the finals. They gave it their all. They left it on the field, and it's even more to learn from. It's even more to look back, because guess what? This isn't the only season we have. So I'm sure they're going to come back and look. I hope not. Pretty sure we're going to have more, but they're going to come back and look at this, see the mistakes that they made. They're going to try to improve. And meanwhile, if you're Penn Trafford, well, you're just proving that you're the best team again. Good job. Hats off.
If you're Penn Trafford, just knock a little bit of dust off the shoulder, stand up, raise that hand. You are the champions once again. So we've seen now Division 2 going the length of all 7 games. This one falling in a 4-1 by way of Penn Trafford, the Warriors. So thus ends our Rocket League portion of the day, Sis. And I got to say, what a freaking start that we've had.
What a start indeed. And if you wanted more fantastic playoff action, guess what? We're going to deliver, because Overwatch Division 1 Championship between defending champions Forest Hills, defending champions, that's familiar ring, huh? Versus newcomers Winber Areas coming up next, right after a quick intermission because everyone wants some lunch. We're hungry, you're hungry, we're going to get some food. The players are hungry. Be sure to do exclamation point socials to follow all of the esport company socials, exclamation point casters. You want to keep up with me, you want to keep up with Foof, you want to keep up with Formal,
Follow
all
that
of our
man.
lovely casters. So, we're going to go to a quick break. Then there's going to be Overwatch action. Then right after that is Valorant action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back as quick as we can.
Well, the day has dawned. It is the grand finals of the Overwatch Division for the spring 2022 season for the TEC High School League. I am Joker's Ransom, and I'm so excited to bring you this alongside Lord Thethan. Thethan, how are you doing today, good sir?
It's bittersweet, Joker. You and I have been following the TEC High School League Division 1 Overwatch for I think it's upwards of 6 or 7 weeks now, and it has all culminated for this very moment, for this very day. But at the same time, I'm also casting today knowing that this is the end of the line for now, and that does make me a little bit sad. There's been so much talent that we've gotten to watch over the last numerous weeks, and I'll be very sad to see some of that talent depart from us, as we've seen from some pretty remarkable teams. Immediately coming to mind are the Moshannon Valley Gaming Knights, because I love that name, and the Somerset Area Golden Eagles. But all of the TEC high school leagues have had a really good run so far. There's two in particular that have had a better run than most.
Yeah, and those two teams are the Forest Hill Rangers and the Winber. Oh my goodness! I forget the name, the full name. Winber Area Ramblers. That's what it's called, and I remembered it. There we go. It's the Forest Hill Rangers versus the Winber Area Ramblers.
I mean, Joker, who needs names, right?
Yeah.
Because the reputations of both of these teams, you can probably hear my dog barking in the background. The reputation of both of these teams precedes them. Winber Area, who was actually kind of a slow starter early in the season, really picked up the pace. They found their flexibility and I mean, their ability to learn the game over such a short period of time. I know I describe it as maybe a long 6-7 weeks, but it's really not a lot of time to learn Overwatch fully enough. And so just the fact that they've been able to do so is really impressive. And I mean, the less said about the Forest Hills Rangers, the better. There are some powerhouse players on that squad, and they are undefeated in the regular season, obviously undefeated so far here in the final stage of the TEC High School League Division 1 Overwatch, and this should be quite the match that we are set to watch today.
Yeah, so let's start it off with the Winber roster here, as they do have these their school tags, but they're known by WASD Esports 3. Gage Andrew on the DPS, which is Andrew is WASD Esports 4. Then we've got the two powerhouses that are part of my keys to success for this team is Garrett and Ben as number 5 and 6. And then rounding it out, Veronica and Owen on 1 and 2. And like I was saying, when I have some keys to success here, Thethan, as Garrett and Ben need to pop off and stay consistent throughout this series. And they need to make the side of Forest Hill, specifically those two powerhouses like we were foreshadowing from that Forest Hill squad, Flip, Stingray, and Kaide, feel uncomfortable. They cannot do what they want to do, and they'll have a very good chance of winning this series out.
Yeah, Joker, I think you're articulating or gesticulating a little bit. I got to put a hammer in those hands because you've hit the nail right on the head there. A lot is expected of Garrett and Ben, but as well, the consistency that we've seen over the course of the season from Winber is absolutely demanded of them at this time. This is a critical match. It's do or die here. The stakes are as high as they come, and your opponent is a devastating monster to conquer. Looking at the Forest Hills Ranger squad, I mean, we could talk about 2 or 3 particular players, definitely, but let's talk about all of them. You've got Jegward and Flip Stingray going to be starting off on the tank role. I love seeing the flexibility from Stingray and Kaede, being able to alternate onto the different roles of Overwatch. I do so myself, but it's only because I've got 3,000 hours of this game played. Vago and Napoleon will be starting on the DPS lineup. They'll be dishing out all the damage, securing the eliminations, or at least those that aren't already secured by Flip and Kaede. Meanwhile, Kaede on the support role with Nade actually supporting as well. And this is interesting to me, Joker, because this is a totally new face to me. I don't think we've gotten the pleasure of seeing Nade on the roster in the regular season.
Yeah, I don't believe so as well. So I have some keys to success here as well for the Forest Hill squad. And I think the biggest one is don't fix what wasn't broken. Don't change anything up. You said in the intro, they're undefeated for a reason. They are this powerhouse squad that if they continue what they do well, they've got a very, very good chance of winning this out. And then obviously empower your stars, empower Flip and Kaede to do what they do, win you maps and win them quickly.
Yeah, and talking about maps, Joker, I know that we'll get to each one as it comes, but let's take a brief glimpse at that map pool. Oasis will be our starting map. We are guaranteed as well to see Temple of Anubis and Route 66. But Joker, honestly, Oasis is going to be really interesting. Though that control point game mode is a really great way to establish a baseline of how you want to play and the kinds of things you can expect from your opponent as well. Oasis is a little bit different, though. It's not quite like your Lijiang Tower or Ilios. I feel like there's a lot of flexibility that this map offers.
Yeah, it definitely does. If we saw when we went through that map there's just an overall different type of map or composition that can be that should be run on those specific types of maps. Like if you're going to go on to University or you're going to be running that brawl, it's a really closed area. And then as well, you go into the downtown phase, which I always forget these Oasis maps, map names, because I don't feel like it's a very common control point or control map to be seeing, but I do love it nonetheless. And it's then you can see a brawl or not a brawl, a dive, and maybe a 6-man as well, going through all these different types of maps. It's just an incredible type of map that is kind of underutilized, like I was saying.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think that there's a lot of different compositions that you could see depending on where you end up. That sub map that you'll start off on, and we'll actually be jumping right into the game. It seems as well, Joker. I haven't gotten confirmation quite yet on what sub map that we're starting off on, but if it's Gardens or University, then you could definitely expect to see kind of brawl style composition. Here we are on Gardens, in fact, and I mean, you and I have both seen it, Joker, that brawl comp. It's something that all of the high school teams have been comfortable on, but it's also a look that they will be departing from here in this starting map.
Well, just when you said it, Flip Stingray was locking that wrecking ball for the time being, but they are in fact opting for the brawl composition here, with both teams opting for Junkrat, which we've seen do very well for the side of Winber. We'll see how these teams engage early on here, as it's an interesting look, but it has worked out for the side of Winber with the Sigma Hog variant of tank line that they're opting to run here. It's a very pick-based composition, But Flip Stingray is going to start things off, taking out Owen early on, and this looks like it is going to be the side of Forest Hills starting off strong like they always do and getting this first point captured.
That's right, and that's some essential progress here for Forest Hills, but as well, as I talk about setting a tone for the match, oh goodness, there's tone right there, Flip Stingray going for the kill. You see how low, I think it is, Garrett is right now, just running off, manages to get the Mega. So as you, oh sorry, that's Ben actually on the Junkrat. So as you talk about setting the tone, that's a great pace to establish here for Forest Hills. You get the opening pick there onto Owen, who's playing the Brigida. You stunt their ult charge a little bit, so they're going to be slower to deploy the rally, and Forest Hills is already off to a strong start here on Gardens. It's nothing we didn't anticipate either, Joker, but it's definitely refreshing to see that they are still on their game.
Ooh, a nice DMAC has already started this off, but a nice shot coming in response. The right tire is out, finds 2 of their own. There goes Ben. Oh my goodness, finds 3 of their own, but Jaguar getting 2 in response. They just have to take care of Andrew, and there is Forest Hills continue to hold on to this point.
That was really harrowing for both sides, actually. You see the shatter come in and your heart kind of sinks to your chest if you're a Winber area Ramblers fan. But for Forest Hills as well, if you're one of those players, especially one of the ones who died to that rip tire, really great play there from Ben. It just didn't quite come to fruition like Winber wanted. That's okay. They'll have a couple of other ultimates to fall back on for this fight.
And as we're going to see, Ben going to take a nice angle here, but they've already lost 2 of their own, and there goes the side of Forest Hills, popping that tactical visor. Not really, maybe not better than as necessary as you've liked it to. It did get that 1 pick, but it is down towards that last fight territory here, Ethan.
Oh, well, I mean, it ends up being a pretty small expense there. You're working towards the last team fight territory, some objective completion, Kaede getting hyper aggressive and engaging the DPS Tease mentality. But watch out, there's someone touching the objective for Winber right there. Not gonna last long though.
Yeah, not long at all. The Dragon Strike does come out. They take out Jaguar, but that self-destruct is going to get them back into mech as quickly as they possibly can. Another pin from Narnia coming in from Flip Stingray, finding out Garrett there as well. The Shatter taking out Owen, and that will be the first point taken for the side of Forest Hills. And yes, Andrew taking a little dip in the side ocean there.
Gotta wash himself off of the filth of the Forest Hills Rangers, or maybe just I mean how dirty they're playing against Winber. Dirty being just hyper aggressive. You see plays not being hesitated to be set up and accomplished here by Forest Hills. This is a proactivity that we've gotten glimpses of during the regular season, but as I mentioned earlier, the stakes are high for this matchup. This is the final match of this season. You want to be banking on those plays, investing in those setups, and that's exactly what Forest Hills is looking to accomplish here. Now with this Ball Diva comp, which Joker is interesting because they're still on the Lucio Baptiste, and that's a odd support composition to run with these tanks.
Yeah, normally you'd see probably a Brigida instead of that Lucio, but we'll see how it works out for him. Oh, they're already starting to work out. As Flip Stingray is getting down and dirty in the end, and into Winber there, finding 2 picks of their own. Vaco not to be outdone, finds 2 as well. No, make it 3 for the Soldier 76 of Forest Hills.
Yeah, again, really good stuff from Forest Hills. You guys will hear us say that pretty much all series long. I am really excited to see Winber's response to this aggression. I think really just part of the linchpin for their success is just keeping in mind that all the angles around them are going to be manipulated here by the Forest Hills Rangers composition. And especially with Flip Stingray coming up close on this minefield, got to be careful about the spaces you're playing in if you're Winber.
They do get him stunned up, but the minefield going to be dropped by Flip Stingray in response.
Nice pick.
They do take out Vaco. That is huge. Trying to get up to that tactical visor. And another pick coming out as well. Garrett taking out Nade. They have made those swaps to try to deal with Flip Stingray on this wrecking ball. But there goes Garrett out of this fight. And the Amp Matrix coming out from Kaede is there to keep people up and healthy, as well as deal a lot more damage than you normally do. But nothing's really gone in anyone's favor. But now Winber are starting to get on point control here, finding picks on to the opposition here, looking to continue to go forward. They still have to deal with these two DPS that are on the board, but there goes Napoleon out of this fight, and the Gritic Flux gonna take out Nade as well, as Winber finally get their first capture. Oh, no, not yet, but there it goes. There's the capture center for Winber starting to tick up.
I couldn't suppress my laughter there, Joker. Vaco having the a little bit of the main tank experience there on the DPS role. I think they got accretioned and then stunned and then booped and then lifted up into the air. So just all manners of CC denying the agency of Vaco on this highly mobile Soldier 76. That's exactly how Winber needs to play this.
Yeah, they definitely do, but Vaco's come back with a vengeance. Found one with the tactical visors. Two now make it, as this should be the side of Forest Hills coming back incredibly strong off the back of two nice ultimates, one from Flip Stingray and one from Vaco.
Yeah, it's still a couple of stragglers here to clean up, but it shouldn't be a big issue here for Forest Hills. They've got the oh, I thought I heard the Transcendence come out, but Kaide's only 59% to that. Needless to say, the point has now flipped, and Winber has to find a way to utilize the rally and the Deadeye that they have online in the interest of retaking this point. We're hitting that mark again in objective completion, where this is potentially the last fight here of this entire map.
This is towards that last fight, and Garrett
watch out!
I was about to say Garrett had the Deadeye, but there it goes, and now it's fallen as the side of Forest Hills come out strong, using every ultimate they can, because it is that last fight now, as Flip Stingray takes out Ben, and that is going to be it. Forest Hills with a sound barrier in celebration. Take map number 1.
And it's in kind of decisive fashion as well. You know, that first sub-map on Gardens was 100-0 in favor of the Forest Hills Rangers, and Winber area Ramblers, they were able to find a little bit of agency there heading into City Center. Again, you know, the shatter was huge, but we don't really expect anything different from Flip Stingray. I want to talk about that Riptire from Ben. You know, a lot of Overwatch players, when you lose a teammate, when you lose a player in these team fights, you just kind of want to step back and wait to retake that group team fight. But great Overwatch players will know that when you're looking at a man disadvantage, that is the time to do something. In response to the Earth Shatter, you don't have a shield, you don't have a defensive ult, but you do have a Riptire. I'm going to use it. That was Ben's line of thinking, and that's exactly the kind of strategizing. That's exactly the kind of playmaking that's going to net Winber area Ramblers, maybe not success in the series as a whole, but at least little successes that they can build off of, ultimately in the interest of culminating to a victory for them.
Yeah, definitely. It worked out well. It almost flipped that entire fight. It flipped the entire fight into their favor, but then they did clean it up in the end. But it was the right idea coming in from Winber, and that is what they needed to do to continue to go forward. They need to stay consistent, and they need to make those hero plays from time to time to win this series out. And I mean, they had those bright spots, but again, it's they still could not shut down Flip Stingray, especially on that second point of Oasis. They swapped over to Brig, they swapped over to Cassidy, but still he was finding value on the Wrecking Ball, which those two heroes, especially in Overwatch 1, are direct counters to that hero.
Yeah, and you're looking at the Junkrat in the line for Winber as well. It makes certain areas pretty dangerous to play as the Wrecking Ball. And that gives you a little glimpse, and we'll talk about this later as well, Joker, about the prioritization of Forest Hills as a team and as individual players as well. Talking about dangerous areas to play in, the next map that we'll be heading into is definitely no exception to that. It's going to be a fan favorite, and I say that with a wry smile on my face because it really isn't. Temple of Anubis is the next stage for this ultimate showdown.
Yeah, as we're going to take a little look at Temple of Anubis here. And, well, I do like one composition, and I do love it the most, especially on defense here, as we're taking a look at this little high ground here, but which is where you normally set up with. But I do like that sniper on that back high ground, especially in Ash, just to get that extra dynamite damage going through, as well with a Junkrat, and then a double shield as well to come through. And, well, with a double shield, you're going to probably run a Baptiste and a Zenyatta to continue to get as much damage and as much healing as you possibly can. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Hopefully, that's what we see, because I feel like that is the best composition overall on the defense for both of these two teams.
I'll tell you, you hit on some pretty important points there, Joker, as far as different heroes, different strategies that you could run. Anubis, for me, it's that assault game mode. It's 2CP. Overwatch players don't like it for some reason. I really like it, but who cares? But for me, even despite the deficiency that is Anubis as the game mode, I think in terms of map design, game design philosophy, I think it's a beautifully designed map. You mentioned running the double sniper or running a sniper, right? So you can run a Genji in response to that. If there's a Genji on the opposing team, this map is really good for those kind of dive, highly mobile heroes. You can necessitate having a defensive ult. So run the Zenyatta, run the Lucio. If you're gonna have a Lucio, might as well have a Reinhardt. So maybe there's a variation to make in a double shield lineup, but if you're playing against a double shield on the attack, then you can absolutely run a dive or disruption. There's so many different styles that we can see in this map, Joker, and I really want to see all of them, but something tells me we'll only see a few definitive looks from both of these teams. We didn't get to see this map type really, I think, only once in the regular season. So this is not new territory for these players, but it's definitely going to be quite the test to see how they match up against each other in this challenging game mode.
Yeah, it definitely will be a challenge indeed. And, well, we'll see how these two teams work on it as we're loading in it to Temple of Anubis right now. But I'm just excited to see what these two teams are going to run on these on their attack and defense. I mean, it's and we're going to be seeing a swap coming in here, and for the side of Forest Hills here.
Yeah, JP Palmo going to be taking up the tank role for Jegward, who swaps onto the support role. So you're going to see Nade go on to DPS. Napoleon, at least for now, is out, and Kaide is going to be racking up some kills on the Doomfist there. One punch is really all it's going to take to eliminate any of the vulnerable supports for Winber. So what we got to see on Oasis there was not necessarily an entire lack of, but it was a slower, more tempered response to the way that Forest Hills was playing, and that's going to be that's going to need to be ramped up to the nth degree here for Winber. Starting off their attack, number one priority is making sure that their support players can clear these treacherous areas and stage a proper team fight in some of these crucial positions.
Definitely. And they did take some of
That's a great main wall.
Oh, it is indeed. But they did take some of my advice, but they have Kaede on the Doomfist instead of the Junkrat. But it does not seem to really matter because, well, Flip Stingray is in the face of everyone on the Zenyatta. Just, we're just seeing some good old Flankiata coming in from the support of Forest Hills. Flip Stingray.
I mean, Joker, in the words of the greatest five-head of us all and glorious former Overwatch and now Valorant caster Sideshow, if Zenyatta wasn't meant to flank, they would have given him footsteps, and definitely Flip Stingray's working that to their advantage. They'll be coming up on the Transcendence here shortly. They're leading the lobby in ult charge, which is really cool to see from a support.
Yeah, it definitely is, as Jegward is going to be taking a nap here. Not going to be able to heal up their team for the time being, but well, they're going to be able to wake up eventually, but it's going to be a little bit too late for the side of for Owen there, because they did not get that that sleep dart back, and they're going to fall because of it, as they're just in between a rock and a hard place. They do lose Kaede there, who was just gonna go on a rampage, but now the side of Windbear are starting to open things up. They found 2 picks as Gage goes forward, but they've paid for it with their life as JB on that Orisa takes them out. But the Riptire is now out, not gonna find anything, but it's still looking good for this Windbear squad, but the Dragon Strike coming out is not going to find the damage that they wanted to, as now Windbear continue to push forward. A nice hook comes through, and Ben is going to be able to capitalize on that hook and take out Kaede.
I gotta say, one thing that's lacking here in this attack, as good as it is from Windbear, is a sense of urgency. There's an opportunity to really make an aggressive push here, but it's having to be constantly fortified by these eliminations and now by the tempo revive coming in from Veronica, attentive support player that she is. Ultimately, Windbear will take this objective, but I gotta admit, Joker, I am just a little bit, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed that we didn't see a sense of urgency there from Windbear. They're pathing kind of the same way into that fight. And again, it doesn't matter, ultimately they'll get the choke, but how much did it really cost, right? Because Owen ends up going down late in the fight there. If this point isn't captured in time, they'll have a little bit of a walk there from the old spawn. Looks like they will be making that walk. And so I just want to see Windbear take these fights a little bit faster off of these early advantages they're able to accumulate.
Well, they're having Windbear does have quite the advantage here going into point 2. It is the lamp. The lamp is not going to be available for a little bit, but they have 4 ultimates, almost 5 now. 5. They're going to use the supercharger from Forest Hills to stop them from going forward for the time being, but it could have been used so much better, as they're going to find 2. Oh my goodness. Ben finding 2, and there comes the Blizzard out as well. Not going to lock up anyone that you would have liked to, as they're going to go in for everything they possibly can. The whole hog now coming in as well, pushing them away from the spawn. Nade is going to take out the whole hogging Roadhog, as now the side of Forest Hills have opened things up. They've got this Transcendence online, and Vako's found 3 picks in this fight, and a nice retake comes through from Forest Hills.
Yeah, and it rewards Forest Hills with basically a clean objective here. There was no objective progress attained by Windbear in that fight, despite the sacrifices that they did make there. And I gotta say, ultimately, that's on Windbear. Again, I want to see them play the game at a little bit faster pace. I want to see a sense of urgency, and I also want to see the level of prioritization that we've gotten from Forest Hills so far. I want to see that emulated in this attacking squad, and that's some good proactivity right there, nabbing out Kaede while you still can.
Oh my goodness! What a stick coming in from Kaede. A little fade away, most likely coming through, as they find out Garrett as well. The res is going to be burned, and they're just taking time away from this Windbear squad, and they find another pick. Garrett's down after a res came through from Veronica, and this is just gonna clear things up for the side of Forest Hills.
Yeah, staying in that choke for as long as they did was a pretty dangerous decision from Windbear. They do get punished for it, but hey, there's a rare, so close to getting a pick off. They do get it, and that's a 2-man advantage, or rather disadvantage now for Forest Hills. Might not quite yet be the time to push, but Andrew still wants to make it happen.
It's gotta be the time to push. It's down to 1:30 on the squad, but the amplification matrix is now out from Jedward, and you can't push now. There's just so much damage coming out, specifically from this double shield, because of that amplification matrix, that it makes it impossible for this Reinhardt of Gage to even make an attempt to push through. As now Kaede is in the back line trying to take out Owen on the Baptiste. They do pay for it with their life, but they're taking away more time off the clock.
I mean, it's a pretty attainable win condition, though, Joker. Punish Forest Hills for being greedy, for being hyper-aggressive, and then you clear a path to this objective. It's exactly what Windbear did with that pick on Kaede. They've got ults to take this objective, and another opening pick.
Well, the Shatter does come out, but they still have not been able to take out Vako. The Deadeye coming through. Gonna find out Veronica. The whole hog was there, but it's not gonna find the value that you really wanted as Forest Hills take that fight yet again, and it's down to 30 seconds here.
Here's the thing about that 30-second mark, though, Joker, and it's part of why 2CP is not enjoyed by the Overwatch player base. It's because invariably, at least in our solo queue ranked games, that last 30 seconds does lead to objective completion. Winber doesn't have any ultimates to work with compared to the Flux that Vako has on standby, but I think we do see a relatively successful push here from Winber.
See here as the Flux is going to come out, and it's going to connect to a lot of people. They all go up and they all go down as their chances of completing this second point goes with them, as it is just the wrecking ball left. Andrew falling down as Forest Hills complete the second point defense.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Joker. Good luck with the rest of the cast. I'm out. I cast or cursed Winber there, and I'm so sorry, guys. If Winber, whoever wins this, it's not down to a player diff. It's a Lord Ethan gap here, trying to manipulate the series by projecting success there onto Winber. They did find little successes there, right? But it's always the proactivity, it's always the responsiveness that you look for to capitalize off of those little victories that they're able to attain. Speaking of little victory, though, they did find that first point capture. And holding the first objective in its entirety is not an uncomplicated endeavor here in the Assault game mode, especially in organized team play. But Winber, with their backs against the wall here in this series, looking at the possibility of match point territory if they lose Anubis, they've got to make something happen here. And it's not quite the spring 2021 era rush style composition with Orion or Rissa, but it's still a pretty reasonable defensive look compared from Winber compared to the aggressive double shield that Forest Hills is utilizing. I'll tell you though, Joker, there's quite a conundrum that's about to happen, and it starts with a K, ends with an E, and is related to the hero that they've picked.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how they opt to use their teleporter. Are they gonna try to just go straight up and brawl on top of the holding position that most likely Winber is taking, or are they just gonna do a little cheeky strat, go to that right room and go straight to point? It's gonna be a really interesting way about it, and we'll see when both these teams are ready to go.
I'll tell you, Joker, if there's one thing to make being responsive easily, it's having a teleporter with a range of, 30, 40 meters that you can just instantly cross distance with, be wherever you would like to be. That teleporter has, I think it's a 10 or 11 second cooldown, but it's, that ends up being kind of short in the long term of the round as a whole. So let's see, where do they teleport? Straight to point is my bet.
Yeah, it looks like that is the case. They're straight to point. They do take out the sentry turret, and they've lost Nade, however. But a nice charge comes through from Vako, taking out 2 of the side of Winber. Continuing to look more. There's 3 for the Reinhardt, 4, as that is going to be a quick capture coming in from the side of Forest Hills. And a nice little flick. You don't normally see that from Symmetra players.
No, you don't. It takes me back to the days where her beam actually locked onto its targets and you just microwave people around walls. Denji or NG Dez, and that is exactly what Kaide is doing here, wielding the microwave to absolute efficiency. And now Forest Hills is rewarded with a 6-minute time bank for the second objective. And the best outcome for Winber here is a draw.
Yeah, and they've got to do something, but they've already lost 2 as the Shatter comes through and connects to 2 as well. The cleanup not as quickly as you wanted it to be as the side of Winber. No one touches as Forest Hills takes map number 2.
We praised Ben's decision-making on the Junkrat there on Oasis, and I gotta admit, like, you wanted to see Ben touch there just to get that last second possible stall for Winber on their defense. Ultimately, I'm honestly kind of inclined to agree with the decision making there of just seeing if there's an ally who can connect to that point while Ben lets loose the Riptire for a clutch pickoff. Oftentimes, as an Overwatch player, you're confronted with that objective with 6, 7, 8, 12 enemies on it. Feels that way sometimes, even if it is only 5 or 6, and you're just like, I ain't touching that. I'm not. I've got my Riptire. I've got an ultimate. I'm Widowmaker. I'm not gonna touch the objective. Someone else, please come out on a fast hero and touch so that I can get that Riptire off. Almost a big clutch play that we got to see from Ben. So again, just in terms of highlighting some pretty good decision making, we can't undervalue the intentional decision to not touch there.
Think it was like you said, it was the right decision, and I think as well he did not realize that he was the last person alive. As we saw him go through that the animation of a Riptire before before the overtime bar ticked, or not the overtime bar, the capture percentage ticked up, as it was going to be a good play. I mean, it was going to be able to get probably a couple of people out of that fight, as I believe Immortality Field was used already. And it's just an unfortunate series of events. They are not limiting Snick yet, however, but still, it happens in the end. It happens to the best of them.
Yes, victory and loss both occur to the best of us, so we'll have to see who ends up with that champion title at the end of this series. Right now, it's looking pretty favorable for Forest Hills, but Winber, with maybe a little bit of a breather on the other side of a break, might be able to round out their strategies, figure out how they need to accomplish what they need to do. We'll see you guys in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. The series will continue.
Well, we are back, and well, we have something that we were supposed to have for you before the match started, but things happen, and we have it now. We have our good buddy Nizzy here that had got a chance to interview both of the coaches from both of these two teams, and has the answers, I believe, for you right now. Nizzy?
Thanks, guys. Yep, things happen, but here we are, better late than never. Appreciate you guys. By the way, right behind me, over my shoulder, is where they are competing. Of course, Forest Hills up 2-0 in this series, but I did get a chance to talk to the coaches of each organization. So we'll start off with Frank of the Winber side. He said that their very first game of the season was against Forest Hills, and it was a learning curve. It was a tough matchup. And so they did take the time from that point till now to watch some VODs. And what they decided was that they're going to put all their resources into protecting the DPS. And the way they were trying to do that is to, make sure their tanks are healed up and stayed up. And their tanks are going to be pretty much doing most of the jobs so that their DPS have some room to work with. Now, we'll see if they can be able to execute that better a little bit here in Game 3. But moving over to the Forest Hills side of things, Ben Grove, I talked to as the coach there, and I asked him, because it's no secret that everyone on that squad is very good at flexing roles. You'll see DPS on tanks on support on DPS. They can do it all. So I asked him today, I'm like, are we going to see that, or are we just going to see them stick to their roles? And he said they are going to switch up a lot. So you will see these normal DPS names on tanks, and like I said, on support. So I think we're seeing that probably in Game 3. You'll even see some different roles continuing. He did tell me their entire squad, pretty much all their squad, are all seniors. So this is their last chance to get this championship. Their Division 2 team is pretty much going to move into that Division 1 role next season. But for now, their seniors are here. They're hype. They're graduating soon. So there's a lot of emotions and hypeness around. And then last but not least, I did ask him if they have practiced with 5v5 yet, since Overwatch 2 is coming up. And he said, no, we're focused on 6v6. We're in the here and now. We're going to stick with 6v6 until the time comes. So that's the insight I got. Back to you guys.
That's really good insight, actually, and I love that as well. That that the teams are focused on the here and now, because that's absolutely one of the most critical things. I mean, obviously, you've got to prep for the finals, for that final match. So no need to be wasting yourself or your time with the Overwatch 2 beta, fun as it is.
Yeah, very fun indeed. I mean, I'm sure they're playing it from on their spare time, but
Yeah.
I mean, you got, but yeah, it's very unfortunate to hear that it is pretty much the last ride for all these Forest Hill players, as
Yeah.
they are all seniors, and I mean that is sad. It's they're going to be continuing on with their life. Hopefully, most of them continue playing esports competitively and collegiately. And especially if Forest Hills wins this series out, we're definitely going to have to ask that question if they're going to continue, if they have actually picked out where they're going to go, and then we'll see. We'll see what their thoughts on it is. But right now, we're in the here and now, and that is later on in the future, and the here and now is number 3, and that is going to be Route 66.
Route 66. It's that escort game mode. It's about as straightforward as you can get. There's not oppressive amounts of high ground like you might find on the moonlit streets of Dorado, and it's not quite as challenging as the hybrid game mode, where you have to lock down that objective and then move that payload. You've got long sight lines here, but nothing nearly as treacherous as the lengthy sights of Havana from the Dom Robotico distillery. I think that this is a great place for Winber to really bounce back in this series, utilize the map to their advantage, the way that we've seen Forest Hills do so far. I think that this is not where the series ends tonight, Joker. And I'm not trying to cast or curse anything, but I do want to see those small victories accumulate into something bigger here for Winber.
And I have to agree with you there, as with what we've seen from Winber and what works for Winber, I feel like it is a map that can really bode well to their composition that they like to run. And we're not seeing the Hanzo, which I would have thought we were going to see, but with the Soldier 76 being so prevalent as it is currently, it makes sense to continue to see the Soldier 76. But we're going to see Forest Hills yet again opting for the Doomfist on defense. That is what they like to do. They like to be that aggressor.
Yeah, just to roll through, or punch through rather, sever the lifeline of the supports here for Winber, and then advance onto there. Napoleon, mentionable here, is back in the lineup on the support role, and oh gosh, Joker, what's gonna happen?
Well, what happened was Nade is going to go down, but, well, Kaede finds 3 of their own. Flip Stingray looking to change it back as well. They are going to get fallen, but Jegward is going to take it and get the revenge for their fallen comrade, as they are going to make some changes because of it. They're going to be swapping over to the Reaper now, is Flip Stingray.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, there's not really the counters that I guess. I mean, there are Doomfist counters in Winber, but it didn't really stop Flip Stingray there on Anubis. Might be just part of using the map to their advantage here.
As Kaede getting super low there for the time being, but Jegward is going to find the first pick in this fight. The shatter does come out from Kaede. Nothing really doing from it, however, and they do fall down in the end, as it's still even all around. Winber trying to continue this out, but they look like they're going to stay back for the time being. Wait for their respawns to get back.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a safe bet here, where I've been clamoring to see Winber play a little bit faster. It is good to see them slow down at the times that they need to. This means that Garrett, who's armed with a tactical visor, can really wait for a good opportunity to utilize it, because Napoleon doesn't have the sound barrier in defense of that ultimate.
Which is a nice, good thing. But there goes Kaede taking out Ben with a fire strike, and that should be all they need in the end to win this fight out, and they've built up more ultimates to continue this defense going.
Yeah, and real quick, I just want to point out for our viewers, you guys can see the players live right now as well. Don't expect any longing glances at the camera. They're heavily focused right now. Winber on getting out of spawn and Forest Hills on creating and controlling this early space here on Route 66. This next fight's actually going to start off with the Valkyrie from Veronica.
Well, Winber should be able to get out of this. They've got all the ultimates they need. But Flip Stingray finding 3 with the Death Blossom. Oh my goodness. That is not something you normally see, as the Reaper ultimate, not that good, but it's going to be enough. I do really love that Reaper guy.
Oh, the Reaper guy is my favorite. His special move, honestly, one of the best in the game. And he comes equipped with these 2 revolvers that that can basically 2-3 shot anyone if you use them correctly, especially if you come from the side. Definitely a hero that people sleep on. Deservedly so. That ultimate is hard to get value out of, but the stuns just did not come through. The cancel onto Flip did not come through, and they're already getting more picks.
There he goes, the Reaper guy coming from the sides yet again, taking out Ben, as they are going to find, they are going to get their res on to the Junkrat, but it's not going to matter in the end. But here comes the Riptire coming out, but it's going to be taken down by Nade. What a play coming in, as Flip Stingray continuously is just annihilating the side of Winber with these 2 shotguns.
Yeah, it's absolutely devastating close hold here, and you can see its results as the time bank has dwindled from that opening 4 minutes now to 20 seconds. The cart has actually reverted back to the position it originally started in. Winber's got to make something happen here with this Gravitic Flux that Gage has on standby.
Yeah, as they're going to try to open things up. They've got the Gravitic Flux, which can be... can work well for them, but Flip Stingray has taken out Ben yet again, and here comes the Death Blossom. It's 3 yet again, as this is an incredibly close hold coming in from Forest Hills. The sound barrier in response to as a sign of celebration, as Forest Hills have set them up for a very quick attack round.
Yeah, and a really, it was 4 minutes, but it didn't play out like that, and definitely didn't meet the maximum amount of time you could actually spend on this escort game mode. Man, I mean, Joker, I said that I didn't want the series to end here, but it looks like that might be the case. Unless Winber is able to muster up a really competent, close defense here of this first objective, we're very much looking at the possibility of this Forest Hills Ranger squad, all of these seniors with this last hurrah that they have in this season before they depart and go on with their lives, and like you mentioned, hopefully continue in their competitive esports endeavors. You know, this is the situation that they're looking at, is the victory that they've been working really hard for, mind you. I love the insight that Nizzy brought as far as from the coaches, because you look at a strong team, and absolutely, you know, Joker, we've got to mention Flip Stinger, you got to talk about Kaide, got to talk about Garrett and Ben and Veronica on the side of Winber, but at the end of the day, the coaches play just as big a role, and the strategies that they developed are definitely paying off here for Forest Hills.
It definitely is. It definitely is indeed, and they're going to continue to look to continue that success on this attacking round, as they are going to be using the Symmetra yet again here. As no, you could actually do that. You can break Junkrat trap with Symmetra teleport. That's a cool little tech that I didn't actually know anything about, as they're going to look to disrupt them with this composition yet again, as Nade taking out Garrett is the first pick in the cookie that is going to be crumbling down for the side of Winber. They keep finding all these picks. Kaide on the wrecking ball, finding 2, and this should be the end here, as they're going to be ticking up, as they're going to keep them coming anywhere close from getting back to this cart here.
Oh yeah, Joker, the relentless full throttle gameplay that Forest Hills has excelled in over the course of the regular season and here in the finals have finally paid off. The investment paying dividends here for the victors of the TEC High School League Division 1 Overwatch Forest Hills Rangers, walking away from this series with a victory and from the season with a championship title.
Yeah, and it's what are some great stuff coming in from all of these players as they showed their might, but in the end, it was not enough to take down the juggernaut. That's the side of Forest Hills, which we are seeing right now.
They look so stoic, actually. You know, you're used to seeing in the Overwatch League players jumping up and they're super excited, and I like this. I like this cool, collected energy of Forest Hills. They're like, yeah, we know that we're champs. Let's file out, single file line from the esports, from the computer room, and we'll take the celebration outside. Well, hopefully not outside. It looks like it might be stormy weather out there. Maybe that's just the shades. But needless to say, it was a really strong performance from Forest Hills. And Joker, we really didn't expect anything differently. I do want to highlight some of those big moments from Winber area Ramblers, though.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them evolve from a very not that good of a team, but a competent team, and then we've seen them evolve throughout the season, and then they've realized, oh my goodness, Garrett and Ben, an amazing DPS duo. As they put them on their comfort heroes, that Junkrat, that Hanzo, and then we saw them elevate even further, and that got them to where they are now. And I mean, I don't think anyone was going to have a chance to beat this Forest Hill squad if they could. But I think Winber had that best chance to at least take a map off of them, which is saying something.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that didn't end up coming to fruition today. But we've seen Forest Hills. I'm pretty sure during the regular season we might have seen Forest Hills drop one map before.
Yeah.
And needless to say, you're right. You're right, Joker. There was really little chance to take down this squad. On pen and paper, Forest Hills was highly favored. But I'll tell you who is highly favored to me. That is Veronica, Owen, Gage, Andrew, Garrett, and Ben. I am you guys' #1 fan, and I've said this for every team that we've seen leave at this point, Joker. I'm very sad to see these players depart, at least from my watchful gaze for the time being. Hopefully, I get to see some of them again soon. Invariably, I'll see a couple, maybe all of the Forest Hills Rangers players playing in collegiate or wherever they end up going off to, whatever title they end up playing. But for the Winber area Ramblers, this is not a devastating loss. Taking on the Titans and dropping those 3 maps to them, it's all part of the plan for the Forest Hills Rangers, who executed that plan perfectly. For the Winber area Ramblers, they played their best, and the only bad games we play, Joker, are the ones where we don't learn anything.
Yes, definitely. And well, we've got our interview, and I'm very excited for this one. We've got Flip Sting right here on the line. And well, Flip, from going from Better Academy Season 4 champions to the TEC High School League Spring 2022 Finals champions, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm living it high.
And well, I do want to bring up your past because that's my past as well. Council, what is that biggest change for you from going from the council scene to the PC scene?
I mean, at the beginning, it was hard. I'm not going to lie. Like, the first season I played, I was not great. I wasn't like the Flip Stinger that I am now. But now, like, I'm getting back to where I was. I got top 500 on console. I'm getting close to there now. I think I'm like 37 on Rhine right now. So it's just just cruising.
And
Just cruising.
yeah, I mean, hey, as we also have had this huge debate on, I mean, you've got to have had some offers coming in from collegiate scenes, and we want to know: are you continuing your esports journey into the collegiate scene?
Right now it's up in the air. Right now I'm looking at Penn State University of where I might play, but
Mhm.
for right now it's up in the air. Depends if I want to or not.
I hope, and I definitely hope to see you continuing going forward because well, we both love you on the desk. You're an incredible
Oh, yeah.
player. Ethan, do you have any questions for him?
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned earlier, Flip Stingray, that I play all three roles myself pretty competently, or at least I like to think so. Just because I've got so much time invested into the game. But if you had any advice on how to help out any other players who wanted to emulate the flexibility that we've seen from you, what advice would that be?
The main thing is just focus on one role. I know for me, I started as a tank player. I learned Reinhardt. I played in Goats, and then I became a ball one trick on console. I learned from Jags, and then now I'm a flex DPS player. So overall, it's just a cycle there. Just pick one role, stick with it, and then I think right now I'm helping out Bishop Carroll over the summer, and I think I'm helping them out in the spring next year. So it's gonna be a fun time.
Very cool. And I'm glad that you actually mentioned Bishop Carroll because that was my next question was you guys have faced a lot of opponents over the course of the TEC High School League season. I would love to kind of hear what your take is on some of these teams. Who's represented some challenges that your team has had to overcome? What are some lessons that you guys have learned from playing some of these other, honestly, really competent teams?
Well, our first season didn't go so hot. We played Central Cambria. We lost 0-4 in the finals. It hurt, but you know what happens. Over the summer, we learned from it. We beat Greater Johnstown. We came out, undefeated. We did the same this season. But overall, Bishop Carroll and Wimber improved throughout the season. I kept talking to
Oh
into
yeah.
the intermission. Like they took a point off us. The only other team that did it was Hollidaysburg in D2, and we had a full charge because what I'm looking at is V Snipes. He's really good at the game. He's pretty much my successor at this point. So just those teams in general, just like our scrim partners, they're just great. So
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, my last question for you, Flip Stingray, is do you have any shout outs that you want to make? We talked a little bit about Joker and I about the coaching staff for Forest Hills. Of course, you've got your whole team to support you, or maybe there's a Twitter or Twitch that we need to follow. What would you like the world to know here?
I want to thank my family. No matter what happens, they've always supported me through it. Rather than me being like 2 a.m. screaming at the top of my lungs to finish a finals game or just hanging out. I want to thank my school for just letting us do this. I know I fought for this since the beginning of our program. It was me and Jegward. We fought for this game to happen, and now we're finally here, just making it happen. And then overall, my teammates and my coaches, they're great friends. Like I'm gonna have them for life. So
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for those heartwarming sentiments, Flip Stinger. Congratulations on your victory. Bask in it for the time being. The journey for you is just getting started, and it only gets tougher from here. I hope to see the same level of endurance and strength exhibited from you in all of your future endeavors. At least for now, thank you so much for joining us for this post-game interview, Flip Stingray. Go reunite with the rest of your team and celebrate your victory.
thank you. Thanks for casting this season.
Of course. And Joker, I think that's is that it for us?
I think it is, and
Oh no.
sadly, I mean, it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet indeed.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna definitely miss it, but it's not the end for the grand finals of the TEC High School League. There is the Valorant Championship between the defending champs Penn Trafford versus the undefeated Greater Johnstown, and that's coming up next. And I believe one of my good buddies is casting that as well. I believe it's So Ganem doing that as really good caster. Make sure to check that out. Make sure to do exclamation point socials in the chat to follow the TEC High School social, and do exclamation point casters as well to follow what myself and Lord Thethan are doing. Actually, you know what, you guys, here's a little secret. Here's a little bit of tidbit. Yeah, tomorrow I'm doing Open Division, so make sure to check that out. Make sure to follow me to know when I'm doing it. So. But that is going to be it for me and Lord Thethan. Thank you all for having us. Thank you all for sticking with us throughout this season. Peace out and have a wonderful rest of the stream.
All right, welcome back to the TEC High School League Championship for the spring 2022 season here for the Esport Company. hosted by St. Francis University. Beautiful university, beautiful esports lab behind me. Before we get into the game, we gotta just lighten up the tension. You know, these teams are like competitive, super competitive. We just gotta play a little game. You know, hand out some gift cards, maybe. So we're gonna do just that. And for this game, I did some trivia between the sports of Valorant, Rocket League, and Overwatch. So I have two players. I don't know what teams they play for. I don't know what games they play. So hopefully their knowledge of all three sports, is up to par. So right now I have with me here. I'm going to hand the mic to this player first for Winberg. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Andrew Minahan. I go to Wimber High School. I'm in 9th grade, and I play Overwatch and Valorant.
My name's Donovan Sanchez. I also go by Napoleon on Overwatch, Strawberry Nova on everything else. I'm from Forest Hills. I'm in 12th grade, and I play on the Overwatch team.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. The way this game is going to work, guys. So they both Overwatch players, but I have in there, like I said, mixed in some Rocket League trivia, some Valorant trivia. It's pretty simple questions. So hopefully you have a little bit of a knowledge of some of these other sports, but I figured we got to pay tribute since all three of these sports are featured today in the championship. So if we're able to switch to our PowerPoint, I can't tell. I'm assuming it's up. So get a little game called Name That. I don't have any trivia music for you guys, but I'll just provide some commentary. So let's go ahead first with this question. Now, we will start with, I'm just going to say Winber. And if they get it wrong, then Forest Hills is going to have the chance to steal. And then that's it. Whether they get them right or wrong, we're going to go into the next question, which would go to Forest Hills. So I will guide us along and we'll see who wins. All right, go ahead. Bryce, first slide here. We have Name That Car, starting with Winber. Name that car.
Is that the Merc?
That is not the Merc. I think the Merc is the man van, as they say. All right, steal possible for Forest Hills.
The Vroom Vroom Go Go machine.
It is not the Vroom Vroom Go Go machine. It is actually, in fact, the Fennec. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. I started them off rough, but we will get some Overwatch questions up in here pretty soon. So go ahead to the next one. Let's see what we've got here. Ooh, name that hero. Hint, this is Overwatch. So name that hero.
I'm blanking right now. I forget.
It is from the Overwatch 2 beta. Blanking is incorrect. Forest Hills.
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, I was supposed to start with Forest Hills, but either way, they didn't know. It is Sojourn of Overwatch 2. I promise that's the hardest Overwatch question. So we'll get them some Overwatch 2 beta keys after the stream, but just kidding. No. So we'll go on next slide. We have a Valorant question. Now we're going back to Winber this time. I will correct myself. So Winber, Valorant, name that weapon from Valorant.
This weapon is the Judge.
Is it the Judge, Bryce? Can I get confirmation? The Judge is correct. So we've got 1-0. Who's my scoreboard? Bryce is keeping score over there in his brain. So 1-0 for Winber. And moving on to the next question. Forest Hills, name that goal explosion.
Dragon.
Kind of close. It's Dragon is in it, but I won't accept it. How about Winber?
Is it the Twin Dragons?
Twin Dragons is closer, but it's actually the Dueling Dragons. We were looking for Dueling Dragons. So sorry, no points awarded. Winber's still in the lead, 1-0. Let's move on. Name that map. This is an Overwatch map. Name that map.
Kings Row.
Kings Row is correct. Didn't it? Yeah, we start with Winber on that one. So Kings Row is correct. So 2-0. Moving on to a Valorant question for Forest Hills. Name that agent.
Chamber.
Chamber is correct. 2-1. Forest Hills is on the map now. Speaking of map, Rocket League. Name that map. Winber.
Is that map Stadium?
Is it Stadium? Give me a space bar. Oh, yeah, it's right. You're right. It's not Stadium. We got confirmation from our judge. It is not Stadium. So Forest Hills, you have a chance to steal.
Is it Arena?
Arena. Nope. It is not Arena. It is Champions Field. And now moving on to no points awarded there. And moving on to Forest Hills. Name that ultimate.
The ultimate or the character?
The ultimate. Zenyatta.
I don't know the name of the ult.
No name there. No point there for Winber.
I'm not sure.
I stumped them both. It is, Bryce, we have a Transcendence from Zenyatta. You press Y on your controller for Transcendence to save the team. Immune. All right, moving on. Name that map. We are back at Winber for this one. Name that map. This is a Valorant map.
This map is Icebox.
Icebox is correct. So what is it? 3-1 now, Winber. All right, moving on. See if Forest Hills can make a comeback. Actually, that's it. I lied. There's no comeback. It's 3-1. Winber wins it. Congratulations. Fair game. Shake hands. And I have 2 gift cards for you guys. Hope you guys like Walmart. $10 on that one. $10 on that one. So congratulations. Thank you guys for participating. And Josh, we're going to throw it back to an intermission, I believe.
Final matchup of a series of this action-packed Saturday of playoffs. I am Sis. Joining alongside over in the booth is Soav. Soav, we have crowned a lot of champions today, and it's fine time for one more.
The last string of the graduates are going to walk across it. There's one set of games left, though. It's Valorant, Greater Johnstown, and Penn Trafford, the undefeated juggernaut versus the returning champions. And initially I was waiting for this to come. It was going to be a great game, and now we've got some wrenches in the pipes, and I'm so interested to see where this is going to go, because this is quite literally anybody's game. And I mean, it was a journey to get here for sure.
Journey indeed. Couldn't have said it any better. The Battle of the Juggernauts. Speaking of the Juggernauts, let's just see how they got here. Let's go ahead and take a peep at the bracket. And oh my goodness, look at the teams that they took down. Number 8 seed, number 4 seed, 7 seed, 3 seed. It didn't matter. Didn't matter the seed because they dominated.
Yeah. I mean, I will say that Greater Johnstown made it look a little easier. Maybe they had a little bit of the easier route. So hopefully they're a little bit more prepared since they had a little bit easier path. But first and second, you couldn't ask for a more picturesque rundown of the playoffs.
We already had that once over on the Rocket League side. Let's have it for the Valorant side too. And these teams, I had a great chance to look at this before all of you get to see this, but we're gonna go ahead and pull it up now. The map selection and the bans. You know.
I kind of need to go into here. We've got Amp, we've got Blaze, we've got River, Tricksdeath, and Junie TV. Really, really important to note here. No Zivaru, no Sacrifice. And Sacrifice was notably the player to watch going through that playoff run. And between not having Sacrificed and Zivaru for this roster, I'm a little concerned because those are players that were like you could count on. Those are very strong anchor players. So going into these final set, what's going to happen when your anchor players aren't gone? You're playing with subs, you're playing with players who may not be acclimated to this kind of a game and skill level, and I will have to see who steps up in their missing.
It's bad enough when you have to have one sub, but then you have to miss 2
Yeah.
players. Not to mention what arguably is your best players. That's got to be tough. It's got to be tough. But I mean, hey,
rough.
they still got plenty of game to play. And speaking of plenty of game to play, Penn Trafford has plenty of
Yeah.
games to play with their roster. And I gotta say, a little more familiar names here. Nothing too crazy. So Penn Trafford maybe coming in here with a little bit of an advantage, I guess you could say.
Yeah, between Gunzer, Doodle V, M&A, Quarter, Spooter Dooter is the only name I think is the only other one that we've not really seen a lot of. We might have seen them once or two in the past, but like, if you've watched any of these highlight reels from the previous weeks, at least 3 of these names look familiar to you. And the returning champions, they've assembled this team. They've looked good, and they've fought their way through here. They've arguably had the tougher run, but most of these players like look good. There's not one single player I can't look and go, yeah, 3v1, this person could clutch. Like most of these players, I would argue, are gonna do their part for these teams. There's no dead weight on either of these teams, Sis.
No, indeed there is not. And I believe we have Nizzy down on the sidelines doing some things, doing some interviews, asking some questions. So Nizzy, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, moments ago, I was able to talk to the coaches of these 2 squads here. Of course, starting off with Rob of Greater Johnstown, kind of getting a little bit of insight going into this match. Obviously, some hot topics are the sub players. Like our beautiful casters did mention, they are down 2 players, like they said, Sacrifice and Zivaru, notably players to watch. I was between the 2 with the players to watch. I think I chose Zivaru, but I mean, hand in hand, great players, not able to make it today. So they are actually subbing in Shroud, I believe. Is Shroud, isn't it? Just kidding. They actually have 2 of their Overwatch players subbing in. I believe River Galaxy from their Overwatch team, and I think Trix Death. We see a lot of Reaper play from River. He does do well in the DPS role on Overwatch, at least. Let's see how it does with Valorant. But that is a notable change to the roster. Some good news is, obviously they are coming in hot, undefeated. They're going to look to carry that momentum. At least Rob told me that. And they do have a very young team, no seniors. So this squad that we see today very much will be the squad that we see next season. Moving on to Penn Trafford, we have John is the team manager, team coach of Penn Trafford, and he said to prepare for today, they've been doing a lot of VOD reviews of not only their own mistakes or whatever that they made, but also looking at Greater Johnstown VODs and just kind of making predictions of what they're going to be up against. And they've been really focusing at map strategies. And they've I forget the website that he told me, but they've been using a Valorant website to work on map strats, which is actually I think pretty cool. So that you saw a little bit of those map bans in there. So maybe that played into that. How they would decide what maps they were going to go up against. And then last but not least, there's a fly in front of me. We'll see ya. They do have 2 seniors on their squad. I think Dulev and Spooter Dooter. So for them, it's graduation year, do or die. They are here. This is their last high school league championship. So they've got a lot to prove. And then, moving on after that, it's going to be a little bit of a different squad next year. But for now, in the here and now, this is what we've got. And that's the coach's insight. That's all I've got. So Nizzy signing off. Back to you guys.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you for that, Nizzy. Always love the insight.
Yeah.
And really, so I really want to touch on that point that he made about this is the last chance for the seniors. The situations. You add that when it comes down to playing on land like these players are, you've seen the stuff. The pressure has got to be insurmountable. The pressure has to be at the highest level. Your nerves are through the roof. And not to mention, too, if you're Greater Johnstown, you have 2 of your players gone. I can't believe what is going on in their players' minds right now. So I really think a lot of these factors, isn't going to come down necessarily so much to which Immortal or which Diamond 3 is better. It's going to come down to who can push through harder.
It's going to be a lot of who can fight those nerves. It's going to be a lot of who is playing the best in those circumstances. And that's actually just a lot of Valorant in general, too, is who is making the most errors, who is capitalizing on those errors. So if a lot of these errors from either side go unpunished, that's a great thing for you. If you can make those mistakes, bringing in a Reaper player is going to be a rough in a long distance game like this. There's so many things that you can bring in your shotguns, but most of the time those don't do as well once you get to closer ranges. So, what skills transferred over from various games, or does the level of experience that being a senior have? All these different factors are going to be so crucial to these coming 2 to 3 games. And who knows what's going to be the real X factor in them.
I think too, something you really need to like put into play here is Overwatch is a pretty aim heavy
Yeah.
game, so that does give them some. It's not just like they're coming from like a game like Rocket League. Let's just use Rocket League
Yeah,
for
yeah.
example. Over, they do have that aim experience. They have the ability to have that FPS type aim. Now, obviously, there's going to be situations like you said, shotguns, things like that. They're going to be a little iffy on, but that falls down to your teammates. That falls down to their leadership, being able to craft you into what they need. They obviously can do it. They're that good. If your players are good enough to make it to the championship, I have utter faith that they can help this out. But it's just what a crazy amount of factors and events we have happening on to come into this championship game.
Yeah. I mean, initially looking at this first round, these comps all look pretty fair. The double duelist for the side of Penn Trafford seems pretty good. There's a lot of self-sustain there. There's a lot of good things. Meanwhile, on the other side, the KO is a really interesting take from Greater Johnstown. I do think that's like a tough pick, just because they have to make it work. But this is going to be an interesting take on the B here.
They're already pushing on side. They're trying to take out the KO, and they do. River just stuck in a very awkward position. They get the Sage wall down. They have full control of the site. Junie, wise to play retake, has the Viper wall down, but now it's going to come down to who can hold the site longer.
Yeah, not having that initiator is going to be rough because now there's not as much information coming down, but that flash is going to give him a little bit of something.
Yep, utilizing the jet dash is something too that's been changed recently for Jet. You got to be more smart with that. Tries to get the pick off. Blaze is going to pick out Spooter Duder. One on site. Not going to check it though. Gunzer picks him off. Another one backside. The timing right now. Again, Gunzer gets another one. Blaze though using the chamber pistol, but it's a 1v3 situation. 45 HP. And of course, Doodlefee. Great awareness there. Penn Trafford, a great start, a great early take on the B side. It's about as picture perfect as you could ask for.
That is pretty much that. And given how wide this map is, right? Like you left a river there to try to contest it on their own, and it got you the information you needed. But there's just it's so difficult to rotate on this map just because there's so much space. And again, you can kind of see it like you need to kind of play a little bit different. It's so hard to commit that Viper utility right away, even though you may need to. And the double Sentinel look for Greater Johnstown seems good, but I feel like you need to split them. I feel like you need to put them on separate areas because Chamber should be able to hold down a lot here. But let's see what their 3-stack on B looks like it can find.
So it goes a nice shot from Blaze to get out Doodlefee. That's going to create a lot of space, a lot of time for the rotate. They know they've been caught out, rotating over, but they realize they don't want to just aggro this. The chamber is there, and that's not something even on the eco round you really want to push because that pistol is something else. So the rotate's been called. They're going to make their way back to B, and right now, if you're Penn Trafford, play the full retake. I don't think that it's necessary for them to just get picked early on here.
Yeah, I don't think you need to play this. I think River's going to play this a little aggressively, and they may get punished for that. If they use the knife to maybe spot it out, they'd be in a better spot, but that information they gain from vision is good enough.
It comes down, Sage wall up. This looks very similar, a little eerily similar to the last take. They got one pushed up towards that back pillar side. The flash comes out. It didn't get hit by River, but that Spectre versus Classic finally gets traded out. Too good for quarter. Tricks. Ooh. How much you do there for Gunzer. So now it is left in a 1v3 situation again. Checking the site, they realize he's not there. Coming back through CT, and that chamber pistol, 3 bullets is good for all of them. You got to hit a headshot every one though. Can you do it here? The 1v1's not able to get it. The Spectre is not going to go through, and Penn Trafford secure their bonus round.
The rotation was good. It was a great call. The teamwork from Penn Trafford. That's the teamwork of former champions, right? Like, know immediately when they've been pressured out, they burned out the utility, and they took advantage of that. They knew the rotate to come through, and it was good for that. So that's a great call. But again, it looks like Penn Trafford is just gonna kind of they're stuck in this like mid force. Meanwhile, Greater Johnstown is just in that full buy. I see the save, but I don't know, like you just this is kind of you might have wanted to have bought up here, short of like Doodle with this Sheriff is kind of a rough ask. Doodle is a great player who has put in some work, but is that Sheriff, like, is that going to be enough there?
A very aim heavy map Breeze is, but still those shots very difficult to connect. Flash comes in, the Viper Molly comes out, Doodlefee is going to get caught out. M&A just running straight through the Molly, did not care. It's good for one. They've got control of site. Amp is left alone. Very awkward situation. The 1v1 here gets the bomb down. Actually, didn't realize they pushed with bomb. Blaze is good for another one. Trying to play that bomb, and now they're in a much better position here for Greater Johnstown. Just wait for the plant. They have the bomb. They can see the bomb. Got to be careful, though, on those peaks. Quarter gets another one. You've got that Marshall on the backside. 2v2 now. You still have the dog. Amp picks off one. Now it's a 1v2 situation.
It's Spike's still not even down though, Sis. Like they can't get out of that corner, and that's going to be the toughest spot. But that last pick from Amp, who came up huge here, yeah, that's what you need. You need someone to step up and in the missing wake of your two other allies, and Amp has proven that they can do it, and that's going to keep them alive here, opening up 1-2. And like part of that was the gun difference though, right? Like Penn Trafford didn't buy up. So they were already kind of outclassed in that regard, and then tack on the fact that Greater Johnstown was just able to get more value, a little bit of two aggressive plays there. You got to remember the spikes got to go down first before you can really do that. This is the most important objective of it. So not getting that spike down is going to punish you later. It's easier to play for time than it is to play for picks.
I think the idea, right? They have the good control of the site, but taking that bomb all the way to the back side is really something you don't want to do. I think M&A just didn't realize that they had the bomb, and that was unfortunate timing. Junie, as soon as it turned, got picked off by Diddle V. River, left in a 1v5, trying to use so much util, but only so much you can do again, and here we are again. 3-5 situation, full control of the B side. This is going to be a very difficult retake.
It is. 5v3 is not a place you want to be, considering two of those picks were so quick and painful. There's not that much going into the way of Greater Johnstown, so they just play it from safe, and Amp gonna take that from mid. So now they've got a little information. They've got one pick up, that's two, and it's just turning. It's the trading, but they will come out on top there. And Penn Trafford has just constantly been that. Like I said, like they're acknowledging and realizing where the weakness is. They're saying, okay, River is over here, and they're just leaving him alone. Let's punish that, and let's just go ahead and take that, because we know how to execute on this site. So with that in mind, they are just running themselves in this great condition. I think you need to move that Sage over there and give a little more support. Like mid is got kind of the most crucial point you need to protect. But if the site is just getting overrun faster than you can realize it, that's kind of more important.
I think with a Sage like that, and you have that wall capability, you really, like you said, I really want to see them move that over, but they're not going to do it. Yeah. Viper's over there with River, but it's looking like an A hit here. The Viper wall does come down. We see the jet knife spotted by Amp, and looks like they're pretty prepared for this push. They realize one's halls, going to try to play around this, but it's a 1v4, 4A main, and Quarter lurking up through halls. A pretty solid take. They got the Viper wall down, so the plan's going to come through. The flash comes out. Quarter's trying to get one. They're blind. Finally, they pick off Tricks.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Tour de Force was also committed in addition to those knives. Gunzer will end that now, but Amp's coming alive there. Gunzer going to find a second. I mean, Spike's down, damage is done, and it's 4-1. And Penn Trafford is looking pretty definitively set up to win this map here.
Yeah, and I saw Blaze use his ultimate there on the end, but that chamber super op, as I like to call it, if you're gonna use that, you've really got to hold an aggressive angle down A main something, because as soon as you pop it after that plant comes down, there's so much util they can use to push you out. They can flash you, and we saw there just the timing was not on his side. So again, another well-executed side take from Penn Trafford. They're looking fine on A, they're looking fine on B right now. They just have full control of this game, it appears.
Yeah, it's still a little bit too early to say that Greater Johnstown is struggling simply from any particular reason. You can kind of see it, like River has just had a rough game, and it's so tough to ask it's so wrong of me to say, well, look, your sub is not playing to their optimal, because like that's so tough to say, like that's so tough to say that. But that first pick from Blaze goes a long way towards slowing this push up.
Good aggression, that's something you want to see. The last time this happened, they rotate off the A site. Here's that they're still trying to just poke and prod right now. The flash does come out, but another pick from Blaze is going to create a lot of space for the team. They're starting to realize that getting swarmed, Doodle V is going to pick off Tricks. Amp not able to actually able to get one. Junie picks off another one. Now it's a 1v4. M&A, been in these situations, very difficult to win. Do have the bomb control, but I think right now you just really want to be good for one or two, ruin their eco, get a few rifles out of the way, and you can call it a round win.
Yeah, I think this is not a place where you just take that couple extra bucks. We'll find two. Hey, he said she was good for two. She's going to commit the pit. And I think this is the right play. She'll get the spike down. She needs to kind of give herself that space, though, because she doesn't have much healing left. So he is going to kind of rotate around. Will eventually get found out, though. Ooh.
River not able to pick it off. Now 40 HP for trying to bait out Blaze. Blaze is also low, lurking in that Viper pit, and the timing there. Very difficult to execute, though, in that situation. Almost a million angles that could come out, almost pulling off the clutch 1v4, but still, look at the picks. There's so much work put into that. Greater Johnstown going to be broke this round.
Yeah, that was such a clutch play from M&A, who really just looked good there, just to unfortunately see that fall flat. But you know, that's just the way this game can be sometimes. And again, this is kind of what I was about to speak to, is the awareness of like the space around them. Greater Johnstown was circling. You could tell they were closing in, but they missed that rear flank, that long path around. And I really would have liked to have seen them complete the full like circle just to force them to have to look every single direction. That's really how you can like bring this out. But with that one pick coming out, Blaze is going to get that information and just kind of fall back.
Blaze really about all you could ask him to do. There's 2 going through halls, 3 on site. No one is looking behind them right now, so this hall flank could come in huge. They got found out by the chamber. Oh, Gunzer takes down Amp. Doodle V's gonna take out Tricks. Blaze gets good for 1.
No.
Wait a second. The whiff from Gunzer. Bomb comes down. Now chaos is erupting for Pin Trafford. Now it's a 2v1 situation. They don't realize CCT. They have the dagger knife. Spooter gets 1. River's waiting. Doesn't expect another one to be there. And oh my goodness, what a chaotic round.
There was a lot of things happening there, and there's a lot to analyze. But the most important thing to that is that there was, well, we're kind of a little bit reset here. Everybody's going to be at full. There's a couple ultimates on board. Greater Johnstown having that Viper Pit of their own is going to be better. Should Junie choose to just block off one of the entrances, maybe at B, and I think that's what they might be looking to do. I mean, she's been playing well, but like that may be the play, is just to kind of block off a path and just deny it immediately. But this B stack, I'm sorry, this A stack here, again, they sense the weakness from this 3 stack over on A, and they think they can keep pushing it.
Blaze again, just getting about as good information as you need. Trix is going to get an early pick on Spooter. Nice 1v1 win for Greater Johnstown. They look like they're still committing now. 3 on site. They're just going to go straight through. They have a lot of faith in this Viper wall. Slow orbs coming out. They have control of site, but I think if you're Greater Johnstown, you're completely fine letting them have it. Waiting for your teammates. A few picks by Blaze. Quarter actually gets 1 by Excite. And now things looking a little bit more dangerous. The bomb cells have come down, though.
No, they haven't really felt comfortable enough to get it down. They've had the utility there, but no one's gotten to it. The shots are just still going. They're trying to just play for more picks until they can feel a little more comfortable.
Like coming down by Gunzer, the timing there. 1v1, Amp gets another one. Gunzer's finally gonna get him out now. It's a 2v2 situation. River almost gets the timing. A great shot flick from Gunzer now. 1v2 left in this awkward situation. Gunzer does have the res. Not really an ideal spot to do it. Oh, this is a great flank wrapping around. But the molly comes down. The lineups are there. And right now, Junie, a Spectre, and a lot of hope to win this one. Isn't gonna be able to do it. Gunzer, great patience.
Made up for that little bit of a comical error in the last round, I suppose. But Penn Trafford refusing to give up here. They're really giving themselves that fight. They know what they need to do, and they want it without really committing too much. So they're in a good spot here. Greater Johnstown does have most of their ults. Amp's the only one short. All it takes is a pick to get them there. So the tools are there to swing this back in their favor. But like let's be real. Let's be real, Sis. This is a hard map to defend. There's so much space. There's so much you really have to consider. And considering no one's really been pushing mid, these have just been effective, just kind of rushes. You need to answer the fact that there's just effective rushes coming at these sites. And you can see it again. It's a 4 to 5 stack over on B. That turret of force is going to come out, but is it going to be much for the side of Greater Johnstown here?
Quarter just picking off Junie straight through the wall. A little unfortunate there. Spooter picks off Amp again. And River is going to go down, pop the ultimate, but really not a lot you can do in that situation.
Yeah, they'll
now
punish that.
A 2v5 in the blink of an eye, and it's just back and forth like we saw here. Is back and forth. Constant 5 stacks going on to the same sides. And there's no flanks. There's no mid presence. There's no trying to wrap around. I think Penn Trafford just having way too much of an easy time getting on side here.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those advanced things that you need to be understanding and acknowledging at this level is, okay, this is round 9. They have just kind of been rushing full stacks. They're not playing for picks. There's no mid presence. So what can we do about that? This is where you need to start bringing out your judges, your Odins, like just anything to kind of just say, okay, I can just sit back and just dump ammo in your way. And if you run down this aisle, we need to punish it. And that's kind of not what Greater Johnstown has been doing here. They've been kind of struggling with that. The tour de forces have kind of gone late and not really gone to use. And you can see it, like Blaze has been putting up numbers and putting in effort, but just unfortunately will get taken out immediately. And that's kind of been the unfortunate story for this.
There we go there. Flash comes out. Junie is trying to pre-fire. I think they would have been fine had they not shot. River gets good for 1, but again, that's that same situation. River's been playing that same spot. They predict him to be there. They know he's going to be there now. 2 left alone. CT, make it 1 left alone. Amp, you got Jet Knives. You really need to make a clutch play here. It's going to be 3 to 7.
Ooh. 1v3. Amp is going to be the likely one to come up, but with only a couple knives left, I don't know how effective it will be. Says they are going to, never mind. They won't even get the chance to. Spooter's going to clean that up.
too. These are situations we keep falling into. If you are a Greater Johnstown fan, I think Penn Trafford has just read the play. They've read the play the entire series long. They understand how they're playing, and it's working. They just keep 5-stacking sites, and like you said, there's been nothing to adapt to that. No spam weapons, Odin's judges. People think that's not a very nice way to play this game, but it works. It works for a reason.
Yeah, you can give me all you'd like about Honor, but when I'm sitting back still alive and I've mowed down 3 of your people with my glitch pop Odin, I'm still winning. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter. If I've stopped your push, that's what gets me the W in the end. And again, I like this. So they've adapted a little bit, but the Sage Wall still isn't really coming out. We're not really putting up any sort of defensive slow measures to buy our times to rotate. And sometimes that's what this team needs to do for Greater Johnstown, is just buy times to rotate.
I've loved the early aggression from Blaze to come out, and wait a second.
Site's just free.
There's no one home. Amp called the early rotate, and it's gonna peek that, and that one gonna completely get destroyed there by Doodle V on the peak. Really feeling themselves right now in the 1v1. I've seen Penn Trafford take so many aggressive 1v1 fights, and it's paid off for them. So I think there's a reason that they're feeling comfortable on Breeze. There's another one by Spooter. My goodness, make it a second, not quite.
Oh, not quite. Just short, but that will be a Cloudburst just to come out and buy this up. Yeah, they got it for free, Sis, and then they're just getting these picks for free too. Everything has just been free 99 for them.
Free indeed, about as free as you can make it right now. You're in a 1v5 situation. Not a lot you can really do here. If you're Junior, maybe get good for 1. The Spectre will come out about as nice as you could ask for. It kind of dash right into you, but getting swarmed now. Not a lot you can do. Junie trying to get one more, but Doodle's gonna take care of it.
But that swarming is what I would like to see out of Greater Johnstown, right? Like, there's kind of a point where if you're playing for the retakes, you need to get all of your angles in check. And instead, you're kind of 2 and 3 stacking the main choke points to where you're kind of expecting to be. So if you're going to do that, you have to acknowledge that you need to use your utility a little bit better, create those distractions. There's like your Viper smokes have kind of already been down by this point, so you're running out of a little bit of flexibility. So use those jet, like I need to see better utility out of Greater Johnstown. They're kind of just committing it, and it's not really getting the value it should be, and they're getting punished for that.
Not too many risks being taken other than really just playing the same spots. And if you're going to take those risks when they're already on site, at least do it a little bit earlier right now. Don't be afraid to take those fights, because Penn Trafford's doing it. Trying to match them. River's going to do it, but didn't have the gun out, and they realize that's probably a free B-side. Junior's just very late to this. Going to throw out a snake bite, but there's really not much to do. The wall comes down. And dogs come out. Doodle V, oh my goodness. Doodle is just killing themselves right now.
Oh yeah, they are feeling it. They're going to commit that Empress. They know there's no time like the present, and they're rewarded for it. Spikes down. There's one more. Amp will find the 1, find 2, so it's not off the board yet here.
Has the dash, but that op comes out. Of course, it was last round, so all of the ultimates got used except the res, but I mean, they really didn't need to do anything there. My goodness.
Yeah, it's fine.
Scoreboard.
It's fine.
Score shows kind of how this game's been going. Gunzer, Doodle, Quarter, everyone for Penn Trafford is really doing so much work.
Yeah.
And over on Greater Johnstown has kind of been the Amp and Blaze show.
I mean, I hate to point this out, but the 2 subs sitting at the bottom, it's so unfortunate that that's just kind of the way it's been. And it's so hard just to sit there and be like, your subs aren't putting in enough work. Sorry, guys. It would just be a shame to see Greater Johnstown fall here after such an impressive run in the regular season and the playoffs. It's unfortunate. I would hate to see them lose for such just an unfortunate reason, but they have the chance to turn it back on this attack. Let's see how they do it.
Here is not quite over yet, but Gunzer doing really what
I wanted.
Exactly what we should have seen from Greater Johnstown early on is the early stage roll on B, especially on the pistol round. It's very hard. They're gonna have to knife it, but as soon as you start knifing it, they know you're there. So we have really everyone for Penn Trafford hovering around the elbow. There's 2 push-up. The map control is really good for Greater Johnstown, but they could be careful on this timing.
Yes, I agree, and they could see it. Like they spotted somebody, so the word's out there. Yeah, but this is exactly what we wanted to see out of Greater Johnstown, right? They will find a little information with that guiding light, but nothing's really there. And Doodle just going to keep control. You can see it. They're slowly closing in and just finding pressuring them. The map control is so good from Penn Trafford.
One Spooter is taking out Amp. Now Guns is going to push up. No fear. Playing offense on defense, rather, at the moment here. How they're playing, swarming out. There's only so much you can do. There's a bullet flying in from every direction. Penn Trafford 10-3, and that was about as solid as you can make it.
That was as good as it can be. Nizzy passed us along the information that Penn Trafford had been doing a lot of those reviews and putting in. The work shows. Like, this is a team that has showing that the work that they put in is paid off, because you can see now they're understanding what should we be looking at, what kind of strats should we be doing, and it's paying off here with 10-3. They're looking to close this out, and they are willing to even bet a few early buys onto this, and I don't disagree.
I don't disagree at all. It shows the level of confidence that they have right now. And if you're Greater Johnstown, as bad as this may sound, I feel like if you're Amber Blaze, you got to just kind of pull Michael Jordan. Just, carry your team. You got to carry your team. Obviously, they're looking to you. You have players that came in that don't play Valiant. And, frag out.
Yeah, I mean, look, school's almost over, but put the backpack back on and just carry it. Like, that's all it could be at this point. The trade out will hit, but Penn Trafford is not letting that go in quarter, coming up huge, leading their way on their side, too. I mean, the rounds are done before we can even say too much about it. That's how effective this Penn Trafford team has looked on Breeze. They definitely wanted to be here, and they definitely prepared for this map. It shows.
Most definitely shows, and we can't even talk about what's happening, why they're doing good, because they're doing even better as soon as just closing out these rounds. So, I mean, it's 11-3. They've got the weapons from their bonus, and at this point, if you're Greater Johnstown, if you don't win this round, I don't think you take this game.
No, I think the longer concern here is that this was your pick, Sizz. This was Greater Johnstown's pick of map. So I don't know if they were expecting that maybe Penn Trafford wasn't scrimming this or like voting this. Maybe you were expecting, not too much here, but this is not a good look for game 2, and I think you have to be a little bit concerned if you are Greater Johnstown.
Breeze is one of those maps that is a very high gamble anytime you play it. It comes down to a lot of aim and a lot of good utility. And right now, quarter is going to be good for one. Blaze trays out. Amp is in the process of reloading. Doodle's finally going to get it after a lot of bullets went around the head. Kind of painted a circle around there. Been there, done that. Blaze. Oh, the bomb's down. This is good. This is good if you are a Penn Trafford fan. Horrible if you're a Greater Johnstown fan. River, though, lurking up their halls is good for one.
It's still anybody's ball game at this point because it's 2-3. Make that, never mind. I will say, just as I say that, it comes out and Gunzer is the only remaining person who will just kind of pick up the scraps and go from there. And yeah, Penn Trafford going to close out game 1 here. And just, man, if you had told me in the future, if you had come back and told past Soav that this was going to be the outcome of the finals, I'd have looked at you and been like, there's no world. I don't understand. I don't believe this. Not because Penn Trafford isn't good, but just because Greater Johnstown was such a tour de force. But here we are. It's 12-3, and Penn Trafford's going to close this out. Like, all right, let's take a breath, Greater Johnstown. Let's just, get the last round out of the way, and let's look to map 2, because I think that's kind of what you have to play for at this point.
You really, really need a mental reset right now. Of course, the Viper Ball is coming down, the KO knife, and that's something too that Penn Trafford, I feel like they've done so well early on in this first series, is their utility usage has been on point. They know when to use it, they know when to execute it. It's such a team play versus just random util through walls just to try to prevent plant from going down. They've done so well through it.
Yeah, and again, it's so hard to just kind of look at your subs and say, sorry, you just aren't prepared enough for this. It's so hard to ask your subs who haven't put a lot of time into this game for the finals. It's such a tough ask, but Gunzer is ready to close it out and move to game 2 and bring another one home. But Amp's got something to say about that.
Yeah, Gunzer's getting dinked. How's the hill? Can he use it on himself? But still, going to be low HP. Can only get up to 76. Amp gonna get the bomb down. Actually gonna fake the bomb. Actually, aggressive peeking, and this is a little dangerous. Gunzer picks off River, and now you might wish you would have got that bomb down a little bit sooner, because you're in a one going with the Sage. 47 HP, both low HP. Who can win the one?
Well, there's a little bit of utility left for Amp, and Gunzer has looked good here, but the problem is that Gunzer doesn't have a clue where Amp is. So whoever spots the other first, Amp spots first and fires second, and will bring it home. So Greater Johnstown not out of it yet, and I like seeing the fire from this team, that they're still alive, but it's just a little too late. Gunzer has absolutely had an incredible game here at 25-6 too, from the Sage at no less. We can talk about how duelists should be hitting those numbers, but realistically, you need your initiators, you need your sentinels to hit these numbers too. And the fact that Gunzer has put in that work really speaks to the quality of the players across Penn Trafford.
Battle Sage, indeed. Maybe been watching some grim YouTube videos here lately, has Gunzer been, but 12-4 now. They've Greater Johnstown, they got something on the road, and I think too, with your subs, people especially that don't really have played the game, get them to util dump. That sounds a little bit blunt, but if they're on a character, especially like Sage, you know, the walls and things, if their priority isn't taking those gunfights, show them where to use their utility. It's up to you as a player with your sub coming in. Teach them the best way. And with a basic agent like Sage, KO, it's not too difficult. I mean, they play Overwatch, you know, that game's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you can follow a lot of things, and even there's a whole bunch of theory we could argue about, like what should you be giving a new player or someone who's fresh to this. But I do like this slow play from Greater Johnstown. They're aware, they're forcing out utility just by baiting it, and Blaze will find the one. So now there's a little information, and they've got control of 2, but I don't think they'll need it here. Says I think they're just ready to take the rest of it. Oh, guns are caught looking
that's
too.
Huge.
Ooh.
That's huge from Blaze. 2 picks. Now they absolutely think it's going to be an A hit, and look at that, a completely free B side. They pulled exactly what Pin Trafford did earlier to them. Nice Uno reverse card here. They've got full control of the site. Now it's just literally playing time. Let Blaze rotate over. You have 3 people mid, but this post plant should be pretty basic here. And oh my goodness, Blaze popping off right now.
You know, you asked for Blaze or Amp to show up, and they sure did. So with that in play, it's just M&A looking to try to find anything, and it's just M&A and quarter, and quarter at least will be good for 1. So with that left, can they get there in time for the bomb though?
I don't think they can. I think they're just trying to get rid of as many guns as they can. M&A gets 1. Amp is there for the trade. Quarter is taking the fight. Not much you can do here. Amp actually can't get it off River. Maybe gets 1 more. There you go. Of course, I mean, if you're great at Johnstown, it is a win, but that economy's really not going to be looking too hot after that.
No, but you're kind of always playing. Say it looks pretty fine. I think like you've been playing with house money for a little bit here, so any sort of value you get is pretty good. I think a lot of those picks came through too because of that, just all the value they got there. But yeah, like we kind of wrote this off for Greater Johnstown just to say like pack it in, but you know, the fact that Greater Johnstown is coming to life here says a lot. Also, it means that whatever they were looking to set up or whatever they were struggling with is finally coming together. Like those initial nerves, those initial kind of struggles was off. I think River was trying to find an angle there. It just didn't quite work out, but you know, hey, it's fine. I could argue I can make that too, but River will get traded there, and Doodle is pressing up aggressively here. I like that angle.
I shall say you saw 3 push down halls. The early aggression. Look at this. They have so much control. If they funnel out of A, they're gone. Blaze picks one off on the site, but I mean, the early flanks come in. Doodle's got the rifle, and you've got Reyna trying to get tricks. Does so. Now you've got the hill. Those 1v1 scenarios. Nothing you ever want to have to be in a situation against Reyna like that.
No, but you at least the other part of this is that you know where they're coming from now, so you've got at least a little bit in your way, and it's going to force out the rest of the utility from M&A and probably from the Reyna as well.
One enemy remaining.
And picks off M&A. That's huge now. Doodle's going to pick off Junies, get the overheal. Actually, no, 10 HP in a dream. Amp is also very low. Situation. So many angles you have to hold, and that is the difficulty of Breeze in a 1v2 situation, even a 1v whatever, because so many angles on this map.
That's the thing, is there's so many corners you have to watch. There's so many things you have to be aware of at all times. It's why you like these characters like Chamber, like Jet, like a Viper, where you can just try to limit those off a lot. And that's one thing, again, I'm going to speak to Penn Trafford's success on the attack. They've never needed to play the full site. They've always took a segment, played what they needed to, got the spike down, and played it from that. And Greater Johnstown is finding similar success when they are able to do so, but if they just get pushed aggressively, they start to struggle here. So keeping those eyes open for what's happening around them, that map awareness is going to be big to keeping themselves and maybe even running this back further.
I want to point out that you got a Viper over there with a Judge on B side, so if the rotate comes out, you might see the Viper pit come down. Nothing like a classic Judge and a Viper pit to get going. Blaze is going to get timed by Doodles, holding the angle. Doodles good for 2, and oh goodness gracious, Quarter gets another one, and what was a promising start suddenly turns into a 5v2 with plenty of time left in the round.
Yeah, but if they want to close this out, the Seekers look like a great option. I think Quarter's going to take that flank angle just to try to push that. Never mind. The Gunzer's going to go in. Quarter will catch him on the flank, and that is going to bring it home 13-6 for Penn Trafford, and a pretty dominant showing from Penn Trafford, especially for that first half.
Oh, most definitely. And we're going to keep missing this the entire series long, I feel like, about Greater Johnstown having to have subs. But a 13-6, your first game with 2 sub-ups, missing what you could argue is some of your best players, that's not bad. It's definitely not bad. The thing that sucks is this is a final. It's not a regular season game.
Yeah, if this were a playoffs, if this were regular season, I would just write this off as like, you know what, Greater Johnstown just had a rough time. You have to call in subs. It is what it is. But because we're in the finals and it's so important, it's just tragic. I would love to come back and see these two teams play when they have their full players, because I think we would see an entirely different game. But we can only deal with what the game we've got now, and what we've got now is Penn Trafford up 1-0. And as we go over to Haven next, this was Penn Trafford's pick. I'm even further concerned for Greater Johnstown, because this was Penn Trafford wanted to go here. They won in the map they didn't want to play, and now they're playing a map they want to play. I am concerned for that.
There's nothing like being new to the game and having to play a site that has three bomb sites. Good luck figuring that one out. But we're gonna go to a short break as we get that set up, get the players there as they're on the LAN. So doing a few extra things there. Oh, I love LAN. Don't go anywhere, friends. We'll be back as soon as we can.
All right, welcome back. And before we get into more Valorant action here, we're taking a break and doing a little mini game here. Nizzy's got 2 rolls of toilet paper. I kept the wrapping on just to make sure that everyone knows that this is not used toilet paper. This is completely fresh bought toilet paper. But the thing is, we're going to be doing a minute to win it game. And for those of you that don't know, Minute to Win It was a game show where they just do like random mini games where they try to finish a task within a minute. But here for today, we have Forest Hills, Forest Hills versus Greater Johnstown. And one person is going to be standing still, and their teammate is going to be mummifying them with a roll of clean single ply toilet paper. And the first person to finish their roll of toilet paper first wins. And I've got some prizes to hand out after the games. But before we get to that, we are just going to do a quick introduction. So give me your name and the school you play for.
James McKendry, I play for Forest Hills.
John Agee, I play for Forest Hills.
Jordan Himes, I went to Johnstown.
Dylan Omar, and I play for Johnstown.
Perfect. All right. So without further ado, you can go ahead and start just unwrapping, get that wrapper off of there. And then what I would recommend is that the person standing there would just kind of hold the piece, and their teammate would just kind of wrap it for them. So you'll start here, you'll hold the piece there. And then whenever I say go, I'm going to get out of the way here so you guys can see the mummify in action. And then whenever I say go, you guys are going to complete the task that I've given you. All right. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, it broke. Oh, we got a break early in Greater Johnstown, but they have recovered. They have recovered. And we're going to see some different strategies come out here. We might be here till 6, maybe 7 p.m. before one of these gets mummified. But it'll happen at some point. You know, 2 years ago, if we were to see this would have been a riot because of the toilet paper shortage, the great toilet paper shortage of 2020. But here we are, you know, we've got restocked shelves of Scott toilet paper, so we're fine. Everyone's fine. I think we are 300 sheets in over here on Forest Hills as far as Greater Johnstown's just looking. Just if she was a mummy, she would still be alive. Oh, here we go. We got a different strat here. Take a look at Forest Hills over here. Got a different strat. The person standing still is actually doing the spinning. And oh, it's actually going twice as fast because Jegward is now spinning with. Oh, it broke. They've got to recoup. Mummies everywhere. I should have renamed this 5 minutes to win it because that's probably how long it'll take before we get through the entire roll. But we're almost there. They're figuring out strategies. They're figuring out which works. This is for Walmart gift cards, ladies and gentlemen. Walmart gift cards. If you want that dub, you got to be quicker than that. We do have a problem with flip flops. We don't want to trip over the carpet or something. I don't know if that plays a factor or not, but I think we got Forest Hills over here. They've got the strategy down. Oh, there you go. He's made a spool out of both of his thumbs, and we'll see if that catches on. Meanwhile, Greater Johnstown has made a spool out of the pointer finger. That seems to be just as effective. I swear it's single ply, ladies and gentlemen. I swear it's single ply. But they have found their strats where now both members are actually doing something effective. One is spinning, the other one is untoilet papering. And we're getting close here. We're getting down to the wire. I think Forest Hills has a bit of a lead. No, but Greater Johnstown might be catching up. I think we've come down to the final maybe 30 seconds, maybe 10 seconds of this. Oh my goodness gracious, they are flying now with Forest Hills for the Walmart gift cards. We have a breakage though in both their roles. Can they do it? Oh, it's another breakage. Greater Johnstown now trying to make a comeback with that breakage. Can they do it? He's holding it in his mouth. Oh, and Forest Hills gets the dub, and Greater Johnstown's been mummified for no reason. Just kidding. You, all participants, I will give some Walmart gift cards too. So here, take a gift card, pass it around. I'll start with Forest Hills. Here you go, $10, $10. Unless Brian messed up and actually added a zero, then there's $100. And just kidding. There's $10 in Walmart gift cards handed out. So congratulations to our winners and our participants. Thank you guys so much. And we will clean up this mess. And while we clean up this mess, we're going to hand it back to the intermission, right? Probably. Cool beans.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to map number 2 here of this very interesting series we've had so far. So between these two teams, and if it's anything like game number 1, Penn Trafford, they are on their map pick now. So things look even a little bit more, I would say, desperate here for Greater Johnstown, but definitely pretty scary.
Definitely the former champions in Penn Trafford looking pretty dominant. Even for only having one sub. I guess having only one sub is better than having 2 subs, so they're looking pretty strong to take this going. And since we're going to Haven, which is their pick, I'm pretty sure we've seen them on this map a couple times. Like, they looked great on this map. I don't know what exactly they're going to bring out, but like, this just has all the makings that they are looking to close this out, Sis. And that just Greater Johnstown has to come up with something here to keep themselves alive.
Of course, we pointed this out earlier for the Division 1 Rank League Championship. It'd be pretty crazy for Penn Trafford to win 2 championships in one day for 2 different games. That's going to go down in your school history. That's what a stat line. And of course, Penn Trafford was back-to-back champions in Rocket League, so they're just winning everything here lately. So, but the picks are coming out here, and is that a Cypher? I love that. I love
me a good Cypher. Yeah, Cypher Sage, the old double sentinel on such a huge map that tracks. The interesting thing there is the breach, which I makes sense to me. I like it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gunzer picking up the Brimstone, best duelist in the game, as we all know currently. But the double initiator, I'd like to point out there, is a way better, more use. Like, Sova's not as great here, but backing that up with the Sky is a great addition to like balance out the information you're going to get, because like Breach won't give you information. Breach will just kind of allow you to enter. So this aggressive comp out of Greater Johnstown may struggle a little bit when it comes to retakes, but they will certainly get into sites without as much of a problem. And I think that's what they considering they didn't play as aggressive this first time, I'm not sure about the Breach. Like, this is a comp that wants to go in, wants to play, and wants to do stuff on the attack. On the defense, they can sit back, they'll play to retakes, but it's kind of a rough spot for this team who's been playing very passive so far. So I'm looking to see this defense should go their way, but I'm curious to see what happens when we get to offense, because Penn Trafford also playing this with this high information comp will go pretty far.
We're kind of getting to that transition where it's basically one duel's comp nowadays with a lot of initiators. An early pick from Doodle, though. Around the side, Trick's going to get instantly picked by Doodle. So the 2C players there, early picks, not something you really want to be in a position now. This retake, even on a pistol round, 3v5 on Haven on the C side as well. Control is very difficult. Now it's 5v1.
No, obviously, no, it's done before you even, it's just as you finish that, actually. But Penn Trafford, yeah. Again, it's one of those cases where they ran it down. They just ran it down C. They took control. They had that mid and that garage control really quick and effectively, and they just never looked back. I mean, I think Doodle have had to double take on that corner when they saw the Sage, but there just was not enough of a reaction time. And again, we're talking about playing a little bit more preemptively to slow down this Penn Trafford team. Like, Greater Johnstown hasn't had control of the tempo of the game, and they need to get that. So that may mean dumping some utility early. That may mean just yeeting a slow orb or just putting a wall down at start. And that, if that's the case, like, that's what it's got to be.
Yeah, I didn't see that wall come down from Chicks. You really love to see that C-Long getting some damage here with the pistol. Oh, M&A gets one out of Garage. Junie trying to do so much. Got some good damage, but that's really about all you can do when you're getting run out with a lot of SMGs. Out of Garage, M&A good for another. Blaze picks that off. Diddle Bees get one more. Blaze the head dink, but unfortunately it is the classic. Not going to be able to get that one if they have light armor. So Pin Trafford securing the bonus round yet again. Back-to-back series. They're looking just about like they did last time.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Like that's there's already a tough round going into round 2 with gun difference, so that's just the way it is. They'll carry that over on the side of Penn Trafford, but Greater Johnstown will buy up. And I think the early advice I have here is that you have all this great information and like slowing from the Cypher, from the Sage. Take a little bit less pressure off this B site. Like you can't afford to give up mid, but you don't need to put as much pressure onto it. And you can see they're trying to press up and play aggressive here to the A, but I don't know that I like it. I feel like they are playing aggressively into an aggressive team and just gonna get punished for it.
You're now walking out of C-Long. Lots of chase coming out. Trix is good for 2. Can't get the third, but great damage there. But Quarter gonna push out. Amp is blind. Oh my goodness, such an awkward spot to be in. M&A lurking through Garage. Good for another. Good for another. My goodness, the shots from M&A.
This was a very well practiced map for them. I see why they wanted to go here. They know exactly what they want to do, and Greater Johnstown really hasn't even able to contest 3 kills across the whole side. This is just such a rough start to be in, and it's going to be a save. They're going to have to try to save it for rifles, and they're just going to be outgunned here. So add in the fact that Doodle has Empress already. Says this is just a rough place to be. The calls need to come a little faster, and it's so hard to critique Greater Johnstown without saying like they're just. It's so hard to critique it without just saying like they're just outclassed here. It's so unfortunate.
Sometimes you're in those situations where Quarter's just waiting for it. Almost gets the shot on Blaze. Blaze wise to avoid that, but I mean I could have said it better. This is just as unfortunate as it is and as sad as it is when you have to be in the situation of Greater Johnstown. You're playing on the map of Penn Trafford. You lost the last one. You put up a great effort, but right now you are just getting outclassed. It's as simple as that. The utility has been decent. The aim has been decent, but right now Penn Trafford, they look like a well-oiled machine. Here M&A is going to lurk through mid, maybe get one, and M&A just doing so good so far this series.
Yeah, like the fundamentals are all here from this Greater Johnstown team. They like seem to have a good grasp on everything. Guns are meanwhile going to come up too as I say that, but like it's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate like pieces just aren't quite together. So this 2-man retake against 4. We'll find one. Amp coming to life here. Not quite ready to give it up, but it's just such a tough ask to go into. Like there's only 1 or 2 ways around. You can't really get there. Every angle's covered by Penn Trafford, and it's just going to be asking so much to figure this out.
Amp, if I know you've never been Radiant, but now's your time to channel it at some point. You got to pull out your inner Radiant. Do something for your team here. It's such a hard retake. You're jumping out of smoke. You're good for one, maybe another one. What a beautiful, well-executed play from Amp. But look at the lineup from Gunzer. It's going to land in time. Amp realizes it. Wait a second. No, it's not going to land in time.
No, it won't land in time.
Judy picks it off, and just like that, the Brim Molly lineup is just a little bit too late.
It's a little too... Yeah, you kind of needed to fire that a little bit sooner, and... But like there was so much well played out of Greater Johnstown. Like Amp showing that and setting that up was the leadership we needed to see from Greater Johnstown. So if that can keep rolling, that's a great start to this. That was great play from both of those teams. That lined up, that Brimstone Molly was just well executed. I need to learn that apparently because I play a lot of Brimstone. But man, like that was just a well executed play from both sides. Great teamwork, and that's again, this is you mentioned it says like this could be as easy as who's got the better Immortal, better Radiant, but like the teamwork really is going to make the difference by the end of these matches.
Oh, most definitely. I think too on that Brimstone lineup, I think they just Gunzer didn't realize that it bounces. Gotta remember that Brimstone Molly always bounces before it hits the ground, but nonetheless, Amp lurking here gets one, maybe a little early on that. Nice play to get out of that. So a little dangerous here, trying to wallbang Quarter. Flashing through smoke, trying to play very aggressive. Amp realizes, but oh, what a shot from Quarter, and they've got a completely wide open free side here, and Sky Ultimate is going to go down. They've got those Seekers, and right now, all they got to do is just hold the line, because all 3 of Greater Johnstown are huddled up together in the B side.
Yep, and it's unfortunate, but that's kind of just where it will be. The drone will get spotted out, not really able to find much, but yeah, and Gunzer again, like has these lineups, is looking ready for everything else. They're keeping an eye on all these angles. That map control from the side of Penn Trafford is looking good, and the Cypher Tripwire not going to find any good. Quarter's going to look out finds someone, knows there's people there, and I think this bomb will be fine to get out.
Thank you, Bear Johnson. You don't even need to push this. Save your 2 rifles. You can't
Yeah.
win this. I realize it. Nice, good awareness, good plays. Really nothing you can get from it. Just keep your guns going to the next round. Not a bad attempt at a retake. They took one down, but wise decision.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's better in these kinds of scenarios to just have extra guns, save your money as best you can, and not force anything you don't have to. They do have 2 ultimates, so that is something. Amp has been playing well on this Reyna, but it's going to have to continue. Once again, put that backpack on and just keep doing some work. And Blaze will have Cypher ult, but they have to get some picks to make some value of that, so that may be a tougher ask to get. But meanwhile, for Penn Trafford, they've got 3 of their own, a full stack of rifles, and they're looking very handily in control of this map. So I don't like, I like Trix's play here with this. Like, you don't need to keep as much presence on B, and I think if they play a little more to that fact, they'll be better off in the longer term.
First 2, if I'm Amp and I am on Greater Johnstown, the one agent I would say I could carry the best with would be Reyna. That's just the capability of Reyna. Maybe I'm a little biased. I love playing Reyna, but nonetheless, speaking of Amp, left alone in 1v1 here, it gets Doodle. Trying to get another one. Wise to use that dismiss. Actually going to stay on though. Pops the Emperor, 75 HP. You got to be good for 1. And Imine says, no, I don't think so.
Nah, finds another one to back it up and is not going to let that happen. The Queen is dead, but the Spike is also down, and a 4v3 is going to be a tough ask.
Especially on the A side. They do have the Brimstone ultimate. Hellfire, I don't think they're going to use it here. They're just trying to stave them off. They don't want to use it if they don't have to. So going to just bank off of their own 1v1 skills here with the aim. They're confident, but maybe too confident. Junie is good for 1. Blaze rocking out with the pistol, trying to do the Lord's work out here. Has the Phantom, unable to get 1, peeking around the corner. Quarter is good for another 1. Trix is going to fall, and that retake is just a little too difficult.
These sites on Split are so, I'm sorry, on this map are so difficult to, like, A is so difficult to retake. There's only a couple entry points, and it's so difficult to break through them once you've got control with the Spike down. So they're doing the best they can with that work, but that's just so hard to do. And showing that up 5-1, yeah, they've again, but it's similar tactics to what they've done on Breeze. They've just kind of, you know, full ran at max, waited to see if they can get a pick, baited some utility, and then got a pick and just crashed into the site.
I think I was just thinking about this. If I had to bring in 2 subs that are relatively new to the game, don't have a lot of experience, and I had to put them on Breeze and then Haven, oof.
Yeah, I might not come back to this game.
Nonetheless, Imine, good for another pick, lurking out through mid several times that she's done that and has been good for a pick. River, great flash, wasn't able to get fully swinged off of it, so can't be good for 1. Amp. Gonna get taken out by Gunzer. River left alone. Spooter gets another one. The timing, Diddle V gets it right as they swing around. They're holding left and right, and now a 1v5 situation here. Left in your spawn. Junie, maybe good for 1, but I mean, that's about all you can really do here.
I mean, at this point, do you even say, never mind. I was gonna say, do you even just get out and save the rifle? But I guess the answer to that is no, you do not. You go back to spawn and wait for the next round. And 6-1, yeah, there's not much else to say about that. I mean, Penn Trafford has to be feeling themselves, right? Like, you're pretty confident in all this. You haven't had it. Your economy's great. You haven't really had to spend an ult. For Penn Trafford, like, A+, just keep rolling. But for Greater Johnstown, like, you have 4 ultimates. I guess it's time to start committing some of those, because now you're starting to force. You're looking at these force situations, and I wonder if it's just a time to take a breath, take a tactical pause, and just kind of reset the game to what you need, because Penn Trafford has just been rolling on this.
I think the key difference here between Penn Trafford, let alone the teamwork thing, that's a nice shot from Amp, has been the amount of util that's been used. Greater Johnstown has just refused to use theirs. They've held on to it for far too long, and the whole point of having it is to use it. Doodle is good for 2 here, but again, this opens up a pretty free seaside. Doodle's just running out, literally not holding walk at all, doesn't care, but that's a good breach. Ultimately, they're going to check it. They're not going to check. Oh, River. River's getting timing. He actually picks it off. He gets 1.
River will die to it, though, and Spooter will clean it up. And I agree with you, says, like, you're 100% right. They are just kind of not, they're playing passive. They've been playing passive this whole time, and that's okay to do. You can play passively. But the problem is if you're going to play passively, you have to like stick with it to the end, right? You can't play passive and then just get sick of playing passive and try to rush it. You have to play passive. You have to wait until you can find an error to capitalize on, or play passive enough that you force something out. And again, like this, you know, or just flip it to the other side of the coin. Just like play aggressive instead. Use those walls, use those abilities early, and force them to kind of rethink where they're going. The more information you know about what they're doing, the better you will be in a spot to capitalize on it. So Greater Johnstown has just been kind of struggling with that information game.
Blaze gets good information with camera. They detect the tripwire though. Doodle has the Empress pop. Is debating whether or not to push. Is waiting for that clear from Sky. Now runs on the side. Pushing CT is good for Blaze. Is blind, but that layer only good for a blind. Can't really do much. Gunzer picked off River. Yeah. Oh, they're actually gonna pop that for that. That's a little ambitious. A little ambitious it seems, but I guess they're that confident right now.
I mean, if any information you can get about where your enemies are going to be is kind of important, and Junie just not really sure what to do. You can see it just scrambling. We'll trade one out eventually in Gunzer, but I don't think they can get in. I don't think they'll be able to break through.
Nice little crab walk there from Chicks to pick off one. Doodle's just waiting. Knows that don't have to push, just wait for them to come through, but I think they've realized they can't get the bomb. Now holding back. Good awareness, good turn, Doodle.
Oh, wow.
My goodness, the aim right now. Doodle's been doing it all day and doesn't look like he's letting off the gas pedal.
Nah, Doodle has been a star player in this finals set, and it shows. Has just been leading the board. I believe in the first game as well, but just has been powerful. And Penn, you know, Greater Johnstown again. Like this is kind of worst case scenario. It's scenes from game one, and that's not where you want it to be. You're 8-1. You at least have a full buy, so now it's time to use some of those, you know, these ultimates you've been holding on to, try to find an angle, play a little aggressive. The other thing that I haven't seen a lot of from Greater Johnstown that they could be doing more of is just fire your smokes, fire through your smokes. You're setting up your smoke screens to give that, you know, if you know they're there, just blind fire. You might get a pick. Who cares if it's a little cheesy? You'll get it.
Running through the smokes, always a viable option that I love to do. Amp, oh my goodness, Doodle completely winning out that one. Imane is going to pick up Junie. And here, it's 5v3 situation. Everyone is CT. Speaking of spraying through the smokes, Doodle's going to pick up Tricks by spraying through the smoke.
Yep, that's it. But that's exactly it right there. The second you do is the second you can find surprise value. Like, you never know what you're going to get. And especially if you've seen them, then you can cut off those sight lines. You want to talk about giving your team time to rotate through and come back. That's exactly how you do it. And that's been kind of a problem for Greater Johnstown. They've been trying to simultaneously deny the take from Penn Trafford, but also play the retake. And instead of having both resources set for everything, they've kind of been playing themselves halfway and then struggling in both. So they'll lose one or two people on the take and then go into the retake down 5-3, 4-3, 4-2, and then just be unable to take it.
I think that situations too. When you're new to the game, you're kind of very passive. You're trying to learn what to do. You're trying to figure out, you know, the ideals to do. But that's up to your teammates to tell you. You know, you can spray through these smokes. You can just dump this. Don't be afraid to. But we just really haven't seen it, even from the other players of Greater Johnstown. It's not just been the sub players that came in. It's been the starters that haven't been doing it. They've just been getting outclassed, like you said, and they're getting outclassed on this A site. Oh, yeah. My goodness.
Yeah, and you can just look at the map right there. You can see the amount of utility that's come down between Gunzer just shutting off sight lines, between the flashes that are just getting thrown out by Doodle. Like all the utility is just getting thrown out there and creating these ambitious positions for Penn Trafford to succeed, and that's what's been working the most for them. They're not just winning because they're able to click better heads. They're winning because they're setting themselves into positions where they can. It also helps that they're winning in just straight gun duels also, but Penn Trafford has just kind of got a better overall understanding of the game, unfortunately. And it's, again, I would love to see where we would be if we actually had all the starters from Greater Johnstown. Like, look at this. This is a beautiful lead-in. That's exactly what you need your Sova to be doing for you.
I think it's one of those situations where we'd love to talk about it, but I guess we'll never know here.
You can't. We'll never know.
Greater Johnstown, the one player on the C side was picked off. I like the box play of Junie, just trying to switch it up, but I mean, with the Sovas don't executed that well, there's not a lot you can do to get away from that. So the side is held here. All 5 players are pushed up. No one is playing post plan. Amp is good for 1. Trying to see it. Hey, my goodness. My goodness. They have so much util. They're using it so well right now. And Penn Trafford just dominating in terms of really the side execution. They've done it so well every single round.
Yep, and let's talk about the information that they've had to do that with too. M&A is just finally going to pull out that tour de force. We'll find one for it, but we're going to commit that way late, and I think that was too late. You probably wanted to save that. Like, it's just, you're not going to get value out of that. M&A is just going to clean up with one more, but like, yeah, some of those ultimates were probably a bit ambitious. You probably wanted to save a couple of those just for the future. I mean, there's not much of a future ahead, but you might have wanted them going into last round. Well, I guess that was last round. You might as well have used it. Yeah. So I guess never mind what I just said. Ignore me. I didn't think we were 11-1. My fault.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you'd love to say GG's go next, but unfortunately there is no next. This is
this
your
is
now.
it.
This is the only now that you have. And I mean, the few times that we've seen Greater Johnstown have moments of shining, Pin Trafford's had control of this entire series. I'm not going to be blunt about it. Well, I will be blunt about it, actually. They've had control of this entire series. They've looked good.
Yeah,
there's no.
It's impossible to sugar. There's no sugarcoating it. There's no sugarcoating it. Like they've just been in dominance of this whole thing, and like, it's so easy just to say like, oh, we lost because we didn't have subs. Like, this would have been a different game. Who even knows? We will never know that answer. And the unfortunate truth to it all is just like, in the record books, it's just going to show that Penn Trafford was the winner here. So make your excuses, but like, call it a timing, call it fate, but just like, it wasn't even looking. Oh no.
That doesn't show how this series has been going for Greater Johnstown. I'm not really sure what it does. Everyone especially up here, Spooter, pistoling Amp. Everyone is...
A triple swing, though.
Okay. The confidence right now on another level. River's good for 2. He's got ATHP. Diddle says, yeah, I'm just going to wide swing and one tap you really quick. Everyday run the park. 12-1 now. And could be wrong. I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I think it's going to be a 13-1.
You know what? I'll make the slightly less bold prediction. I think Greater Johnstown's going to get one. I think Greater Johnstown at least gets one. I think, given just how everything has gone, because like, let's be real here, they had rough defenses.
That's true.
So I think Greater Johnstown could pull out for a little bit here. I mean, they were able to get a defuse in one, and you can kind of see it there. But it's so hard to look at the scoreboard and just think, you know, if you'd showed me the scoreboard halfway through the season, I'd be like, no way, what happened? Who transferred schools midway through? But here we are. It's 12-1 in the grand finals, and that is going to be a dismiss. Is not going to get caught out of it, though. Doodle will fall. And again, Greater Johnstown, I think they heard your prediction, and we're not happy with it.
I'd have a cash the curse at some point during the series, right? But no,
Yeah, right?
the numbers don't lie. It's 4-2, 4-1, make it a 3v1. Gunzer is good for 1, but my friends, they are on the A side. You've got a long road ahead of you if you're going to try to win this round. And I mean, if you are Pin Trafford, I don't know if one round loss is really going to hurt.
I think you might even just save this. You don't really care that much. Maybe you play for picks. Gunzer's feeling himself a little bit, so I don't blame him.
He's running. Oh,
yeah, yeah. That was You gotta at least still check the angles. Like if you're gonna play a little reckless, you gotta at least check your angles and keep the fundamentals there. So I respect that. But hey, you know, I was right. At least they got at least one more. So there's that into it. And like it's so hard to look at this and say that there was just like, it's so hard to say that anybody played particularly bad, especially given a lot of the circumstances, because this Greater Johnstown team, like of the starters look good. Amp looks good. Blaze looks good. Junie's had some rough games, who has been popped off on previous maps, but like has been Junie also, I believe I think is also a sub for this too, but like is more of a reoccurring sub. So like knows the game well enough, has played a bunch. It's just tough because like Greater Johnstown is just kind of getting outplayed, and I don't know if the research never happened, if like the off game play never happened, like whatever it could be, but it just something happened, and it's just a different. It's just not what we were expecting. Oh my.
Quarter is having the time of their life right now with the Vandal. Good for 2. There's one close right, cleared out by Doodle via a 1v4 situation. River,
River
flashes.
No,
They can't. Doodle V wants the game to be over. Doesn't care. No memes around. Pin Trafford, dominant performance. And if you're Greater Johnstown, you can't just say it was your subs, because I think that was probably the best Pin Trafford I think I've seen play.
Absolutely. I having watched them all season, Penn Trafford was a tour de force there. They looked incredible, and I don't think you can sit here and say that like, oh, just not having the star players was the reason they lost. Like Greater Johnstown, even with missing a couple players, I really would have expected, unfortunately, like I hate to say it like this and sound disappointed, I really expected a little bit better of that. Like that is unfortunately just kind of the way it fell, given all of it. But I mean, kudos to Penn Trafford, back-to-back champions. They earned it. Like you can sit here and say as much as we want, but they earned this win. Period.
Definitely. Like that is not to discredit them at all, saying, well, you played against a
No.
team that had 2 subs. You still played insane. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Valorant. You shut up. You show that you're a team that can easily win on LAN, and they delivered. So that's 2 championships today for Penn Trafford. You're great at Johnstown, obviously not the performance you wanted. I'm sure there's a lot of factors that they wish they could have changed, but again, you're always going to learn from it. Their Valorant careers, I'm sure, are not over. They're going to keep playing the game. They're going to keep getting better. Those players have a lot of promise, but that is wrap it up for them. So Penn Trafford, the 2-time champion on Saturday. You look at that.
Get on them. Get on them. Yeah, I mean, and I'll just jump back here while we take a second and we're getting some things set up. But like Greater Johnstown, it was said earlier, this is a younger squad. We're gonna see them in the next couple seasons, so keep an eye out for these players to come back and make a difference. And Penn Trafford, the 2 seniors that are graduating, congratulations. There's no better way you'd rather go out and see your graduation go. So, 2-time, can they run it back for the 3rd? We'll have to find out next season. But I mean, I think we got someone coming in probably from the Penn Trafford side. I think we got an interview coming in, so we can see who they found on the floor.
Yeah, I believe we're going to have that soon. So, but not quite soon because we got to get them on the
Sorry,
mic.
I really want to talk to him.
I do too. We
I do
really
wanna
want to
talk-
get that going, but we're gonna take a quick intermission. We'll be back as soon as we can because when we set that up, we want to hear their interview and see how they won that game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back as quick as we can. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got Doodle V on the microphone here to interrogate him a little bit after that series. Doodle, what's a fantastic performance by your team? You absolutely blew it away in fashion. You honestly were the MVP of that series in my mind. How do you feel coming into it?
Yeah.
I was fairly confident in my team's ability to pull out a win. We've been practicing a lot. We've been a team for about a year now, so we were fairly ready for the competition that we were gonna have.
Indeed, you were. And I gotta ask, after that first series, obviously, feeling pretty good. You're like, all right, we handled them pretty well. They had subs coming in, not really what they wanted to deal with. What was your guys' confidence level heading into that second series?
Well, it was definitely a lot more than our Breeze map. Haven, when we came here in December for the finals, that was our map that we finished that series in. And so it was definitely a lot more confident in that map. And just altogether, we were just a lot more ready for it.
Hey, I mean, it shows that it might have been a struggle, but you finally got there. So I want to ask you specifically because you're one of the few graduating members of this team. I mean, how does it feel knowing that you're leaving behind this legacy of 2-time champs and going on? Like, have you been like a leader for this team? Is this something that like you are kind of helping expand the program a little bit? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I was the captain for our Valorant team, and honestly, it feels really nice to be able to come in, get 2 championship wins in the Tech League, and just like kind of continue that and see like maybe if the little guys can still make it next year. And it's a nice feeling to know that like I'll be able to I'm going to St. Francis next year. I'm gonna be playing Valorant for them. So like I hope like if they make it, I can let them in and see how well they can do. And it's
Well,
a
that
good
was that's awesome. I mean, that answered my next question because my next question was going to be what about you? But you're already going to play for St. Francis, like you just said. So that's great. I mean, do you have any? How are you feeling about that? Because like you won here, it's the second time. Are you feeling ready to hang in that college crowd? Do you feel like you are? Do you feel like the league gave you a good preparation for playing at the collegiate level?
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a taste of like what may come, it definitely helped prepare me for like what I might be facing against, just like the overall feeling and like being able to remain calm in certain situations and like honestly experiencing land for the first time or first 2 times is just a really good experience, and I think that it'll help a lot in preparing me for the future.
Yeah, I would agree.
Love to hear it. Wow. Doodle V, awesome interview. Thank
Yeah,
you
man.
so much for coming on and talking to us. It was a pleasure watching your teams play and dominate. Wow, great
Congratulations on
performance.
that victory. Yeah.
And thank you.
Legacy that you leave behind. You graduate and you say, "Well, I got 2 chips under my wing."
Yeah.
Say, I think he's too disappointed to be graduating, but so
I mean, it's a sad thing to think about having to leave what you're building behind, but knowing that there's some good futures ahead from that is going to be a good thing to go forward on. And I think that it's always nice to come pop in on you'll be able to come back and pop in on these teams and say, cool, are we still winning? Are we still the greatest? And you'll be able to check on that in the future because Tech High School the leagues ain't going anywhere, so you'll be able to catch them next year.
absolutely, and of course, excited to see his career as he goes on to St. Francis and represents them. But that wraps it up for us here. That is the conclusion of the season for Tech High School League in every game: Rocket League, Overwatch, and Valorant. So it's been a pleasure, absolute pleasure being here with you today. Thank you for your work that you put in so far in the season. Any last words here on the stream?
Nah, it's been a great league and season to be a part of. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, and watching these kids come out here and just play so well across all of these various esports has been incredible. Says it's been a pleasure to cast with you, and for Cute New, who couldn't be here with us today. I know she also enjoyed the time spent as well. But from us, at least here, this will be our goodbye. But we got to pass it over to one other set of people because it's the end of this season. We're gonna go check it out back with Nizzy and Brian, who are gonna give out their closing statements. And then just for the last time, I guess you might as well. You can hit !point socials to follow Tech League. See when their next season's coming up because I don't quite know when it is. I'll have to hit it eventually. And then you can hit !point casters for us if you haven't already checked us out. But I assume you know us by now. So stay tuned. We're gonna hear from Nizzy and Brian in just a moment.
Thank you guys once again for coming out and watching us both virtually and in person. Of course, all the parents, all the staff, all the players. Obviously, this would not happen without you guys, all the coaching staff, everyone involved with these high schools. I just wanted to say thank you so much. This is Nizzy signing off, and Brian's going to give a little ending closing remarks too as well. And I just wanted to, last but not least, just thank everyone from behind the scenes. I'm going to miss a couple people, but Oki, we had running with the 47 monitors back there behind the stage. We had Ethan, of course, and his team, the esports coordinator here for St. Francis University. We had a couple of interns helping out, Levi and Justin. We had Seth here, of course, Brian, myself, Bryce, and I'm missing some people. And Brian's going to fill in the gaps. But this is Nizzy signing off. I'm going to hand it over to Brian, and we will see you guys probably next for like a camp or TechCon or something.
Yeah, so I just want to say a big shout out and thank you to St. Francis. They're a big supporter here for the league. Gave us the opportunity to work with the students and the schools here. Also, the opportunity to work at their facility and host the championship you see here today. So, big shout out to them. Big shout out to all the schools and everyone that participated within their own school districts. That's the students, the players, the team managers, their board directors, anyone that they would have on their side for allowing this opportunity for their students to see something that's brand new, growing, and evolving around the area. So it's a great opportunity for everyone here. So thank you to them. Other than that, it's pretty much it. It was a successful day here. We enjoyed everyone's company here. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And again, until next time we see you, TechCon's our next thing coming up here in July. So I know it's a brand new thing here, and this is probably one of the first announcements you'll hear about it. So to stay up to date on that one, check us out on our socials. Also on techconventions.com for most recent updates. That website will be updated here next week to provide all the latest information on that. So if you want to become involved, help out on the esports side for a convention, participate in it, see how anything goes on, that would be an awesome place to do that. But for now, this concludes the spring 2022 season of the high school league. So we'll be back in the fall to offer another league here, hopefully more schools, more competition, and just a brand new experience overall. So again, just thank you guys, and I guess that's it. So we'll sign off. Thank you.